Chapter 1854, Return in Defeat. Chapter 1854, Return in Defeat. Haha, little friend, Yi is really a dragon among men. I offended you earlier. Looking on account of Choling's face, I hope that little friend Yi doesn't blame me. Lung Hongxiu's attitude suddenly changed drastically, making Lung Shu stunned too. Previously, after the battle for young patriarch, Lung Hongxiu was still going to be cavalier with Yi Yuan. In this twinkle, he was actually so courteous to him. Even if Yi Yuan displayed his talent, he was just a junior after all. An exalted true God powerhouse actually apologized to a celestial deity realm martial artist. This would make people's jaws drop too much. Yi Yuan had a score in his heart and naturally knew what Lung Hongxiu was thinking in his head. One would not hit a smiling face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Family head Lung is too polite. This matter, Yi Yuan had areas where I was wrong too. I hope that family head Lung is magnanimous enough to forgive." Lung Hongxiu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Not at all, not at all. Little friend, Yi doesn't know this, but Hao is considered half a son to me. So I view him in a different light from others, that's why there was such a misunderstanding." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Family head Lung is also someone who values sentiments. Yi Yuan understands, since Lung Shu has no inclinations towards the position of young patriarch, why not family head Lung Pares as the position of young patriarch to Lung Hao?" Lung Hongxiu had an awkward look when he heard that, thinking to himself that this kid was so formidable. This move made concessions in order to gain advantages. It was forcing him to clarify his position. Little friend must be joking. Lung Hao made a grave mistake. I was just about to order people to throw him into the dungeons as a warning to others. So how can I let him take the position of young patriarch? Lung Hongxiu smiled and said. Lung Shu was dumbfounded from watching by the side. Lung Hongxiu's attitude change was a little too big. It even made him have an illusion, feeling that Lung Hongxiu was somewhat groveling. Actually, even though Lung Hongxiu was a true God powerhouse, he was not some fierce and ambitious person who was decisive in going for the kill. On the contrary, he was a little weak-willed. Otherwise, he also would not be led by the nose by Lung Hao, this kind of junior. The reason why he could get his position was entirely relying on his Dafa, Lung Choling. With such a peerless proud child of heaven in Thousand Saw Mansion, it would not do for the Lung family to not want to regard him with importance. But in terms of character, he actually had flaws and was not very suited to hold the position of family head. At the thought of Yi Yuan's possible background, Lung Hongxiu put down the proud attitude of a true God realm, because he was apprehensive of Yi Yuan. Actually, this could not be blamed on him either. The Heavenspan Mountain was the core location of the entire Heavenspan world. Factions that controlled the entrances of the Heavenspan Mountain, not one was not an apex force of the Heavenspan world. Forget about the Lung family, even the entire imperial capital could not afford to provoke two. And the talent that Yi Yuan displayed made him even more certain of this idea. Not just him, even Lung Choling, her thoughts right now were also pretty much the same as his. But this scene landing in Lung Shu's eyes was totally not the case. If little friend Yi doesn't mind, just stay in my Lung family for the time being. You and Lung Shu are on friendly terms, so I believe that you can get along very well. I still have things and won't keep you company anymore, Lung Hongxiu smiled and said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, then I'll impose on family head. At the same time, Han Dongjun knelt in front of the Han family's family head, Han Tianyu. Tears and snot were on his face. Family head, you have to stand up for Dongjun. I only have this one son. Now, he was actually killed by someone. That Lung Hongxiu was so impolite, having no respect for you at all. Han Tianyu's brows furrowed. He was not that kind of weak-willed person like Lung Hongxiu, being steered by a few words from Han Dongjun. The Han family's strength was even stronger than the Lung family's. This was not unrelated to him, this family head. After musing for a moment, Han Tianyu said, "Come, we'll go and demand for the person." Han Dongjuan's talent in cultivation could not make it. It was likely difficult for him to step into the true God realm in this lifetime as well. But his talent in management was very high. The Han family's businesses were mostly managed by Han Dongjun. Now, Han Dong-jun was beaten by someone. It was equivalent to giving the Han family a slap. A Han family's descendant was killed and the father was even injured by people. If he, this family head, did not come forward, it could not be justified no matter what. In Han Dong-jun's view, the Lung family was only making him go into action because of a matter of face. Just a second firmament celestial deity, it was not worthwhile for the Lung family to fight to the bitter end with the Han family. The moment he went into action, he would definitely be captured with ease. However, he miscalculated. Facing Han Tianyu's demand for the person, Lung Hongxiu said with a fake smile, "Who, Brother Tianyu, Yi Yuan is my Lung family's distinguished guest. You coming forward to demand for the person like this, it's probably not appropriate, right?" Han Dong-jun was stunned when he heard that. Before he left, wasn't Lung Hongxiu still yelling about killing Yi Yuan? How did Yi Yuan become the Lung family's honored guest in a blink of an eye? Hearing Lung Hongxiu's words, Han Tianyu's face fell and he said, "Family head Lung, it's probably improper for you to be like this, right? That Yi Yuan killed my Han family's descendant. If I don't finish him off, how will my Han family still show face to people in the imperial capital in the future?" Lung Hongxiu just said coolly, "That's your Han family's business. Nothing to do with me. All in all, this Yi Yuan, you can't touch him." Han Tianyu gave a cold snort and said, "If I insist on touching? Could it be that your Lung family is going to go to war with my Han family?" Lung Hongxiu chuckled and said, "Go to war then, is my Lung family scared of you? Although my elder brother has already said on, don't you forget that my Lung family still has Lung Qiuling." Han Tianyu's face changed, his expression ugly to the extreme. The Lung family was originally already going downhill. But no one could have expected that in these recent 1,000 years, the Lung family actually produced Lung Qiuling, overpowering the other few major families in the imperial capital. Lung Qiuling was currently the Thousand Saw Mansion's treasure. Practically the best resources were piled onto her. Han Tianyu's son was much older than Lung Qiuling, but his current strength was also merely more or less the same as Lung Qiuling's. If the Han family and Lung family really fell out to the point of no return, Thousand Saw Mansion would definitely intervene. Lung Hongxiu was relying on precisely this, that he could tackle the tense situation calmly. Han Tianyu drew a deep breath, eased up his tone, and said, "Younger brother Hongxiu, it's merely a second firmament celestial deity kid, is there a need to be like this?" Lung Hongxiu gave him an indifferent glance and said smilingly, "Second firmament celestial deity kid? Heh, Han Tianyu, you're clever all your life, but stupid this once." Han Tianyu was slightly taken aback and said, "What does this mean?" Lung Hongxiu said, "Even though Han Dong-jun is a good-for-nothing, he's at any rate a half-step true god existence too. I gave him the chance, but he actually couldn't even capture a second firmament celestial deity. Do you think that this second firmament celestial deity would be simple?" By the side, Han Dong-jun was practically about to lose it. Lung Hongxiu actually scolded him good for nothing in front of so many people. However, Han Tianyu looked over with a rather unfriendly expression, making Han Dongjuan's face change. He naturally would not say such a humiliating thing for Han Tianyu to hear. A half-step true god taking action actually could not take care of a second firmament celestial deity. Saying good for nothing was praising him already. "Family head, I, Han Dongjun stammered, not knowing what to say. Smack. A slap from Han Tianyu immediately slapped Han Dongjun out far away. Such a piece of important information, this DAMN fellow actually concealed it and did not report, making him come over to lose face together along with him. Was Han Dongjun a good-for-nothing? Of course not. At least in front of a second firmament celestial deity, Han Dongjun was absolutely not a good-for-nothing. Lung Hongxiu's words had a profound meaning. Many thanks for younger brother Hongxiu's warning. Today, it was this Han who was rash. Han Tianyu clasped his hands and took his leave. Chapter 1855, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Chapter 1855, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. On this day, in the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range 10,000 miles northeast of Thousand Saw Imperial Capital, it suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. 4 enormous phantoms rose into the sky, extremely dazzling. They could be seen clearly within the boundary of the entire thousand-saw imperial capital. Looking closely, these 4 phantoms were the extremely rare 4 symbols divine beasts of the heavenspan world. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The energy undulation that the 4 phantoms stirred up surges in tempestuous waves, practically sweeping through the boundary of the entire thousand-saw imperial capital. It was not the thousand-saw imperial capital itself, but the entire scope that the thousand-saw imperial capital had jurisdiction over, including all of the imperial cities, capital cities, as well as counties. Its power could be seen at a glance. Right at this time, the 4 symbols' divine beasts' mouths each spewed out a ray of light, converging in the air. In the center, an old man's virtual image gradually formed. This old man is Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, who accidentally died in this place. My power had no successors, casting it away is a pity. Hence, I laid down this immortal abode, hoping to find a successor to inherit my mantle. This voice spread out akin to rolling thunder. Everyone could clear it clearly. Inside thousand-saw imperial capital, when Yi Yuan heard this voice, his entire person was akin to being thunderstruck. It turned out that the thing Dustless said that was related to them was actually Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. It's him. It's indeed him. Haha, that old man actually buried himself here. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless started laughing crazily. Looking at that strapping figure that was akin to that of a god, Yi Yuan was speechless for a long time. This was Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Indeed unparalleled and overbearing. Even choosing a successor actually made it so that everyone knew about it too. Beside Yi Yuan, Lung Qiuling's pair of beautiful eyes was also swiveling non-stop. Clearly, she was very moved too. Empyrean powerhouse. In the entire heavenspan world, Empyrean powerhouses were absolutely a nuke-level existence. 1. Just as how Divine Lord Realm stopped the vast majority of martial artists, Empyrean, this threshold, similarly stopped countless peerless geniuses. In the entire heavenspan world, true god powerhouses were as plentiful as oxen hair. But among them, 1,000,000 people might not be able to produce an Empyrean powerhouse too. True god to Empyrean was an insurmountable great mountain. The entire thousand-saw imperial capital was seething with excitement. Virtually all the martial artists were raring to have a go. There were even quite a few people who already sprinted out of the imperial capital, heading for Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Such an opportunity was hard to encounter once in a million years. However, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. What medicine was this Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove selling in his gourd? Why? Brother Yi doesn't seem to be that interested in this opportunity that comes only once in a lifetime. Yi Yuan's reaction was somewhat outside of Lung Qiuling's expectations. The inheritance of an Empyrean powerhouse, that was something that everyone yearned for in their sleep, but Yi Yuan's brows were tightly locked. Even with her, Lung Qiuling's, cold personality, she was somewhat moved. But Yi Yuan had a very disinterested appearance. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that and said smilingly, "Of course I'm interested. It's just that I feel that it's rather fishy." Lung Qiuling's beautiful eyes moved and she asked curiously, "Fishy?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This senior said that he's looking for a successor, but he doesn't have any requirements regarding bone age, cultivation realm, talent, and whatever. Also, this senior reported his own name, like he's afraid that his enemies don't know about it. Isn't this strange?" Lung Qiuling was also surprised when she heard that. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, it really divulged peculiarity everywhere. Normally, when looking for a successor, one would have extremely high requirements for natural endowments. The successor of an Empyrean powerhouse was even high until it made people's scalps tingle. Thousand-saw imperial capital was merely a true god level force. But their requirement for disciples also reached Lung Qiuling's level. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was a peak Empyrean peerless powerhouse. If he was really seeking a successor, how could he possibly not have any stipulations about this at all? Of course, Yi Yuan also did not say one thing. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance was practically all left behind in the Immortal Grove world. Apart from an Empyrean spirit treasure, The rest were all obtained by him. Then, what was the inheritance here? Lung Choling's pair of beautiful eyes sized Yi Yuan up non-stop like it was her first time knowing Yi Yuan. She discovered that Yi Yuan was really an enigmatic character. His wisdom, his talent, it really made the so-called geniuses perspire with shame. Among them included herself. More than 10 years already, Pares said in a blink. Yi Yuan's realm rose rapidly and already reached peak second firmament celestial deity, while she only cultivated to middle stage fifth firmament celestial deity. Presently, if Yi Yuan fought with her again, he could already fight to a draw. This kind of improvement speed simply made people's scalps tingle. Staring at me like that for what? Are there flowers on my face? Yi Yuan was stared at by Lung Choling until he felt a little crept out and said smilingly. Lung Choling smiled and said, facing an Empyrean legacy, you can still maintain such composure. I'm afraid that in the entire 1,000 imperial capital, it's also just you alone. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there's no harm in thinking more when encountering things. The more tempting the thing, the more it tends to conceal danger at the back. Lung Choling ruminated on this sentence, feeling that it was very logical. The demise of many powerhouses was because they could not resist temptation. Except, facing such an inheritance, how many people could be calm? Lung Choling looked around and discovered that each person was incomparably feverish, as if this legacy was already an item in their bags. In that case, you don't plan on getting involved in these muddied waters? Yi Yuan smiled and said, haha, this is an Empyrean legacy, how can I possibly let it go? When Lung Choling heard that, she could not resist rolling her eyes. This guy said so much, it was equivalent to not saying anything. But she saw Yi Yuan suddenly say solemnly, Choling, you go and tell your master. It's best to be on the alert, but don't take action first. Wait and see. This Empyrean abode is probably not that easy to enter. After more than 10 years, Yi Yuan and Lung Choling already became good friends. As for Lung Choling's master, he was also 1,000 imperial capital's ruler. Lung Choling was slightly surprised, but still nodded and said, okay, I'll go and find master straight away. It's just, don't know if he will listen or not. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, 10 days. You have him wait 10 days. Within 10 days, there will definitely be an unforeseen event that happens. Lung Choling nodded slightly, turned around, and left. Master, could it be that you're going to go to that Empyrean abode? When Lung Choling rushed to 1,000 Mansion, her master just happened to exit seclusion. Looking at his appearance, it looked like he was setting off. Lung Choling secretly thought what a close shave, a step later and master would have left. Lung Choling's master, Jiyu Qianqiu, 7th Firmament True God Peerless Powerhouse, and also 1,000 imperial capital's ruler. Toward Lung Choling, this disciple, Jiyu Qianqiu naturally regarded her with special respect. This is a huge opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. 1,000 imperial capital is in a favorable position, this benefit mustn't be and etc. head away by others. Immortal Groves might, as a 7th Firmament True God, Jiyu Qianqiu could feel it distinctly. This Empyrean was absolutely not an average Empyrean powerhouse, but a high-level Empyrean powerhouse. With Jiyu Qianqiu's talent, barring no accidents, it was very hard to have another breakthrough in this lifetime. Now, such a huge lucky chance suddenly popped out, how could he not be moved? But Lung Choling shook her head and said, Master, this Empyrean abode, you can't go. Yes, the word for nuclear was used. Chapter 1856, Empyrean Death. Chapter 1856, Empyrean Death can't go? Lane SS, do you know what you're saying? Jiyu Qianqiu's brows furrowed, clearly somewhat unhappy. This kind of Civ lucky chance placed in front of him, whoever stopped him would simply be like the great enmity of killing one's father. Even if the one who stopped him was his own disciple. Lung Choling still had an ice-cold face as she said calmly, Master, there's something fishy about this Empyrean inheritance. Lung Choling repeated Yi Yuan's words. Jiyu Qianqiu listened until his brows were tightly knitted. What can that mean? Do you know what an Empyrean legacy signifies to Master? Jiyu Qianqiu was still unmoved. The allure of an Empyrean legacy was seriously too great. Especially for Jiyu Qianqiu, this kind, who basically had no hopes of making any more breakthroughs. Leng Qiuling was rather anxious as she said, 10 days, just 10 days, all right? Jiyu Qiang's gaze turned sharp and he said, this isn't your idea, right? Leng Qiuling did not hide it either and said, it's Yi Yuan's. Jiyu Qiang's face fell and he could not help ruminating. Yi Yuan's matters, Leng Qiuling naturally would not hide from her own master either. His true ident. One Tai naturally also aroused Jiyu Qiang's speculations in all respects. Musing for a moment, Jiyu Qianqiu nodded and said, all right, just 10 days. 1,000 saw imperial capital's commotion practically spread out at once. A major incident that shook the entire imperial capital, it could not be concealed even if one wanted to hide it too. From the second day onwards, the figures of many experts appeared in the vicinity of 1,000 saw imperial capital. True God powerhouses could not be casually seen even in places like imperial capitals too. But now, inside and outside of the imperial capital, the figures of true God powerhouses could be seen everywhere. Some of their auras were very powerful, even not beneath Jiyu Qiang's. On the third day, Jiyu Qianqiu finally could not hold back anymore. Master, didn't you promise me to wait 10 days? Leng Qiuling had always been keeping watch over Jiyu Qianqiu and discovered it at the first moment. Jiyu Qianqiu said, Lainesses, Master can't wait anymore. Move aside. Leng Qiuling said with a stubborn face, no way, you can't go. Jiyu Qiang's face fell, his figure directly Vonnie's. Hi plusing before Leng Qiuling's eyes. If a 7th firmament true God powerhouse wanted to leave, how could Leng Qiuling stop him? Jiyu Qianqiu directly went out of 1,000 saw imperial capital with a flash. The distance of 1,000,000 miles was not considered far for true God powerhouses. In a few breaths of time, Jiyu Qianqiu arrived at Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Sensing the powerful undulations coming from on top of the mountain, Jiyu Qianqiu felt an upsurge of emotions and even somewhat trembled agitatedly. Suddenly, he laughed in spite of himself and said, no matter how impressive that brat is, he's also merely an initial stage celestial deity realm. What knowledge or experience can he have? This Empyrean legacy, I, Jiyu Qianqiu, am determined to get it. Finished saying, his figure leaped and was about to jump into Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. But right at this time, a rolling black mist came close from afar and arrived in an instant. All get further away for your father. Old fart Immortal Grove's abode is mine, black fiends. Pewalk. Just a sentence and it injured the 7th firmament true God Jiyu Qianqiu. And this was even just an area of effect attack. At this time, the true God powerhouses who were similarly concealed in the mountain range were likely all the same as him, getting injured. Fiend race Empyrean. Jiyu Qiang's face changed and he cried out in shock. This black mist was clearly an Empyrean-level powerhouse of the fiend race. Jiyu Qianqiu did not expect that there would actually be an Empyrean powerhouse moving out so quickly. Furthermore, it was even a fiend race Empyrean powerhouse. Yi Yuan punk screwed me over. Jiyu Qianqiu smacked his thigh and said with endless remorse and vexation. If he entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range at the first moment, he would definitely be able to take the initiative. Now, even an Empyrean powerhouse had taken action. What had it got to do with him still? Hence, he wished to take apart Yi Yuan's bones right now. This kind of lucky chance could not be encountered at any time. A single slip and it would bring everlasting regret. He could only helplessly watch that black mist land onto the mountain range and lament in pity. Very soon, that black mist submerged fully into the mountain range. Jiyu Qianqiu had a look of despair. This lucky chance had nothing to do with him anymore. But right at this time, a shrill scream rose straight to the sky. That black mist previously billowed in torrents once more. Jiyu Qiang's face changed. When he looked again, that black mist already became dim and dark, forming a sharp contrast with that imposing momentum previously. Old fart Immortal Grove, why are you still powerful when you've died already? That black mist wailed miserably. Heh, fiend race dog, since you came, how can I let you escape? Die for me. A void that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life spread out. Following that, A ray of light rose to the sky from within the mountain range, directly hitting that cloud of black mist. Immediately, this world was silent. One gaze after another looked towards the sky, incredibly shocked. An exalted Empyrean powerhouse died in front of them just like this. Jiyu Tianqiu swallowed his saliva, discovering that he was somewhat parched. So close, if not for this fiend race Empyrean powerhouse, the one dead right now would probably be him, right? It seemed like what Yi Yuan said was right. This was totally a setup, in order to draw some people over. How could the real legacy be obtained so easily? Didn't they see that even an Empyrean powerhouse was instantly one-shotted? This immortal Grove was absolutely a daunting figure even to the extreme big shots when he was alive. Carrying the mood of having survived a disaster, Jiyu Tianqiu returned to Thousand Saw Imperial capital. When Leng Qiuling saw Jiyu Tianqiu, she also heaved a long sigh in relief. "Master, are you okay?" Leng Qiuling saw Jiyu Tianqi's somewhat absent-minded appearance and could not help asking in concern. Jiyu Tianqiu glanced at Leng Qiuling and said, "Master, almost couldn't come back anymore." Leng Qiuling's face changed and she said, "What happened?" Jiyu Tianqiu smiled bitterly and recounted the scene that happened previously, saying, "This time, it was all thanks to you and Yi Yuan. If not for you guys, this old life of mine would probably be lost at Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. You helped me thank Yi Yuan well. No, you call him here, I want to thank him personally." Leng Qiuling listened until she felt lingering fear too. An Empyrean powerhouse was exterminated in an instant. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Just how powerful of an existence was this heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove when he was alive? Although Jiyu Tianqiu did not adhere to the 10 days deadline and ran off in advance, if not for these 2 days of delay, Jiyu Tianqiu would definitely be dead without a doubt. This Empyrean abode was clearly not what the Thousand Saw Imperial capital could devour alone already. When Yi Yuan came over, Jiyu Tianqiu thanked Yi Yuan ardently. Reaching his level, he regarded his life as the most important thing. Yi Yuan's one sentence saved his life, how could he not be moved? But, when Yi Yuan heard the demise of an Empyrean, he knew that this was likely a retaliatory act of heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove against his enemies. Sure enough, in the following days, Thousand Saw Imperial capital was amidst the winds of change, and suddenly became the vortex of a storm. Within a short half a month, there were actually 3 Empyrean powerhouses who died in Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Empyrean powerhouses, each one was a formidable existence that could make the heavenspan world tremble with a stomp of their feet. 3 actually died all at once. As for those true God powerhouses that no one paid attention to, no idea how many had died already. At this time, everyone finally realized that this abode was not easy to enter. Chapter 1857, Still So Shameless. Chapter 1857, Still So Shameless. The demise of 3 Empyreans did not stop those powerhouses from advancing wave after wave. However, the powerhouses who entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, not one was able to return alive. A month later, finally no one dared to arbitrarily enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range anymore. Powerhouses from everywhere started converging in Thousand Saw Imperial capital, discussing how to enter this Empyrean abode. A city lord said, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was a peak Empyrean powerhouse from 5 million years ago. His strength had already reached an inconceivable level and can even effortlessly annihilate Empyrean powerhouses. Another person said, in my view, it's likely difficult for us, these true God powerhouses, to enter inside. This heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove has such formidable strength. There must be countless lucky chances inside this abode. Giving up just like this, who is willing? Moreover, if we can obtain Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's Dao fruit, the moment these words came out, the atmosphere within the hall immediately tensed up. Empyrean Dao fruit, who did not want? Furthermore, this was not an ordinary Empyrean Dao fruit, but a peak Empyrean Dao fruit. Among these people, it was impossible for there to be someone who could reach this level in their lifetime. Jiyu Tianqiu said, now, someone already discovered that martial artists below Celestial Deity Realm will be fine entering the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. There have already been true God Realm martial artists who tried it before. As long as one suppresses their realm to celestial deity realm, they won't be attacked when going deep into the mountain range. But, inside this heavenly sun mountain range, it is still filled with dangers. I feel that we'd better cooperate with a united effort, and think of a way to enter the abode first. I wonder what's everyone's opinion? Hearing Gu Tiank's words, everyone all nodded their heads in succession. Don't look at how they were all true God realm powerhouses. In front of heavenly Empyrean immortal grove, they were simply no one. 1,000, 10,000 going in, it was also seeking doom. Hence, banding up together first was indeed a pretty good option. Since everyone doesn't have objections, then let's set off together 10 days later, and enter the heavenly sun mountain range. Gu Tianqiu gave the final word. After discussing, the group of true God powerhouses all dispersed. But Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's city lord, Ji Zun, stayed behind alone. "MN. Brother Ji looking for me, could there be something?" Gu Tianqiu pretended to be uncertain as he said. Ji Zun secretly cursed sly old fox and said with a smile, "Who, old pal, my Heavenly Water Imperial Capital and your Thousand Saw Imperial Capital have always been of the same breath and branch. That good-for-nothing disciple of mine, Zhuohan, has admired La S.S. Choling for a long time already. You think, shouldn't us, these elders, bring a romance to a happy ending?" Gu Tianqiu chuckled when he heard that and said, "The matters of youngsters, leave it to them to worry about it. You also know this disciple of mine, who she wants to choose as a Dao companion, that's not what I can persuade." Finished talking, Gu Tianqiu immediately left and did not seem to have the intention of continuing to chat. Ji Zun's brows furrowed, not understanding what medicine this Gu Tianqiu was selling in his gourd. In the past, Gu Tianqiu was still rather keen about Zhuohan and Leng Choling's affairs, even though Leng Choling's attitude had always been uninterested. But now, even Gu Tianqiu, this old fellow, did not seem willing anymore. As Ji Zun's favorite disciple, Zhuohan naturally came along to Thousand Saw Imperial Capital too. In reality, the true God powerhouses that came this time, quite a few brought along their juniors Amar. Civ lucky chance like an Empyrean inheritance. Even if they all, these disciples, obtained a tiny bit, it was also endlessly beneficial. Moreover, the immortal grove abode this time, it was already confirmed that only celestial deity realm and below powerhouses could enter. But at this time, Zhuohan already entered Thousand Saw Mansion himself. This junior apprentice brother, I wonder if junior apprentice sister Leng Choling is in Thousand Saw Mansion? Zhuohan had a refined and courteous appearance, but his words exuded haughtiness. That Thousand Saw Mansion disciple sized him up and said, "Who are you?" "The Thousand Saw Mansion doesn't allow any random person to come in." Zhuohan smiled and said, "I'm Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's Zhuohan. Junior apprentice sister Leng is precisely this Zhuo's fiancé. In fact, I'm not considered an outsider." Zhuohan deliberately increased his volume, like he was afraid that people did not know him. That disciple was startled when he heard that and said, "Turns out that it's senior apprentice brother Zhuo, apologies. Senior apprentice sister Leng is currently at the practicing field, I'll bring you over." Zhuohan's fame in imperial capitals was still very resounding, this disciple had clearly heard before. Furthermore, the rumors about Zhuohan and Leng Choling were not some secret in Thousand Saw Mansion. It seemed like City Lord His Excellency had the intention of matchmaking the two. This disciple naturally did not dare to slight him. It turns out that his Zhuohan, indeed worthy of being Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's #1 genius, to actually be able to catch up to senior apprentice sister Leng's cultivation speed. Yeah. Heard that the Manor Lord intends to matchmake the two, they are really a match made in heaven. However, senior apprentice sister Leng recently got rather close with a boy called Yi Yuan, this is really seldom seen. Hey, that punk is merely a second firmament celestial deity, how can he be worthy of senior apprentice sister Leng? When Zhuohan heard the surrounding disciples' discussions, he originally enjoyed it greatly. But when he heard Yi Yuan this name, his expression suddenly changed. This name was simply his nightmare. Even if several hundred years had gone by, it was still fresh in his memory too. Of course, he hated Yi Yuan to the bones too, and he had long wanted to find Yi Yuan to settle the scores. But Yi Yuan had never been heard of after he left the Heavenspan mountain. Hence, this plan also reached a deadlock. He did not expect that he heard this name once more today. Could it be that this Yi Yuan is that punk on the Heavenspan mountain? Impossible. That person just now said that his second firmament celestial deity, with that punk's talent, it's impossible to cultivate so quickly. Very soon, Zhuohan dismissed this thought. He and Leng Qiuling were the same, both feeling that this Yi Yuan was not that Yi Yuan. Following that disciple, Zhuohan came to the practicing field. Thousand Saw Mansion's disciples were currently sparring, while Leng Qiuling was currently watching the fights by the side. Upon seeing Leng Qiuling, Zhuohan's two eyes immediately lit up and he said in a clear voice, "Junior apprentice Sister Leng, not seeing for many years, you're indeed still so breathtakingly beautiful." Leng Qiuling turned her head. Seeing Zhuohan, her brows immediately knitted together. This guy really lingered on like a haunting ghost. "This place is Thousand Saw Mansion. What are you here for?" Leng Qiuling said coldly. But Zhuohan did not mind and said smilingly, "Look at what junior apprentice Sister Leng is saying. I'm here to see my future wife, is there a problem?" The moment these words came out, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar, all guessing this young man's ident. "One Tai." But Leng Qiuling's gaze turned cold and she said frostily, "Keep talking nonsense and be careful that I won't be courteous toward you. Now, immediately disappear for me." Zhuohan laughed and said, "Why does junior apprentice Sister Leng have to be like this? Master, he already went to bring up the proposal of marriage for me. You and I will tie the nuptial knot sooner or later." Leng Qiuling's expression became colder and colder, practically about to condense into ice. "Who, so many years of not seeing, young Master Zhuo is still so shameless. Haven't even checked your 8 characters yet and you're putting up a front here. Be careful that it will be hard to wind up the matter." Right at this time, a figure appeared beside Leng Qiuling. Zhuohan focused his eyes and looked, and immediately flew into a rage. It's common in Chinese culture to do feng shui fortune telling before marriage to check whether you and potential spouse's 8 characters match. Chapter 1858, You Have No Chance. Chapter 1858, You Have No Chance Yi Yuan, it's really you. Today, you won't be so lucky. I'll see who can still save you. When Zhuohan saw Yi Yuan, anger immediately rose up in his heart. But he was also extremely shocked in his heart. Not seeing him for several hundred years, Yi Yuan actually reached peak second firmament celestial deity like flying. This cultivation speed was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to him. Was this guy still that trash who could even break through to the Divine Lord realm? One had to know, back then when he saw Yi Yuan, he was just a grand completion origin deity. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan and said smilingly, "Don't need anyone to save me. Dealing with you, do I still need others?" The moment Zhuohan heard this, he could not help laughing loudly and said, "A measly second firmament celestial deity also dares to engage in wild talk. Today, I'm going to beat you until you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." Upon recalling that someone said just now that Leng Qiuling and Yi Yuan were very close, Zhuohan could not help overflowing with jealousy. Old grudge and new hatred welled up together in his heart. Leng Qiuling's face turned cold and she said, "Zhuohan, this place is Thousand Saw Mansion, not Heavenly Water Imperial Capital. It's not your turn to be unbridled." Zhuohan could not help choking when he heard that. Leng Qiuling's protective attitude triggered his jealousy even more. Zhuohan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Hiding behind a woman's back again? This place just happens to be the practicing field. If you're a man, step forward and compete with me. Let Qiuling take a look at who's her man." Leng Qiuling's face got colder and colder. This Zhuohan was really too insolent to actually say such things. She did not have any feelings toward him. Yet, his face was extremely thick, viewing her as his exclusive chunk of meat. "Zhuohan, on the account that you're a guest, I've already exercised forbearance with you time and again. Keep talking nonsense and I won't be courteous," Leng Qiuling said. Zhuohan was still unmoved. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, "Gutless coward, trash who only knows how to hide behind women." Yi Yuan smiled and said, Putting aside whether I'm a gutless coward or not, the thickness of your skin, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Zhuohan sneered and said, Manor Lord Jiyu is very approving of my and Qiuling's matters. Now that master has gone to him to propose a marriage alliance, this wedding is already more than half succeeded. How is my skin thick? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Is that so? Then do you know why I'm not 1,000 Saw Mansion's disciple but can go in and out of this place any time? Then do you know Qiuling and I are practically together from morning to night these few years? You have no chance. Zhuohan's face could not help changing when he heard that. He still thought that Yi Yuan was 1,000 Saw Mansion's disciple. Zhuohan did not expect that he actually was not. Leng Qiuling's icy-cold face had a rare hint of blush. Actually, she and Yi Yuan were both clear that Jiyu Qianqiu was indeed creating conditions to let the two of them get close. Yi Yuan's mysterious ident. 1. Tai had long been recognized by Jiyu Qianqiu. Otherwise, he also would not stop for 3 days and not move because of a sentence from Yi Yuan. But between them, one was cold as frost, while the other was not in the mood for romance. There had not been any progress all along. Leng Qiuling naturally knew that Yi Yuan was helping her out of her predicament, so she did not say anything and just tacitly approved of it. When Zhuohan saw this scene, a hint of foreboding premonition arose in his heart. But he did not believe it at all. Jiyu Qianqiu had always viewed him favorably. It was impossible for him to change his tune. Coupled with his U.S. triaccident. 1 Tai, he and Leng Qiuling were well matched in status. Who the hell do you think you are? A mere second firmament celestial deity is also worthy of Qiuling? If you have the capability, step forward like a man and compete with me. Zhuohan saw that Yi Yuan was only a second firmament celestial deity. He was certain that he did not dare to accept the challenge at all, repeatedly using those words to squeeze Yi Yuan. The surrounding 1,000 Saw Mansion disciples also all revealed disdainful looks, feeling that Yi Yuan was too unmanly. Yi Yuan and Leng Qiuling traveled as a couple all the time. All the disciples had long found it displeasing to their eyes. Leng Qiuling was the goddess in their hearts, beautiful and also highly talented, but she was followed around every day by a second firmament celestial deity. They felt that it was very offensive to the eye. In their hearts, only Zhuohan, this kind of background, could match up to Leng Qiuling. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Qiuling, let's go, let this mad dog bark here. I believe that very soon, he'll know that he had no chance long ago. Leng Qiuling nodded her head, turned around, and was about to leave with Yi Yuan. She frequently sparred with Yi Yuan these few years and naturally knew that it was not that Yi Yuan did not dare, he was just disdainful. Zhuohan was only an initial stage 5th firmament celestial deity. He was not Yi Yuan's match at all. Speaking of which, Zhuohan's talent was actually not beneath Leng Qiuling's. But precisely because Yi Yuan caused trouble on the Heavenspan Mountain, it made Zhuohan delay his cultivation. Seeing that Leng Qiuling was so obedient, Zhuohan's fire of jealousy was practically going to burst through the barriers. He blocked the two people's path with a flash. He looked at Yi Yuan angrily as he said, somebody who gave birth to, but no body to raise. You'd best stay further away from Qiuling for me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born in this world. You don't take a piece and look at the reflection too, see who the hell you are. Snatc hing women with me, are you worthy? Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became icy-cold. He originally did not want to stoop to Zhuohan's level. But this guy did not have any knowledge of his limits at all. His mouth was really asking for a beating, only to see his figure move, arriving at the center of the martial practicing field, and say in a cold voice, didn't you want to make me accept your challenge like a man? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Plus seeing this scene, Zhuohan was not alarmed, but rejoiced instead, and said with a big laugh, ha ha ha, that's more like a man. You rest assured. I'll teach you how to behave yourself properly. Leng Qiuling heaved a slight sigh in her heart. What was called seeking one's doom was like Zhuohan, right? Zhuohan's figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan, and he said with a big laugh, honestly speaking, for you to be able to cultivate to the celestial deity realm, it really exceeded my expectations. But, ants are ants in the end. You'll never be able to understand what's called a genius. Swooze. H. Plus Zhuo Han's voice had yet to fade and Yi Yuan's entire person already vanished. He already successfully had his fury stoked up by Zhuo Han and could not be bothered to talk rubbish with him at all. Zhuo Han did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all and was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Smack. A clear slap echoed out. Zhuo Han's entire person was slapped, flying out. This is a so-called genius. Less than even an ant. Not much strength, but spew mouthfuls of shi plus T, Yi Yuan said coldly. Everyone was astounded. Thousand Saw Mansion's disciples had never seen Yi Yuan make a move before and had always been very disdainful towards him. However, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it astonished all of them. Zhuo Han was slapped silly by Yi Yuan's slap and only came back to his senses after a while. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said with a furious roar, "Despicable villain, to actually sneak attack. Today, I must tear you to shreds." Zhuo Han's words made quite a few people secretly nod their heads. Although Yi Yuan's move just now was stunning, it was still Zhuo Han who was too careless after all. A genuine frontal clash, Yi Yuan was definitely not a match. Is that so? Then this time, it's your turn. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Han and said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's contemptuous smile deeply triggered Zhuo Han. It was only to see him grit his teeth. The world power of a first firmament celestial deity gushed out frenziedly, and he rushed over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 1859, Naive. Chapter 1859, Naive. Bang, bang, bang. On the stage, the collision sounds of streams of divine essence colliding came over. Everyone below the stage was dumbstruck with amazement. One-sided. Except, it was not the same as they expected. This match was completely one-sided toward Yi Yuan. Under Yi Yuan's strange and unfathomable movement technique, Zhuo Han was being completely brutalized. Why? Why is it like this? Zhuo Han's talent ranks at the top of the list among the various major imperial capitals too. He's actually being abused by a second firmament celestial deity. No wonder senior apprentice Sister Leng goes places together with him as a couple. It turns out that it's like this. Thousand Saw Mansion's disciples were all incredibly shocked. They totally did not expect that the Yi Yuan who they normally looked down on, his strength was actually so formidable. The fifth firmament celestial deity Zhuo Han was being abused promptly, without any ambiguousness at all. If one said that previously it was Yi Yuan's sneak attack succeeding, then right now, Yi Yuan was completely cruise. Hi plusing with strength. No flass. Hi plusness at all. Bang. Yi Yuan stomped on Zhuo Han's chest with a foot, trampling him onto the ground. He said disdainfully, "Weren't you going to teach me how to behave? Just based on your bit of strength. Without sufficient strength, you also dare to learn to look down on the world from others, and view others as ants. Who gave you the courage?" The shock in Zhuo Han's heart could not use words to describe. Several hundred years ago, when he and Yi Yuan first met, he could crush the other party with just one hand. But by relying on his talent, not only did this gap not widen several hundred years later, Yi Yuan caught up from behind instead and said him. This guy actually fused spatial law and sword Dao law, his combat power off the charts. Zhuo Han's pride as a genius was utterly crushed into pieces by this foot. "Let go of me, you ignorant fool. When my master learns of this, he'll definitely waste your cultivation and make you never have a chance to rise again." Zhuo Han gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan's face turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "Can't beat yourself, so you bring your master out? However, your threat is really very foolish." Plus done talking, Yi Yuan lightly tapped toward Zhuo Han's divine sea with a finger. Zhuo Han's pupils constricted, having a look of despair on his face. But right at this time, a feeling of incredible danger suddenly descended. "Lad, you dare? True God powerhouse." Yi Yuan felt the other party's strength straight away. His body was virtually frozen by this powerful pressure, unable to move at all. Although his foot was still stepping on Zhuo Han's body, this foot could not be stomped down at all. A late-stage true God powerhouse was too powerful. However, he was Yi Yuan. He was the Yi Yuan who grasped spatial law. Even a true God powerhouse's comprehension in terms of spatial law might not be stronger than him too. This killing intent was too piercingly cold. There was no way Yi Yuan would resign himself to death. Feeling this powerful pressure, Zhuo Han's two eyes lit up. He said in pleasant surprise, "Master." However, Leng Qiuling's face changed drastically. Wanting to take action was already too late. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, his figure suddenly disappearing. What vanished together with him was also Zhuo Han. A figure stepped out of the void and looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise and anger. Spatial SHI plus feet. Terrific lad. The arrival was none other than precisely Zhuo Han's master, Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's master, Ji Zun. Pewalk. At the critical moment, even though Yi Yuan avoided Ji Zun's certain kill strike, he also suffered heavy injuries. The might of a true God was no joke. If it were others, they would have long been crushed into minced meat by the world power. Currently, Yi Yuan's palm was pressed on the center of Zhuo Han's back. As long as divine essence spat out, it could wreck his life force. The reason why he wanted to bring Zhuo Han to SHI plus feet together was to capture a hostage. Otherwise, the power of a true God, even if he unexpectedly avoided the first attack, Ji Zun's second strike would be sufficient to cause death too. And he did not have the leeway to resist at all. "Master, save me." Sensing Yi Yuan's divine essence wreaking havoc within his body, Zhuo Han was frightened to the extreme in his heart. Ji Zun's face fell and he looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Let go of Hannah. I'll leave you an intact corpse." Yi Yuan laughed from extreme fury and said, "Indeed worthy of being master and apprentice, both equally stupid. You already want to kill me, would I let him go? Do you think that I'm as mentally addled as you? Don't move. You can try if you're faster or I'm quicker." Sensing Ji Zun's divine essence undulation, Yi Yuan immediately warned the other party. Ji Zun's face turned black and he said, "If you dare to touch a single strand of hair of Hannah, I'll definitely make you regret coming into this world." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Is that so?" As he said, Yi Yuan spat divine essence. Zhuo Han immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. Yi Yuan dealt his blow very aptly, directly making Zhuo Han lose his ability to resist, but did not kill him too. This was enough to frighten Ji Zun. Ji Zun's face changed, aware that he ran into a ruthless character. How could he still dare to act rashly without careful thought? "Kid, let him go. We can settle things through discussion." Ji Zun finally lowered his proud head and compromised with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "What's there to discuss? You want to scam me to leave Zhuo Han, then kill me at the first moment. I have to admit, although you're at a ripe old age, you're still very naive." Ji Zun's face became black as the bottom of a wok. He discovered that this kid was too sharp. His disciple compared to him was simply a weakling. The moment he opened his mouth, he knew what he wanted to do. "What the hell do you want?" Ji Zun said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Wait." Finished saying this word, Yi Yuan shut his eyes and stopped talking. Ji Zun was taken aback, not knowing what Yi Yuan's words meant. But very soon, he understood. Another extremely strong aura arrived with a howl. "Ji Zun, you're also looking down on my 1,000 Imperial Capital too much." An exalted 1,000 Imperial Capital powerhouse actually bullied a celestial deity realm junior. "Do you still want face or not?" The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Jiyu Qiang's words were full of rage. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye, such a major incident actually happened in the 1,000 mansion. Ji Zun's brows furrowed and he said, "This boy nearly crippled Hannah. Could there be something wrong for me to want to kill him?" Jiyu Qiang's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan, a probing look on his face. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the matters earlier. Jiyu Qiangqiu glared and said, "You heard it. Master, you have to stand up for me," Zhuo Han said feebly. Seeing Jiyu Qiang's attitude toward Yi Yuan, Ji Zun seemed to have understood something, his expression rather ugly. Sure enough, Jiyu Qiangqiu snorted coldly and said, "Zhuo Han, give up. You and Leng Qiuling, It is impossible. Also, after this incident, the two of you master and apprentice are not allowed to step foot in Thousand Saw Mansion again. Zhuo Han's pupils constricted when he heard that, looking at Jiyu Qianqiu in disbelief, a doubtful look on his face. He could not figure out why Jiyu Qiang's attitude would unexpectedly have a 180 degrees turnaround. Suddenly, he recalled the words Yi Yuan said. It turned out that, this time it was not Yi Yuan being Leng Qiuling's SHI plus ELD anymore. Jiyu Qianqiu really had the intention of matchmaking the two of them. It was laughable. He was still posing as Thousand Saw Imperial Capital's son-in-law previously in front of the Thousand Saw Mansion's disciples. Chapter 1860, Shu Xing. Chapter 1860, Shu Xing. This. Uncle Jiyu, shut up. Who's your uncle, shameless thing? In the past, I saw that you still looked decent, but I didn't expect that you were actually so shameless. I only agreed to let you and Qiuling come into contact. So when did I acknowledge your marriage? You recklessly cooked up a rumor in my Thousand Saw Mansion. Do you still have any respect for me, this city lord? Jiyu Qianqiu was boiling with rage and also filled with endless fear after the incident at the same time. If Yi Yuan died at Ji Zun's hands, the entire Thousand Saw Imperial Capital might have to suffer an apocalyptic calamity. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was different from ordinary people and actually escaped with his life from under Ji Zun's hands. This also greatly surprised him. However, toward Zhuo Han, who he still regarded as decent in the past, he was no longer satisfied no matter which angle he looked at him anymore. Seeing Jiyu Qiang's enraged appearance, Zhuo Han's face was akin to dead ashes. Ji Zun, what are you still stoning for? Hurry up and bring this useless apprentice of yours and scram for me, Jiyu Qianqiu said in a deep voice. Ji Zun's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, Jiyu Qianqiu, you fell out with me for a kid still wet behind his ears. Is there really this need? Jiyu Qianqiu sneered and said, Yi Yuan is my savior. Do you think I have this need or not? Ji Zun's expression changed, looking at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. Following this, he nodded his head and said, fine, I got it. But today's matter isn't over. Kid, I hope that you don't land in my hands. Hannah, let's go. Finished saying, Ji Zun swept his sleeves grandly and took Zhuo Han away from Yi Yuan's hands. The moment Ji Zun left, Yi Yuan's two eyes saw black, and then he fell to the ground. Facing Ji Zun, this level of true God powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not dare to slack off in the slightest. At this time, he finally could not hold on anymore. 10 days' time said in a blink. On this day, countless powerhouses gathered outside of Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. The allure of an Empyrean inheritance was seriously too great. Even if they knew that there was huge danger, there were also countless people who were willing to fly into the fire like moths. And among these powerhouses, it was clearly the Thousand Saw Alliance's strength that was the greatest. A true God powerhouse said, Brother Jiyu, the hour is almost reaching, let's enter the mountain. Jiyu Qianqiu nodded and said, come on. Hang on. Right at this time, two figures descended from the sky. When the group of true God powerhouses saw the arrivals, their faces could not help changing and they bowed in salute as he said, we pay respects to Lord Ji Kang. The aura of that true God powerhouse in the front was Astonus. HI plusing, it was actually a peak true God realm powerhouse. It was only to see him nodded and said, such a grand event, my vast heaven great imperial capital naturally has to join in too. Shu Xing, why haven't you paid respects to the various uncles? Behind Ji Kang, a handsome young man clasped his hands and said, this lowly nephew, Shu Xing, pays respect to uncles. So, you're Shu Xing who, truly, heroes come from youngsters. I have long heard that an extraordinary talent appeared in vast heaven great imperial capital, fused together three kinds of power of laws, his strength extremely formidable. Meeting today, indeed lives up to the reputation. The group of true God powerhouses actually took the initiative to flatter a celestial deity realm junior. This also made the surrounding powerhouses all tongue-tied. However, hearing them say so, these people were all incredibly shocked. To geniuses, there were plenty who comprehended two, even three kinds of power of laws. But, those able to fuse 2 kinds of power of laws were in the minority, let alone fusing 3 kinds of power of laws. Those able to fuse 3 kinds of power of laws were undoubtedly all peerless geniuses that were 1 in 10,000. Xu Xing had a proud look, accepting the group of powerhouses' compliments without misgivings. Clearly, he had long gotten accustomed to this scene. Zhuo Han has long admired Brother Shu's great name. Upon seeing today, it's sufficient to have no regrets for 3 lifetimes. Zhuo Han was unwilling to be left in the cold and went forward to flatter. Xu Xing gave him a glance and said calmly, "So, you're Zhuo Han. I've heard of you before. Beneath imperial capitals, your talent is first-rate." Zhuo Han was pleasantly surprised and said, "Brother Shu has actually heard of me before." Zhuo Han is really overwhelmed by flattery and honor. Xu Xing said coolly, "But I've heard before that among imperial capitals, there's still a proud daughter of heaven Leng Qiuling, whose talent is above yours. I wonder who that is." Leng Qiuling did not expect that Xu Xing would call upon her and stepped forward rather unwillingly. Greeting with folded hands at the lower right side, she said, "This lowly one, Leng Qiuling, pays respect to Sir Xu." When Xu Xing saw Leng Qiuling, his eyes could not help lighting up. His face finally revealed a trace of a smile and said with a nod, "I really didn't expect that Miss Leng actually has such unparalleled look. Miss Leng, the journey of Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, you're the host and have to take good care of me." Leng Qiuling's brows furrowed and said, "Dare not. This trip, I still have to look to uncles for more support." The moment people with discerning eyes saw, they knew that this Xu Xing took fancy on Leng Qiuling. Ji Kang was also smiling and not saying anything at one side. Xu Xing's orisons were extremely high. The girls pursuing him in vast heaven great imperial capital were plentiful like carps moving down a stream, but he did not take fancy on anyone. He did not expect that he found someone pleasing to the eye here. By the side, when Zhuo Han saw this scene, he secretly gloated in others' misfortune in his heart. It was already impossible for him to obtain Leng Qiuling. But with Xu Xing charging out halfway now, he wanted to see what Yi Yuan had to compete with the other person. To talk about this Xu Xing, he was indeed a peerless genius. His age was similar to theirs, but he was already peak 6th firmament celestial deity. More importantly, he even fused 3 kinds of power of laws, his combat power extremely strong. Although Zhuo Han's talent was extremely high, compared to him, he indeed paled considerably in comparison. He indeed had the capital to be proud of. Ji Kang smiled and said, "You're all outstanding talents among the young generation, your future accomplishments immeasurable. You should naturally get closer." With Ji Kang speaking, the others naturally nodded their heads and agreed. People that came from great imperial capitals, they could not afford to provoke. Just like this, a group of true God powerhouses suppressed their realms to celestial deity realm and stepped into the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. The moment Yi Yuan entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, a familiar feeling hit him head-on. That feeling was as if he returned to the immortal Grove world. Previously, the Thousand Saw Alliance carried out a lockdown on the entire Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. But following their entry, other powerhouses also entered the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range one after another. Currently, heads could be said to be swarming in Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. This array formation is very similar to the Four Symbols family clan's Grand Array. Yi Yuan and Dustless communicated. Dustless nodded and said, "The Four Symbols divine beasts forming an array, the power is sufficient to eradicate a major realm powerhouse." Immortal Grove laid down a matchless grand array in the entire Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Annihilating Empyrean powerhouses is akin to child's play. Yi Yuan said, "With so many powerhouses entering, it's likely that a single misstep and it will trigger the grand array." Dustless smiled and said, "These fools even thought that Immortal Grove would leave behind his Tao teachings for them. They are thinking too much." Yi Yuan could not help smiling when he heard that. The party gradually went deep in. Suddenly, a series of screams came over. A centiliter US tur of fire rose to the sky. More than a dozen powerhouses were instantly burned to ashes. Ji Kang's face changed and he cussed angrily. This bunch of fools activated the Immortal Wind Heavenly Fire Array of the Four Symbols Grand Array. Once the Heavenly Fire is triggered, it vows to immolate everything. Everybody, quickly run. Chapter 1861. Who is brother with you? Chapter 1861. Who is brother with you? The fire spread rapidly and was practically going to immolate the entire SPACE. For a moment, wails of doom filled the lands. Under such power, even true God powerhouses were hard-pressed to escape death too. Junior apprentice sister, follow me. I'll bring you out. Shu Xing flashed a confident smile at Leng Qiuling and was about to hold her hand. Leng Qiuling's face changed, and she hurriedly pulled her hand back. Shu Xing's hand froze there, his expression seemingly rather embarrassed. Said, and he said with a smile, follow me closely. Don't get lost. Finished saying, Shu Xing's figure moved, speeding toward the depths of the mountain range. Luckily, Thousand Saw Alliance's people ran fast and escaped the core region of the Grand Array very quickly. But the danger was not far away. Even if right now was at the border region, a large centiliter US Tur of flames would also rush out from time to time, reaping the lives of a group of powerhouses. The strength of those true God powerhouses was formidable, but they were also delayed by those powerful lames. As for Shu Xing, these juniors, could only band together. But along the way, with Shu Xing leading a group of disciples to blaze a trail, it was very smooth sailing. But he discovered that a young man followed by Leng Qiuling's side from start to end, and his brows could not help furrowing. Boy, you don't seem to be a Thousand Saw Mansion's disciple, right? Get lost, our team doesn't bring along good-for-nothings, Shu Xing said unhappily. In his view, Yi Yuan, this second firmament celestial deity, saw that their squad was powerful and sought their protection. How could he allow this sort of thing? Leng Qiuling spoke up, senior apprentice brother Shu, Yi Yuan is my friend. Shu Xing's expression was rather awkward as he said with a smile, so, it's junior apprentice sister Leng's friend, then that's all right. But let's get the unpleasant things out of the way first. People who don't contribute, don't think about getting any benefit. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. At this time, the Zhuohan in the squad suddenly opened his mouth and said, who, not just being friends that simple, right? I heard that City Lord Ji has the intention of matchmaking junior apprentice sister Leng and Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice sister Leng, congratulations to you. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Those present were all young heroes. The weakest in strength was also peak fourth firmament celestial deity. Could a measly second firmament celestial deity be worthy of Leng Qiuling? More importantly, there was an additional Shu Xing now. Shu Xing was also taken aback. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan had additional thick enmity. Seeing this scene, Zhuohan secretly felt great in his heart. He knew that just this one sentence was enough. Leng Qiuling's brows furrowed, her gaze when looking at Zhuohan was icy cold. How could Zhuohan not feel it? But he already did not care anymore. Forget that there was Yi Yuan, even if there was no Yi Yuan, it also had nothing to do with him anymore now. Competing with Shu Xing? That was looking for death. Shu Xing did not want to lose his bearing in front of Leng Qiuling and only said indifferently, oh? To be able to be viewed favorably by City Lord Ji, looks like this brother Yi is bound to have areas Serpa. Sing others. Later, this Shu would like to spar. But one sentence and the smell of gunpowder already became strong. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, who is brother with you? Are you worthy? Everyone was stunned, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so unyielding. Shu Xing was also taken aback. He thought that Yi Yuan would beat a retreat in the face of difficulties after hearing his words. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually showed such little regard for his face. Yi Yuan naturally would not give him face. He did not have any improper thoughts toward Leng Qiuling, but these guys insisted on treating him as an imaginary foe. The most important thing was that this Shu Xing was a hypocrite who posed as someone of high morals with one look. Saw that his realm was low and wanted to drive him out of the team. Actually, if not in order to protect Leng Qiuling, he would not be bothered to travel together with these people. Yet, this Shu Xing was self-righteous and felt that Yi Yuan was benefiting from a association with him. Shu Xing's face fell and he said in a cold voice, refusing face when given, since that's the case, then you have no need to follow our squad anymore too. After all, we don't know each other. Lung Qiuling's brows furrowed and she said, Yi Yuan is my 1,000 imperial capital's guest. If he isn't in this team, then I'll leave too. Xu Xing's face changed, immediately overflowing with jealousy. He did not expect that Lung Qiuling actually had just little regard for his face, and was actually put in a dilemma for a moment. Humph. I'll give junior apprentice sister Lung face. Today's matter, this Xu remembered it. Xu Xing said with a cold snort. Bang. Suddenly, a violent fire wave attacked. Everyone turned pale with fright. Xu Xing, this wave of fire is too strong. You guys take care of yourselves. Remember, don't split up. Ji Kang's voice came over at this time. Got it, Elder Ji. Xu Xing said in a clear voice. Finished talking, he turned to everyone again and said, Everybody, we'll join hands for this wave of fire. All heed my command. Junior apprentice sister Leng, you hide behind me. Xu Xing had a righteous appearance that was unflinching in the face of death, as if everything was within control. Lung Qiuling originally did not want to answer, but seeing Yi Yuan wink at her, only then did she retreat. Another series of screams came over. Some weaker martial artists were still burned to death or seriously injured. Yi Yuan, right now is the juncture of life and death. Could it be that you plan on hiding at the back like a girl? When Xu Xing saw that Yi Yuan also shrinked back at the back, he could not resist saying in a cold voice. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, You all are powerful, I'm just a rookie. It's safer to hide at the back. The words incurred numerous scornful looks. These young heroes all felt that this Yi Yuan was simply too shameless. However, they already had no time to be scornful of Yi Yuan. Everyone listens to the command. Use your strongest attacks and meet the fire wave. Release. Xu Xing gave a fierce cry, his long sword suddenly attacking. A sword emerging, it was akin to a rainbow cutting across the sky, welcoming that wave of fire. Bang! 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 Multicolored divine essence undulations revolved around inside the mountain range, meeting the blazing fire in unison. Pew! 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 Even though these were all distinguished folks among the junior generation, the immortal wind grand array was seriously too strong. The enormous shock wave knocked their bodies flying backward, fresh blood spewing wildly. Xu Xing's entire person appeared somewhat wretched, the clothing on his body was also significantly scorched. However, the flames only paused slightly for a moment and staged a comeback. Xu Xing's face changed and he roared to the back, Everyone quickly run. These flames are unstoppable. As he said, how could he still care about Lung Qiuling, turning tail and running? Bang! The flames immediately burned a large area, screams echoed out together. Quite a number of young heroes did not have time to escape and were directly devoured by the large fire. Xu Xing and the group of geniuses covered their heads and scurried away. No idea how long they fled either, finally escaping the engulfment of the flames. But the moment he turned his head back, Xu Xing discovered that Lung Qiuling's traces were long gone, and his expression could not help changing. Zhuohan, you saw junior apprentice sister Lung? Xu Xing looked at the extremely wretched Zhuohan and asked in a solemn voice. Zhuohan still had not caught his breath until now. Seeing Xu Xing inquire, he could not help shaking his head and said, Didn't he see? Everyone was all fleeing on their own, how could I care about her? Xu Xing's brows furrowed. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, he discovered that the road when they came was long already engulfed by the large fire, becoming a sea of fire. Chapter 1862, Door of Four Symbols. Chapter 1862, Door of Four Symbols. A young hero said, Senior apprentice brother Xu, just now, in the mayhem, I seem to have seen junior apprentice sister Lung and that Yi Yuan get engulfed by the flame. Just now, a large wave of fire pounced over, engulfing many people all at once. Lung Qiuling dying inside was nothing strange. Damn it. Seeing that vast expanse of fire sea behind him, Xu Xing was extremely remorseful and angry. He finally managed to take fancy on a woman and she was actually burned to death just like this. But Zhuohan had an excited look because he heard that Yi Yuan was dead too. Senior apprentice brother Xu doesn't need to be like this. There are plenty of other fishes in the sea. Although that Lung Qiuling was quite good looking, There are still some who can match up to senior apprentice brother Shu with some difficulty. Zhuohan urged him. Sure enough, the moment Xu Xing heard, his expression became much better and he switched to a regretful expression as he said with a nod, "Be that as it may, with junior apprentice sister Lung dying in the sea of fire, I'm still very upset." Zhuohan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Shu is indeed somebody who values sentiments." Zhuohan admires. "Hey, you guys, look. There seem to be people walking inside that sea of fire." Suddenly, a young man shouted. Everyone got a big shock and used doubting gazes to look over. It was fine if they did not look, but when they saw it, each and every one of them was shocked until their jaws hit the ground. Amidst the sea of fire, there were indeed two figures vaguely visible, coming over to their side. How is this possible? Such a terrifying sea of fire, there are actually people who can move inside it. Yeah, I saw it clearly just now. A fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse was instantly burned to ashes. How can there possibly be people moving around inside it? Hang on, this seems to be a male and female. They look rather familiar. No need him to say, everyone already saw clearly. These two figures were precisely Yi Yuan and Leng Qiuling. Yi Yuan held Leng Qiuling with one hand, disappearing and reappearing inside the sea of fire as if they would be engulfed at any time. But those violent flames were seemingly avoiding the two of them. They were very safe from beginning to end. Zhuohan's face almost became green, looking at this scene full of disbelief. Swooze. Plus Yi Yuan leaped, bringing along Leng Qiuling and directly jumping out of the sea of fire. Not a scratch. Everyone did not quite dare to believe their eyes. Inside such a berserk sea of fire, they could actually remain completely unscathed. Yi Yuan looked at Xu Xing and said with a look of amuse. "Ement, this senior apprentice brother Xu, didn't you say that you wanted to protect junior apprentice sister Lung earlier? Why did you run even faster than a rabbit?" Xu Xing's expression choked up. He pledged in all solemnity just now with the appearance of a peerless hero, saying to protect Leng Qiuling. But when he fled, he completely did not even look at Leng Qiuling and ran faster than everyone else. Junior apprentice sister Leng, Xu Xing was just about to explain, but heard Leng Qiuling say indifferently, "Senior apprentice brother Xu's body is priceless, how can you risk your life? Moreover, senior apprentice brother Xu and I are neither kith nor kin, there's also no need to stay behind to save me." Toward Xu Xing, Leng Qiuling looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. Everyone said that a friend in need is a friend indeed, it was not false at all. Along the way, Xu Xing was always doing his best to please and woo. But when it really reached the critical moment, he was not reliable at all. Such a person was not worthy of undertaking any responsibility at all. Xu Xing they all retreated too suddenly, laying Leng Qiuling bare inside the sea of fire all of a sudden. Leng Qiuling was caught off guard and almost lost her life in the sea of fire. At the 11th hour, it was still Yi Yuan who stepped forward bravely and brought her out of the sea of fire. But towards Yi Yuan, Leng Qiuling was also extremely shocked in her heart. The surroundings were clearly all wildly dancing fire snakes, but they seemed to turn a blind eye to the two of them. She completely did not understand what happened. All in all, places where the fire snakes arrived at, wails of doom filled the lands. Yet, the two of them could stand aloof without paying attention to others. It was truly incomparably magical. Hearing Leng Qiuling said so, Xu Xing's heart seemed to have been pricked. In so many years, Leng Qiuling was the first woman who moved him. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye, the two people's relations Hi+P actually became like this. He used venomous eyes to look at Yi Yuan. He attributed this incident to Yi Yuan. Inside a valley ahead, a group of true God powerhouses had long already arrived. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that these true God powerhouses were all carrying wounds from head to toe. Their numbers also reduced a little. Clearly, this immortal wind heavenly fire grand array's power was extremely strong. Even true God powerhouses found it hard to avoid the outcome of death too. Currently, in the valley, apart from the Thousand Saw Alliance's powerhouses, the other itinerant cultivators were all taking a rest on their own too. In truth, The itinerant powerhouses that came this time were several times of the Thousand Saw Alliance in terms of numbers. Among them also had quite a few true God-level powerhouses. But in this place, no one dared to employ the strength of true God realm at all. Otherwise, being annihilated was just a matter of an instant. Someone complained in the crowd, "The Heavenly Sun mountain range is so big. We haven't found the entrance to the abode yet and so many people already died. This place wouldn't be a hoax, right? Isn't that so? This four symbols grand array is too terrifying. It's simply purgatory on Earth. It wouldn't be that we couldn't even find the entrance and we'd all be dead, right?" Regardless of whether it was the Thousand Saw Alliance or those itinerant martial artists, the expression on everyone's face was very ugly. Clearly, this was also what they were worried about. The four symbols grand array that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laid down was too terrifying. Eradicating them was like playing. But so many people died and they had not even seen the entrance to the abode. So how could they not be depressed? Rumble. Right at this time, in the four directions of the valley, four stone doors rose up from the ground, making the earth quake. The key to open up the abode lies inside these four stone doors. Inside each stone door contains a drop of Empyrean-level sour symbols true blood. When you collect the four symbols true blood, you'll be able to open this Empyrean's abode, and obtain this Empyrean's legacy. A voice was akin to rolling thunder, making everyone's faces wildly ecstatic. Empyrean level 4 symbols true blood, that was Amar's Civ lucky chance. If one could obtain a drop of Empyrean level 4 symbols true blood, even if they did not enter the abode, it was also sufficient to benefit for life. The crowd started seething with excitement once more. Especially Ji Kang, his two eyes were practically glowing. His realm had always been stuck at peak true God realm and kept being unable to break through. He knew that he had already exhausted his potential and was completely unable to break through to the Empyrean realm anymore. But, if let him obtain a drop of Empyrean level 4 symbols true blood, then he might very likely break through to the Empyrean realm. Swooze. Plus virtually without the slightest hesitation, Ji Kang immediately rushed towards the stone door on the east side. That stone door was the door of Azure Dragon. At this time, how was the Thousand Saw Alliance still useful? These true God powerhouses all moved swiftly, moving towards the 4 stone doors. Whoever was a step slow, the lucky chance might be snatc head away by others. Young Master Yi, which stone door are you planning to go? Leng Qiuling asked rather curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Vermilion Bird True Blood should be the bloodline most suited for you. Why don't we enter the door of Vermilion Bird? Leng Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. Hearing the meaning in his words, if they obtained the 4 symbols true blood, he was actually going to give to her this. Young Master Yi, are you not planning on obtaining for the 4 symbols true blood? Leng Qiuling asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just 4 symbols true blood, also not something remarkable. Come on. Chapter 1863, Vice Fire. Chapter 1863, Vice Fire. In front of their eyes was a boundless desert. Under the blazing sun, the entire world was akin to a heating stove. Entering the door of Vermilion Bird, it was quite a scene. This DAMN place, can't see the end at a glance. Where can we even find the Vermilion Bird True Blood? Most likely, it's deep in the desert. Don't delay anymore. Keep delaying and others will beat us to it. Upon hearing this, the crowd poured towards the depths of the desert like tidewater. Yi Yuan, let's set off too, Leng Qiuling said. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, more haste, less speed. It's already so dangerous outside, so why would this desert not be dangerous at all? Leng Qiuling's face changed. In this boundless desert, she could not feel the slightest danger. It seemed that apart from being a little hot, there was nothing peculiar. Then what should we do? Yi Yuan said, you cultivate an ice attribute cultivation method. So revolve your cultivation method and you'll naturally be safe. Leng Qiuling was not quite certain what it meant, but she still followed Yi Yuan's instructions and did it. On Leng Qiuling's body, cold air gradually grew. Her entire person seemed to be a lot colder too. After doing this, the two walked toward the depths of the desert unhurriedly. These two people are really doing unnecessary things. This place has no danger at all, and they actually started revolving divine essence. When they really encounter danger, see what they use to face the enemy. Seeing the divine essence on Lung Choling's body, a series of mocking sounds immediately came over. In everyone's view, this kind of action was undoubtedly very foolish. Constantly revolving one's cultivation method would continue depleting the divine essence within the body. Once encountering a battle, one would not be able to deal with the enemy at their peak state. Arg! Right at this time, a scream suddenly came from the crowd ahead. Then, his entire person caught on fire. Everyone's face changed, immediately retreating far away from that person. Very soon, that person on fire burned into nothingness, like he evaporated into thin air. Everyone's faces changed one after another, not understanding what happened. He was perfectly fine, why did he suddenly catch on fire? Someone said in a panic, What happened? Just as everyone was anxious and doubtful, several more people right at the front suddenly caught on fire, then burned into nothingness. At this time, everyone finally knew that this was not some incidental event. Inside this desert, concealed dangers that they did not know. Everybody be careful. This fire is too formidable. How the hell did that person burst into flames? I'm not playing anymore. I want to leave this place. Several centiliter US turs of flames made everyone immediately become alert. Some people were even clamoring about wanting to leave. But they barely walked 2 steps when a centiliter US tur of flames shot straight out, burning them into nothingness. The group of powerhouses was dumbfounded with shock, completely unaware of what was going on. Lung Choling looked at Yi Yuan rather amazedly. She felt that Yi Yuan making her revolve her cultivation method was likely in order to ward off this flame. But what in the world was this? Those powerhouses all did not dare to advance deep in anymore. But there was no use at all, there were still many people who were directly burned away by the flames. This way, Yi Yuan 2 people who were originally advancing slowly walked to the front ranks of the crowd instead. The 2 of their abnormal states immediately attracted quite a number of people's attention. Why are the 2 of them fine? The 2 of them have been constantly revolving their cultivation methods since entering this SPACE. Previously, we were still mocking them all along. Could it be that there's something fishy going on? I understand. This is Vice Fire. 1. The one who spoke was a true God powerhouse. Mentioning the name Vice Fire, that true God powerhouse's own expression also changed drastically, and was in a state of disbelief for a while. Not just him, the other people's faces similarly changed dramatically. Vice Fire is born in heart, without the slightest omen. Its power is immense. Legends have it that Vice Fire can burn everything, turning into nothingness. When Yi Yuan heard everyone's surprised and bewildered voices, the corners of his mouth could not help smiling slightly. These people finally reacted to it. The vermilion bird was a divine beast of fire. Its attainment in the laws of flame was exceedingly deep. This vast expanse of desert was actually a sea of Vice Fire. Walking in this desert, one must maintain tranquility of the mind, rippleless like an old well. Otherwise, once the Vice Fire was evoked, one would be directly burned to death. Of course, Yi Yuan could not have known beforehand. But with dustless around, this degree of trap naturally could not possibly affect him. In reality, ever since entering the Heavenly Sun mountain range, Yi Yuan felt like he had returned home. The extremely perilous land of danger to others was akin to flat ground for Yi Yuan. These people were all overly anxious for success, wanting to find the vermilion bird true blood as quickly as possible. It was naturally impossible to maintain a calm mind. Evoking Vice Fire was naturally something very normal. Discovering the oddity, these martial artists all strove to maintain tranquility of the mind. Sure enough, phenomenons of being burned by Vice Fire immediately fell drastically. However, things were not as simple as they imagined. As they continued going deeper, the temperature in the desert became higher and higher. Their state of mind also became more and more irritable. Hence, there were people who started to be burned to death by Vice Fire again. In the crowd, 2 gazes were staring fixedly at Yi Yuan all along. The older one among them opened his mouth and whispered, Heh, this kid is indeed rather capable, to actually be able to see through the vice fire in advance. If not for him, the two of us master and apprentice might die here too. The young man said, Master, I keep feeling that something is off about this Yi Yuan. These two were Ji Zun and Zhuo Han, master and disciple. When the two of them saw Yi Yuan enter the door of Vermilion Bird, they also followed closely behind and came in. The incident last time made Ji Zun very pent up with anger. Ever since entering the Heavenly Sun mountain range, he had always been finding a chance to get Yi Yuan alone, wanting to kill him. Seeing Jiyu Tianqiu entered the door of Black Tortoise, Ji Zun realized that the opportunity came. Hence, he followed Yi Yuan two people and entered the door of Vermilion Bird. Originally, they wanted to immediately take action. But when he saw Yi Yuan make Lung Qiuling revolve her cultivation method, Ji Zun kept feeling that there was something fishy. Hence, he did not make a move all along. They followed far behind the crowd. When he saw people being burned to death by vice fire in front, Ji Zun immediately understood. Hearing Zhuo Han's words, Ji Zun smiled and said, What you said is right, this boy is indeed rather different from the rest. Let's not take action first. I feel that by following him, we might be able to have an unexpected harvest. Seeing Zhuo Han's unwilling look, Ji Zun continued, Hannah, rest assured. Your grudge, Master will definitely avenge it for you. When we find the Vermilion Bird true blood, it's when Yi Yuan dies. Time slowly trickled by, the crowd searched for as long as half a month in the desert, but did not have any harvests. Many people became more and more irritable. The people who were burned to death by vice fire also became more and more. Does this dam in place have Vermilion Bird true blood or not? Goodness, no, I can't get angry, can't get agitated, maintain tranquility, stay calm. This person's slapstick comedy immediately incurred a series of laughter. But very soon, these laughing sounds quietened down. Laughing would not do too. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed in front and shouted, You guys, look. What's that? 1. This vice fire is a bit hard to translate. It's a fire used to punish sinners in HL. But in this context, it's a fire that burns when your emotions stir. Chapter 1864, Killing People on the Spot. Chapter 1864, Killing People on the Spot. No need for him to remind, everyone saw it. Not far ahead, an oasis actually appeared. In the center of the oasis was an island. There was a stone table on the island and a box was placed on the stone table. Vermilion Bird True Blood. It must be the Vermilion Bird True Blood. Everyone went berserk. How could they still care about other things? Russ. I plussing over toward the oasis like crazy. The Vermilion Bird True Blood is mine. No body is to snatch it. Kill. All scram further away for your father. The scene that was originally still peaceful instantly lost control. The martial artists were all beside themselves with frenzy, fighting for that box. But very soon, those celestial deity realm martial artists discovered to their dismay that that box was already being taken over by more than a dozen powerhouses. They could not go up at all. These dozen over powerhouses were all true God realm powerhouses. Even though they suppressed their realms at the celestial deity realm, their strength was not what ordinary celestial deity realms could compare to. Their law comprehensions were much stronger than celestial deity realm martial artists, not on the same level at all. Around the stone table, laid dead bodies that covered the ground. Yi Yuan and Lung Qiuling did not move. Seeing this situation, Lung Qiuling's expression dimmed, and she said, Sure enough, this kind of lucky chance can only belong to true God realms. Yi Yuan said smiling, That might not be so. Lung Qiuling's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, What does that mean? Yi Yuan smiled and said, You'll know in a while. But before this, we still have to settle some scores. Among the celestial deity realm martial artists, Zhuo Han's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He discovered that Yi Yuan was actually walking over to his side. Could it be that he discovered me? Impossible. We have been very careful along the way. It's impossible that he found out. Zhuo Han thought in his heart. At this time, Ji Zun was currently among those dozen over powerhouses in order to fight for the Vermilion Bird True Blood and did not have time to care about Zhuo Han at all. Things did not develop according to Zhuo Han's thoughts. Yi Yuan came closer and closer. Who, want to kill people? Then hide your killing intent a little better. With Ji Zun around, you're too reckless and unbridled. Yi Yuan's voice entered Zhuo Han's ears leisurely, shattering his last trace of hope. Zhuo Han's expression suddenly changed. How could he still dare to remain? His figure suddenly plussing out, scurrying over in the direction of the oasis. Master, save me, Zhuo Han bellowed. Those dozen over powerhouses were currently fighting in close quarters without rest. Ji Zun's strength took a very huge advantage among these powerhouses and was already almost snatching the box. Who knew that at this time, Zhuo Han suddenly dashed out. And behind him, Yi Yuan's figure arrived high up in the air. The frost counter sword in his hand, Yi Yuan's certain kill attack was already in the midst of unleash. Yi Yuan, you dare? Ji Zun's eyes turned bloodshot from anger as he roared. Yi Yuan grinned and said, do you think I dare or not? Yi Yuan's timing of taking action was too cunning. It was precisely when Ji Zun could not take care of his front and rear at the same time Ji Zun's two eyes were blood red. In the interval where he was in a daze, he was struck by another true God powerhouse with a blade. A sword crossing the void. Zhuo Han's movement technique was actually very fast, but what Yi Yuan used was greater teleportation. No matter how fast he was, how could escape Yi Yuan's sword? A sword unleash. Zhuo Han did not even have time to let out a scream and was utterly annihilated. Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's most promising genius disciple, perish. At the same time, Ji Zun was also hacked out of the battle royal by a blade, suffering a great loss in vitality. But he did not care about the injuries on his body at all. He looked at Yi Yuan as he roared angrily, Yi Yuan brat, not killing you, I, Ji Zun, am lesser than human. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Zun and said coolly, I'm afraid that you don't have that chance anymore. I didn't provoke the two of you master and disciple, but the two of you master and disciple wanted to do me time and again. Heh, really take me to be kneaded out of clay? Those celestial deity realm martial artists looked at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. This kid, a second firmament celestial deity realm, actually dared to provoke a true God realm powerhouse like this. This was being tired of living. But that sword just now indeed took their breaths away. A peak second firmament celestial deity actually one-shotted a fifth firmament celestial deity. Furthermore, the person Yi Yuan killed was not some nameless and unknown person, but Zhuo Han, who was known as Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's #1 genius. What in the world was this young man's background? Ha 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 ha, the vermilion bird true blood is mine. Right at this time, that true God powerhouse who chopped Ji Zun flying with a blade previously, finally grabbed that box, and let out a wild laugh. He charged out from the midst of more than a dozen true God powerhouses and finally got what he wished, acquiring the vermilion bird true blood. Ji Zun's gaze revealed a look of insanity, forcefully suppressing the injuries in his body, his figure suddenly disappearing. Poochie. That true God powerhouse was currently laughing away loudly when suddenly, his heart spurted fresh blood wildly. He actually had a hole punctured through from the back by someone with one sword. The box in his hand was naturally head away by someone. And the person who killed him was none other than precisely Ji Zun. In an instant just now, he unleashed a secret art, stimulating the potential in his body, and finished off that true God powerhouse with one sword while he was off guard. After snatching the treasure, virtually without stopping in the slightest, Ji Zun's figure turned into an afterimage, escaping out of the desert. Yi Yuan, when I refine the vermilion bird true blood, it will be the day where you meet your maker. In the air, the words that Ji Zun left behind reverberated. Talking about it was slow, but actually, the change just now happened in just an instant. Only then did that group of true God powerhouses feel as if they woke up from a dream. Each and every one of them was in a crazed state. Russ. Plussing after Ji Zun. They only found the vermilion bird true blood after going through hearts. PS, how could they possibly allow Ji Zun to monopolize it? Want to monopolize the vermilion bird true blood? No chance in HEL. Leave behind the vermilion bird true blood. After the group of true God powerhouses left, this slaughter finally calmed down. Those celestial deity realm martial artists looked toward Yi Yuan, pitying expressions on their faces. Ji Zun obtaining the vermilion bird true blood, after refining, his strength would surely soar greatly. He was originally a true God powerhouse already. So wouldn't dealing with Yi Yuan be accomplished with ease after this? Without the vermilion bird true blood, these people naturally had no need to stay anymore as well. Amidst a series of sighs, these celestial deity realm martial artists left the oasis. Leng Qiuling came to Yi Yuan's side and said with a sigh, "You were too impulsive. Killing a Zhuo Han is easy, but you thoroughly enraged Ji Zun like this." He obtained the vermilion bird true blood now. After refining, his strength will definitely improve further. At that time, he'll be even harder to deal with. Even if Ji Zun could not employ the strength of true God realm in this place, his realm could infinitely approach true God realm. Furthermore, Ji Zun's law comprehension was exceedingly high. It was completely impossible for celestial deity realm martial artists to be his match. Provoking such a powerful enemy was clearly not a very wise thing. Who knew that? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ji Zun obtained the vermilion bird true blood." "Who, most likely, he'll be disappointed." Leng Qiuling's face changed when he heard that and said, "Amen? What do you mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The vermilion bird true blood is still here, so, what Ji Zun brought away definitely isn't the vermilion bird true blood." "Still here? How is this possible?" Even if Leng Qiuling was cold as ice, she was also surprised by Yi Yuan's words. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, Ji Zun clearly obtained the vermilion bird true blood, but Yi Yuan said that he did not obtain it. Chapter 1865, Plucking the Sun Barehandedly. Chapter 1865, Plucking the Sun Barehandedly. Inside the bleak and desolate desert, more than 10 figures were flickering irregularly. "Ji Zun, leave behind the vermilion bird true blood. Your secret art has probably already reached the limit, right?" More than 10 powerhouses were in hot pursuit. This chase had also escaped more than God knows how many tens of thousands of miles away already. Ji Zun's entire person was in a great panic and he was still driven into an impasse. Finally, those dozen over figures caught up to Ji Zun, cutting off all of his paths of retreat. Ji Zun, you suffered heavy injuries and can't escape. Hurry up and hand over the vermilion bird true blood and we'll spare you from death." Although Ji Zun's background was deep, at this time, who would still care about him, this city lord? Ji Zun's expression turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "Want the vermilion bird true blood? Come and get it if you have the capabilities then." Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. More than 10 figures rushed up together, unfolding a fierce slaughter. Although Ji Zun was a 7th firmament true God powerhouse, he could not unleash his true strength at all currently. Coupled with that he was fighting against the odds, how could he be these people's match? Poochie. A blade pierced right into his abdomen, completely wiping out his vitality. That true God powerhouse holding the blade grinned hideously and said, "You courted death yourself, can't blame me." Right at this time, the corners of Ji Zun's mouth revealed a hint of a strange smile. That true God powerhouse immediately felt something amiss. "Be careful." Those over a dozen people were just about to step forward and search his body, but Ji Zun's body suddenly exploded. Amar's sieve energy wave spread out vigorously. The dozen over people were blown off their feet, each and every one suffering heavy injuries. That true God powerhouse who wielded the blade was actually directly blasted into ashes. 9 Suns Thunder Exploding Talisman. DDAMN. We were tricked. Chasing for so long, this was actually a clone of his. At this time, underground in some remote place inside the desert, Ji Zun's entire person was covered by sand. He opened up a narrow space under the ground and hid here. His aura was currently dispirited and inert, but looking at the jade box in his hand, his 2 eyes emitted light. In order to obtain you, I even abandoned the clone that I cultivated for several tens of thousands of years. With this vermilion bird true blood, I can definitely break through to the Empyrean realm and become the sovereign of a region. Yi Yuan brat, you killed Hannah right in front of my face. I'll make you wish you were dead. Upon thinking of Yi Yuan, Ji Zun's fury was boundless. If not for Yi Yuan killing Zhuo Han at the crucial moment, greatly shocking his mind, he also would not have been ambushed by someone, and obtaining this jade box would not expend so much effort. That clone was obtained by him several tens of thousands of years ago and had always followed him. Presently, it already cultivated to the boundary of fifth firmament true God as well. This clone cost him countless painstaking efforts. Now, everything was gone. Ji Zun's hatred toward Yi Yuan could be imagined. He naturally would not have thought that he nearly almost killed Yi Yuan back then. Feeling the waves of powerful undulation coming from inside the jade box, Ji Zun felt an upsurge of emotion. Carrying fluid turd feelings, Ji Zun's divine essence surged, slowly opening the jade box. Bang! A cloud of black gas suddenly emerged, immediately covering Ji Zun's face. Ha ha ha, this Empyrean finally sees the light of day anew. Boy, I'll borrow your body to use. A sinister voice came over, the black gas bored straight into Ji Zun's body. Ah, what the hell are you? Get lost for your father. Get out of your father's body. Ji Zun roared furiously. Je, this seat is Empyrean devil feather. To be able to get possessed by this Empyrean, you should be happy. Scram. What dogfart Empyrean? Your bit of strength also wants to seize possession of my body. Dream on. Je, this Empyrean already invaded inside your sea of consciousness. Want to seize possession or not, that's not up to you too. Why? Why isn't it the vermilion bird true blood inside this box? Ji Zun bellowed. Vermilion bird true blood. Turns out that you were finding the vermilion bird true blood. Ha ha ha, in this SPACE, the vermilion bird true blood is that blazing sun. You actually thought that it's inside this jade box? Really foolies. But, it's precisely also because of your foolishness that this Empyrean can see the light of day again. Empyrean Devil Feather laughed strangely as he said. Be blazing sun. I impossible. Empyrean Devil Feather's words made Ji Zun's mind tremble greatly. A person and a fiend unleashed an intense struggle inside Ji Zun's sea of consciousness. That's the vermilion bird true blood. This. How is this possible? Lung Choling raised her head and looked at the sky. That blazing sun was incomparably scorching. But she was unable to believe no matter what that blazing sun was actually the vermilion bird true blood that everyone racked their heads to SNATCH for. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this SPACE is hewed open with the vermilion bird true blood as its foundation. And this oasis is the center of this SPACE. One can only obtain the vermilion bird true blood from here. Lung Choling's mouth opened into a circle and said with a disbelieving look, Then what was it that Ji Zun SNATC had away? Yi Yuan smiled and said, that I don't know. But I reckon that it's nothing good. Who? Lung Choling listened until she stared dumbfounded and was tongue-tied. Until now, she still felt like she was dreaming. Looking at the dead bodies strewn all over the ground in the oasis, Lung Choling could not help smiling bitterly. These people went through all kinds of hards. HI+PS and difficulties to come here. They did not expect that what they fought over was actually a fake vermilion bird true blood. However, Lung Choling soon felt at ease too. The world of martial artists was like this to begin with. Those who possess a great destiny could obtain Astonis. HI+ing treasures inside mystic realms, going through a nirvanic rebirth. But the vast majority of the people would perish inside mystic realms. The birth of a powerhouse was built on countless corpses. Using the achievement of a general was built on the dead bodies of countless soldiers was not over the top at all. But, how should we obtain the vermilion bird true blood? Lung Choling asked with uncertainty. In this place, no one dared to fly toward the sky. Because the high alt. 1-2 restrictive array formation was not what they could contend with. This had already been confirmed by countless people. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, figure leaping, and stepped onto that stone table. Rumble. In the sky, winds and clouds changed. An extremely powerful flame appeared indistinctly as if it was going to burn the entire SPACE. And Yi Yuan was situated in the center of this firestorm. Seeing this scene, Leng Qiuling's expression changed greatly, and she exclaimed, Yi Yuan, be careful. But Yi Yuan did not care at all, figure leaping straight up to the cloud. At the same time, a majestic power of great Tao burst forth on Yi Yuan's body, welcoming that horrifying flame. Leng Qiuling's pupils constricted. That limitless flame was actually shrinking, as if it was afraid of Yi Yuan. Those flames finally converged on the blazing sun. Yi Yuan flew higher and higher, all the way until he was at the same height as the blazing sun. Under Leng Qiuling's astonished gaze, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and plucked at the blazing sun. At this time, the incomparably berserk blazing sun actually became incomparably docile, its light weakening extremely rapidly, finally turning into the appearance of a drop of blood. Yi Yuan grasped lightly, holding this drop of vermilion bird true blood in the palm of his hand, and floated down. Leng Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment on her face. How did you do it? Chapter 1866, Great Destiny. Chapter 1866, Great Destiny. Everything was as a matter of course. It was as if all this was prepared for Yi Yuan. No matter looking from which angle, climbing up to the sky to pluck the blood, this sort of thing was an extremely dangerous thing. But Yi Yuan did it so calmly. That appearance was like walking one round in his own backyard. You refine it here. I'll stand guard over you. Nobody should come over to this place anymore. Yi Yuan handed the vermilion bird true blood to Leng Qiuling, but Leng Qiuling did not take it. You're really giving it to me? Leng Qiuling's eyes carried some doubt. Not that she was suspicious, but that this kind of Civ lucky chance was what even peak true God powerhouses were moved by. But Yi Yuan gave it to her without the slightest hesitation. This kind of thing, anyone would feel like they were dreaming. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can the relations Hi plus P between friends be what a drop of true blood can replace? That day, if not for you speaking up to stop it in the Leng family, this you would have many more troubles appear out of thin air. This drop of true blood, give to you. But this is too valuable. With the treasure being in front of her, it would be false if Leng Qiuling said that she was unmoved. But this vermilion bird true blood was really quite a hot potato. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can an Empyrean's abode possibly just have this bit of vermilion bird true blood? The real treasures are all inside the abode. This vermilion bird true blood might not be considered very valuable. This refinement took 3 months' time. On this day, in the oasis, a scorching light shot to the sky. An enormous vermilion bird phantom formed behind Leng Qiuling. Her aura was also much stronger than before and actually already stepped into 6th firmament celestial deity. Congratulations! From today onwards, ice and fire laws fusing, Miss Leng's strength will increase greatly. The title of vast heaven great imperial capital's #1 genius will likely change owners very soon. Leng Qiuling slowly opened her eyes, Yi Yuan's voice transmitted into her ears. Leng Qiuling was just about to answer when her gaze turned sharp, a hint of surprise flash. Hi plussing across her eyes. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan also actually broke through to become a 3rd firmament celestial deity already. Didn't you break through too? A hint of a bitter smile flashed across the corners of Leng Qiuling's mouth. She thought that by obtaining the vermilion bird true blood, she would suppress Yi Yuan for some time. She did not expect that within a short 3 months, Yi Yuan similarly broke through his realm. Could it be that this guy had no bottlenecks? Yi Yuan smiled and said, this vermilion bird true blood's vital energy is too beneficial. I also suffered a considerable impact by the side and actually found the opportunity to break through just like that. Alright, it's getting late, we should head out. Opening up the Empyrean abode still needs to borrow the power of your vermilion bird true blood. Leng Qiuling nodded her head slightly and followed Yi Yuan, heading toward the exit together. When they returned to the Heavenly Sun mountain range, that valley was already packed full of martial artists. TSK, that Xu Xing is really remarkable, to actually obtain the white tiger true blood. His strength is formidable to begin with. Now, among the junior generation, nobody is his match at all. Isn't that so? Heard that a kid called Yi Yuan actually dared to S&TCH away his woman, really tired of living. Heh, to talk about this Yi Yuan, that isn't some nice guy either. Inside the door of Vermilion Bird, Yi Yuan killed Heavenly Water City Lord Ji Zun's disciple in front of his face. Putting aside that Yi Yuan's strength is fearsome, his gall is also unbelievably fat. However, Ji Zun obtained the Vermilion Bird True Blood, so that kid will likely suffer a disaster. There's still such a thing. Then this kid really took the road to ruin. No matter how talented he is, he's also merely a second firmament celestial deity. In front of Shu Xing and Ji Zun, he's akin to an ant. At this time, the general situation had already settled down. Everyone was discussing the owner's HI+P issue of the Four Symbols True Blood this time. Several wisps of discussing sounds floated into Leng Qiuling and Yi Yuan's ears. Leng Qiuling's brows furrowed. She did not think that Shu Xing actually obtained the White Tiger True Blood. She knew how difficult it was to obtain the True Blood from the hands of a group of true God powerhouses. This Shu Xing was truly a proud son of heaven, his destiny exuberant. Suddenly, a dark shadow arrived with a howl. The powerful aura immediately enveloped Yi Yuan. Two people. Die. On the Thousand Saw Alliance's side, Ji Yu Qiang's expression suddenly changed, attacking fiercely at the same time. Bang! In an intense clash, Ji Yu Qiangqiu was actually struck until he fell back repeatedly. Ji Zun, what's the meaning of this? Ji Yu Qiangqiu said in a solemn voice. This dark shadow was none other than precisely the Ji Zun who just came out of the door of Vermilion Bird. At this time, Ji Zun's aura was much more gloomier and colder compared to before, virtually able to freeze people. Ji Yu Qiangqiu, I only want this boy's life, it has nothing to do with you. If you don't move, I'll kill you too. Ji Zun said in a cold voice. Ji Yu Qiangqiu was greatly enraged when he heard that and said, Want to kill me? With just the likes of you. Ji Zun released his aura. The terrifying aura spread out, making Ji Yu Qiang's pupils shrink. This Ji Zun seemed to be different. You can try, Ji Zun said in a cold voice. At this time, Ji Kang suddenly stepped forward and said, All right, everyone is about to enter the Empyrean abode, the real treasure should all be hidden there. Two great true God powerhouses having an internal strife here isn't some good thing. Give me face, put aside whatever grudge there is. It won't be too late to kill people after leaving this Empyrean abode. Ji Zun's expression changed several times and he snorted coldly and said, Fine, I'll give you face. Ji Yu Qiangqiu, after going out, if you still dare to protect this little animal, I'll definitely kill you. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Ji Yu Qiangqiu snorted coldly and said, impervious to reason. Actually, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Exchanging a blow just now, Ji Zun's strength seemed to be much stronger than before. But in this place, everyone suppressed their cultivation realms. Just how one's strength was, one could only know after going out. Ji Kang smiled and said, Who? Ji Kang heard that you obtained the Vermilion Bird True Blood. Come, the other three people are already in position. You guys open up the Empyrean abode. Hearing this, Ji Zun's expression became even uglier as he said in a solemn voice, I didn't get the Vermilion Bird True Blood. Ji Kang's smile turned stiff on his face and he said in surprise, You didn't obtain it. Then who got it? Ji Zun's unfriendly gaze looked toward Leng Qiuling. If a snipe and a clam are locked in a fight, it's only to the advantage of the fisherman. I didn't expect that in the end, it actually let this girlie become the fisherman. Everyone's gazes looked over toward Leng Qiuling, all incomparably surprised. Only then did Ji Yu Qiangqiu also pay attention to this disciple of his at this time. She actually already broke through to become a sixth firmament celestial deity. Beyond the shock, he was pleasantly surprised. Haha, Linger, you really obtained the Vermilion Bird True Blood. Ji Yu Qiangqiu said with a big laugh. Leng Qiuling nodded her head, counted as acquiescing to it. When Shu Xing heard this news, he also laughed loudly as he said, It's really great. Junior apprentice Sister Qiuling, you and I are both people of great destiny. It's impossible for you and that ant beside you to get together. The gap between you guys will only get bigger and bigger. Come, let's go open up the abode. He felt that him acquiring the White Tiger True Blood and Lung Choling obtaining the Vermilion Bird True Blood could already shake off all of the young generation. In the future, even stepping into the realm of Empyrean was also not impossible. Yi Yuan was naturally even less worthy of Lung Choling. Great destiny? Senior apprentice Brother Shu, I think that you're mistaken. The one who possesses a great destiny isn't me, but Yi Yuan. This Vermilion Bird True Blood was given to me by him. Lung Choling shook her head and explained. Chapter 1867, Empyrean Abode's True Colors. Chapter 1867, Empyrean Abode's True Colors Ji gave to you? Shu Xing opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief. For Symbol's True Blood, this kind of Siv lucky chance would actually be given to others with 2 hands. Not just Shu Xing, the others also looked at Yi Yuan with stunned faces. This guy was also too extravagant in order to chase after a girl, right? Quite a number of people looked at Lung Choling, all envious to the extreme. They only hated that they did not have Lung Choling's looks and let Yi Yuan gift this Siv lucky chance to them. How great would that be? Obtaining the Vermilion Bird True Blood was not just increasing cultivation so simple. That was equivalent to cleansing the martial artist's marrows anew, letting the martial artist have greater room for improvement in the future. Especially for peerless geniuses like Shu Xing and Lung Choling, they even had a chance of stepping into the realm of Empyrean in the future. That realm was a legendary existence, who would not be moved? Lung Choling nodded and said, without Yi Yuan, even if I knew where the Vermilion Bird True Blood was, it's also impossible to obtain it. Ji Zun's gaze locked onto Yi Yuan firmly, Nas. Hi plussing his teeth in hatred. Everyone did not discover that the blazing sun in the sun was the real Vermilion Bird True Blood, so why was he able to discover it? Ji Zun learned from Empyrean Devil Feather there that the blazing sun in the sky was the real Vermilion Bird True Blood. Originally, he still harbored great hopes, thinking that no one would discover it. But sadly, when he came out from underground, he discovered that that blazing sun in the sky was long gone. The sky was still that sky, but the Vermilion Bird True Blood was not around anymore. This made him practically go insane. This boy is rather interesting. The concealment of the Vermilion Bird True Blood can be said to be highly ingenious. Everyone can see it, everyone is under its illumination, but it's simply impossible for there to be people who would think that the sun on top of their heads was actually the Vermilion Bird True Blood. But this boy did it. Empyrean Devil Feather said with a strange laugh. Empyrean Devil Feather was still suppressed by Ji Zun in the end. But Ji Zun was not able to exterminate him too and could only seal him up, not giving him the chance to recover. But when Empyrean Devil Feather saw Yi Yuan, he became greatly interested. Humph. No matter how extraordinary he is, it's also hard to escape death in the end. Ji Zun said with a cold snort. Empyrean Devil Feather laughed and said, have you ever thought that this boy might be hiding an even greater secret on him? Ji Zun's mind stirred, but he still said disdainfully, no matter how great the secret on him is, can it be bigger than heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's treasures? Empyrean Realm also said, that's true. Back then, heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove nearly almost broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Lord Zhu Shong was even a magnitude worse compared to him. On this side, Shu Xing could not quite maintain his expression anymore. He was still just pledging in all solemnity, saying that Yi Yuan was an ant and did not have a great destiny. But in a blink of an eye, his face was slapped resoundingly. Yi Yuan obtained the Vermilion Bird True Blood and gave it straight to Lung Choling. He, Shu Xing, obtained the White Tiger True Blood but chose to refine it himself. Now, he ran over to say whatever you and I both have great destinies. This was simply performing a slapstick. Feeling those strange gazes from all around, Shu Xing wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Ji Kang also looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. Nodding his head, he said to Lung Choling, since that's the case, then let's get started. Lung Choling nodded slightly, leaping up and flying in front of the door of Vermilion Bird. Shu Xing and the other 2 people also flew in front of their respective doors. Apart from Shu Xing, the other 2 were both true God realm itinerant cultivators. But the true God realm powerhouses on the Thousand Saw Alliance's side were empty-handed. The four people revolved the bloodline power within their bodies. Immediately, four enormous four-symbols phantoms emerged in the air. Four roars echoed out. Those four phantoms tunneled straight into the four symbols' doors. Inside the four symbols' doors, four beams of light emitted, colliding together fiercely. Rumble. Amar's sieve stone door condensed and formed in the valley. On the stone door, an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life exuded, stirring people's souls. Even those true God powerhouses were all incomparably rattled too. The aura inside this stone door was not what they could contend with at all. Seeing this stone door, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This aura, could it be? Dustless also had a look of surprise and said with a nod, most likely, you guessed correctly. What in the world does this old fogey want to do? The others naturally would not pay attention to Yi Yuan. All of them had their attention drawn by this stone door. Haha, after this stone door opens, it definitely contains countless treasures. Come on. Finally, someone could not hold back the excitement in their hearts and sped over toward the stone door. With someone leading the way, how could these people still endure it, all flying toward the stone door crazily? Leng Qiuling's figure floated down but discovered that Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you? Leng Qiuling asked curiously. Yi Yuan frowned and said, nothing, let's go in too. The scene before their eyes changed. The group of powerhouses arrived in another mountain range. What is this place? That stone door just now seems to be the entrance to a small world. Could it be that this place is Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's small world? It's likely the case. If one can find Immortal Grove's Dao fruit here, that's truly soaring to the heavens in one bound. These martial artists were not fools either, realizing something very quickly. Yi Yuan looked at the scene before his eyes and could not help heaving a heavy sigh. The thing that he was most afraid of indeed still happened. This place was none other than precisely the Immortal Grove world. This place, Yi Yuan was too familiar. This place that they were at right now was precisely the Godsfall mountain range. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove connected his own small world to that stone door. The aura of that stone door was practically identical to the world-locking gate. Yi Yuan recognized it with one glance. Yi Yuan did not know what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was trying to do. But so many celestial deities, even true God powerhouses entering the Immortal Grove world. Once a great battle occurred, the people would likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. To these martial artists, a small world counted for nothing at all. But this place was his, Yi Yuan's hometown, the place that he grew up in. Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you? Your expression is very ugly. Leng Qiuling asked concernedly. She discovered that Yi Yuan's entire state was rather off starting from just now. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I'm fine. You should follow City Lord Jiyu first. I have some matters and need to leave for a while. I'll come and find you guys again later. Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not wait for Leng Qiuling to agree either, his figure moving and Vonnie's HI plussing on the spot. Jizun's attention had always been on Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan leave, he originally planned on chasing after. But in a blink, he lost Yi Yuan's traces. This made him greatly shocked in his heart. JEJ, really wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. Didn't expect that we actually arrived at Old Fart Immortal Grove's small world. That thing is likely here too, right? Empyrean Devil Feather laughed strangely as he said. Jizun's heart stirred and he asked, that thing? What thing? Something that could move a heavenly emperor powerhouse definitely would not be an ordinary object. Empyrean Devil Feather gave a cold laugh and said, you'd best not have designs on it. That's something that Lord Zhu Shong wants. If you dare to touch it, you should know the consequences. Jizun's expression changed and he fell silent. Chapter 1868, Heaven-Killing Sword Formation. Chapter 1868, Heaven-Killing Sword Formation Rumble. The earth trembled, the whole world in shock. Inside the law enforcement hall was long in a chaotic mess. What happened again? Why does it feel like it's the apocalypse? Fang Tian's expression was very ugly, a foreboding feeling lingering in his heart. At present, Fang Tian was the controller and knew everything about the Immortal Grove world like the back of his hand. Just earlier, a primeval-like force suddenly barged into the Immortal Grove world. That force made even him, this controller, feel palpitation. Sky Distant, Lu Linfeng, Teng Yun, and the rest of the powerhouses naturally sensed this horrifying aura too, coming over one after another. Elder Fang, what happened? Why is our Immortal Grove world always dogged by misfortune and disasters? Sigh. Everyone clamored to get a word in. Some grumbled, some were helpless, but even more were alarmed and panicky. Fang Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly as he said, I don't know what happened as well. This aura, I can feel that it's very similar to the World Locking Gates aura. But it's in the direction of the GODS4 mountain range. My perception isn't able to extend over. Everyone's faces changed. Even Fang Tian, this controller, was unable to perceive it. This matter was definitely huge. Right at this time, a figure appeared out of thin air, his expression solemn. Everyone. Seeing the arrival clearly, everyone's face was wild with joy. Indeed, whenever the Immortal Grove world was in danger, Yi Yuan would always show himself. Yi Yuan, it's really great that you came back. Something seems to have happened over at the GODS4 mountain range that side. Fang Tian spoke halfway when Yi Yuan interrupted his words by saying, Senior Fang Tian, I entered the Immortal Grove world from over there. This incident is likely not so simple. A large group of Heavenspan world powerhouses entered the Immortal Grove world and might make the Immortal Grove world fall apart to pieces. When everyone heard that, each and every one of them had ashen looks. They did not expect that the state of affairs would actually be so serious. Yi Yuan, what is going on here? Fang Tian's face changed as he said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either. But one thing is certain, this is a setup arranged by Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. But what his goal is, I can make nothing of it. This matter has already exceeded my control. Senior Fang Tian, what you all have to do next is to stabilize the Immortal Grove world. Starting from now, everyone is prohibited from entering the GODS4 mountain range. You all rest assured, unless I die, I won't let the Immortal Grove world be broken into pieces. Alright, not saying anymore, I'll be leaving now. Remember, make sure not to enter the GODS4 mountain range. Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared before everyone again. Everyone's faces had solemn looks. They felt pressure from Yi Yuan. The Yi Yuan in the past had always been calm and composed. But this time, he seemed to be somewhat different from usual. After the crisis of the fiend race, they seemed to have not seen Yi Yuan so anxious before anymore. Someone as powerful as the heavenly sin heretic God was also toyed by Yi Yuan in the palm of his hands. Figure flash. Hi plus ing. Yi Yuan returned to the GODS4 mountain range once more. But the expression on his face became even uglier. The Kunwu divine wood that originally towered into the clouds actually disappeared without a trace already. Senior Kunwu, he, Dustless, shook his head and said, I don't know either. At that time, I'd already fallen into slumber. The matter between him and Immortal Grove, I'm not aware of it. Yi Yuan's brows knitted even tighter. He seriously could not figure out just what on earth Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was doing, to actually draw so many powerhouses to his lair. Especially that even the Kunwu divine wood, which was unwavering for 10,000 years, already disappeared into thin air now as well. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, I keep feeling that this matter isn't so simple. Forget it, take it one step at a time then. Just hope that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove doesn't use his own small world as a chip. Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure moved once more, disappearing. Heaven-killing sword formation. There are a total of 9 levels of power. Those who clear 3 levels can enter the next mountain peak. People who clear the 6 levels will be awarded a true God mystic treasure. Those who clear 9 levels will be awarded an Empyrean spirit treasure. On a mountain peak, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's voice sounded out once more. Ahead, an enormous sword formation spanned in front of the group of powerhouses. At this time, everyone already saw that on that tallest mountain peak far away, there was a large palace, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Anyone could guess that the true treasures were likely inside that palace. However, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's words still drove the group of powerhouses into a frenzy. Empyrean spirit treasure. That was something that made Empyrean powerhouses go crazy for. Now, it was right in front of their eyes. But they also knew that wanting to clear the level 9 difficulty was practically something impossible. But if one could clear the level 6 difficulty, obtaining a true God mystic treasure was also very decent. Those true God powerhouses, not everyone had a true God mystic treasure. This kind of thing could be encountered but could not be hoped for. Let me. A ninth firmament celestial deity martial artist could not resist and was the first to challenge the formation. No one stopped him. There would always be someone who would spearhead the attack. This person going to probe the sword formation's power was also a pretty good choice. Swoosh. Plus that powerhouse leaped and entered straight into the heaven-killing sword formation. Immediately, countless sword lights came whistling from all directions. That ninth firmament celestial deity's strength was indeed intrepid. No matter how strong the sword lights were, they could not do anything to him. Fan Ming's strength is indeed formidable. Heard that he once challenged 3 powerhouses of the same rank without being defeated. His strength is rather powerful among itinerant cultivators. Looking at it, he might be able to obtain a true God mystic treasure, TSK, celestial deity realm, and possess a true God mystic treasure. Really envious. Fan Ming clearly had some fame among the itinerant cultivators. The moment he made his move, the others all gasped in admiration. At the same time, they also had a clear understanding of the sword formation's power. Furthermore, ninth firmament celestial deity was a tier 1 team powerhouse among these powerhouses to begin with. Sure enough, Fan Ming's strength was intrepid, clearing the level 3 difficulty sword formation very quickly. Then, a transmission array appeared in the corner of the grand array. Now, you can choose to leave and can also choose to carry on challenging. Inside the grand array, a voice sounded out. I choose to continue challenge, Fan Ming said without the slightest hesitation. In the wake of his voice fading, that transmission array disappeared. The grand array started operating again. All of a sudden, the situation changed drastically. Inside the heaven-killing sword formation, a series of horrifying sword energy practically turned corporeal, sing through the sword formation. Although the group of powerhouses was outside the sword formation, they felt like the series of terrifying sword intent was virtually piercing through them. Terrifying. The difficulty of this 4th level soared several times all at once. Fan Ming's expression changed drastically. But it was already too late for him to want to regret it now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One sword light after another arrived with a whistle. How could Fan Ming still dare to dawdle, bringing out 120% of his ability immediately? Poochie. A sword light pierced right through his protective divine essence, tearing through his body. Following the first sword light landing, countless sword lights rained down like a web, puncturing Fan Ming into a sieve. Outside the sword formation, it was death-like silence. Chapter 1869, Shu Xing's Coercion. Chapter 1869, Shu Xing's Coercion. A ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse actually died in front of them just like this. This cast a shadow over the road ahead. They finally knew that this true God mystic treasure was not easy to get. Let alone clearing the level 9 sword formation and obtaining the Empyrean spirit treasure. Let me give it a try. At this time, Ji Kang suddenly stepped forward and walked toward the sword formation. Among this group of people, Ji Kang's strength should be the strongest. Everyone was very looking forward to it, wanting to see just which step he could walk to. Upon entering the sword formation, Ji Kang's strength immediately unfolded. In the first 3 rounds, Fan Ming did not clear it easily, but Ji Kang cleared it naturally and smoothly. Reaching the 4th round, everyone's hearts became nervous. But without any surprises, Ji Kang chose to continue challenging it. 4th round, Ji Kang's pressure soared. Everyone could feel that he was straining much more than before. But he was an entire major realm higher than Fan Ming. His strength naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was everyone's first time witnessing the 5th round. The powerhouses outside the sword formation all turned pale. Too horrifying. However, Ji Kang still made it through smoothly. In the 6th round, after Ji Kang suffered a series of tempestuous sword lights, he still made it through. When the transmission array appeared in front of Ji Kang again, he hesitated. You still have 3 breaths of time to consider. 3, 2, that voice in the sword formation sounded out once more. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Right at this time, Ji Kang moved. He stepped into the transmission array without the slightest hesitation. Vonnies. HI plus ing. Even Lord Ji Kang don't dare to challenge the 7th level too? Sure enough, an Empyrean spirit treasure isn't that easy to get. Those true God powerhouses had regretful faces. Even Ji Kang did not dare to challenge the 7th level. Them going to challenge it were most likely to die too. Although Empyrean spirit treasures were good, one also needed to have the life to take it. Before long, Ji Kang's figure appeared on the other side of the grand array. Clearly, he obtained a true God mystic treasure at some place. However, his face did not have any joy. True God mystic treasures might be good stuff to others, but to him, it was merely something superfluous. With 2 people taking the lead, these powerhouses started challenging one after another. But, for celestial deity realm martial artists, virtually no one dared to challenge the 4th round. In reality, celestial deity realm martial artists, people that were able to clear the first 2 rounds were very, very few. Only to see one life after another snuff out inside the heaven-killing sword formation. True God powerhouses, someone challenged the 4th level too. But after 5 to 6 true God powerhouses died in a row, no one dared to continue challenging as well. Yi Yuan quietly returned beside Leng Qiuling since no idea when, as he said, "Looks like this round is very brutal." Yi Yuan saw that the number of martial artists was clearly much lesser than before, only then sighing emotionally. Leng Qiuling nodded her head and said, "The power of this sword formation is very terrifying. Even Lord Ji Kang only cleared the 6th round too." Yi Yuan nodded his head, having a rough understanding of the heaven-killing sword formation's power. A genius that holds even the vermilion bird true blood in contempt, this sword formation definitely can't stump you. Why don't you go up and try? You wouldn't be scared, right? Ha ha ha, Shu Xing had always been staring over here. The reason why he had not gone to challenge yet was to wait for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan made him lose face time and again. He must win back some ground this time in the heaven-killing sword formation. Young Master Shu, don't make things difficult for people. A 3rd firmament celestial deity going up is definitely death. Lend him a few galls and he also doesn't dare to go up, right? Hey, boy, you even gave the vermilion bird true blood to Miss Lung. Don't lose face in front of a beauty. Hurry up and go give it a shot. The moment Shu Xing opened his mouth, many young geniuses immediately started squeezing Yi Yuan. In their eyes, Shu Xing and Leng Qiuling were people who genuinely had great destinies. In this mystic realm trip, their harvests were likely far more than this. And Yi Yuan was utterly worthless in their eyes. Said that he gave the vermilion bird true blood to Leng Qiuling, who saw it. Said that he killed Zhuo Han with one sword, they did not believe at all. A 3rd firmament celestial deity was a 3rd firmament celestial deity. If they did not see with their own eyes, no one would believe that Yi Yuan could really kill Zhuo Han. Even if he killed, he definitely used despicable means too. Toward these people's contempt, Yi Yuan naturally would not pay attention. He just said coolly, "I say, can you be a bit more promising or not?" Shu Xing's expression turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "You're saying that I'm a good-for-nothing? You want me to be killed by the heaven-killing sword formation and still have to use this kind of second-rate goading technique? What is it if not good for nothing? If you issue a challenge to me and compete in who clears the most rounds, I can view you in a better light," Yi Yuan said coolly. Shu Xing's face alternated between green and white. His poultry trick was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. Saying so much, aren't you still gutless, not daring to enter the sword formation? Xu Xing said with a cold smile. This sword formation's terrifying power already scared away quite a number of martial artists. Those weaker celestial deity realm martial artists were already not planning to continue advancing anymore. They did not have hopes of clearing the first 3 levels at all. Hence, Xu Xing was certain that Yi Yuan's bit of strength definitely did not dare to enter the sword formation. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. You go and challenge first. If the rounds I clear is less than yours, the mystic realm at the back, I won't go anymore." "Yi Yuan, you mustn't." Leng Qiuling's face changed and she urged. She knew that Yi Yuan's strength was powerful, but this sword formation, even Ji Kang did not dare to go and challenge the 7th level too. It was too terrifying. Yi Yuan's willful challenge would get him killed. Xu Xing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "All right then, I'll go and challenge it first. At that time, don't get scared until you wet your pant." Ha ha ha, a wave of hooting also came from all around, very disapproving of Yi Yuan's willful provocation. Hearing Yi Yuan's laughable challenge, Xu Xing was overjoyed in his heart. This time, he was finally going to make Yi Yuan lose all face in front of Leng Qiuling. Xu Xing was not perfunctory either, leaping and entering inside the heaven-killing sword formation. Upon entering the sword formation, countless sword lights came head-on. Xu Xing's strength was formidable, lifting something heavy as if it were light, blocking it easily. Brother Xu's strength is truly astonishing. Hi plusing like a celestial's. His sword Dao law fused with lightning and fire, 2 great laws. Now, he refined the white tiger true blood too, his current strength is too terrifying. The first 3 rounds shouldn't have any suspense anymore. As long as he clears the 3rd round, Yi Yuan will have to clear until the 6th round. That kid will likely really be scared until he wet his pants. The power of the heaven-killing sword formation was set according to the martial artist's overall strength, becoming stronger when encountering someone strong, becoming weaker when encountering someone weak. Xu Xing's comprehension of laws was indeed formidable. He cleared the first 3 rounds very quickly. When the transmission array appeared, that voice sounded out once more. "I choose to continue," Xu Xing immediately said without the least bit of hesitation. Exceeding everyone's expectations, Xu Xing actually chose to continue challenging the formation. The grand array that fell silent lit up once again. The terrifying sword light suddenly leveled up, Xu Xing's aura also skyrocketed along with it. Chapter 1870, Standing Firm. Chapter 1870, Standing Firm. TSK, Xu Xing is forcing Yi Yuan to the death here. Can this guy clear the 6th round? Since he dared to do so, he likely has some confidence. Fusing 3 kinds of law powers, plus the white tiger bloodline, his strength is already unimaginable. Xu Xing's crazy action caused a huge uproar. Ever since Fan Ming, no celestial deity realm martial artists dared to challenge the 4th round at all. Only by clearing the 3rd and 6th round would a transmission array appear. If one could not clear it, then there was only the outcome of waiting for death. Quite a few people cast amused looks toward Yi Yuan. If Xu Xing really made it through the 6th round, then it would be fun for them to see Yi Yuan going through the challenges. Reckon that he would really wet his pants. Xu Xing did not disappoint everyone. Although it was rather strained, he still successfully cleared the 4th round. In the 5th round, the white tiger bloodline power in Xu Xing's body suddenly erupted, making it through. Everyone was stunned, including those true God powerhouses. Each and every one of them became somewhat ashamed of their inadequacy. A celestial deity realm martial artist actually made it to the 6th round, while these true God powerhouses, actually did not even dare to challenge the round. The so-called proud son of heaven was roughly like this. In the level 6 sword formation, the power was tremendous. Xu Xing, who was amidst sword lights, was far from as composed as before, with the injuries on his body also increasing. Xu Xing's sword intent crisscrossed, 3 kinds of law powers utilized to the limit. The white tiger bloodline power was similarly urged to the limit. Even so, Xu Xing was also perilously close to death, Hi plusing past the death God many times. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, not knowing if he could clear this round or not. Suddenly, the sword formation abruptly stopped. The transmission array appeared. Shu Xing succeeded in clearing this round. All of the powerhouses drew a cold breath. The peak 6th firmament celestial deity Shu Xing actually cleared the 6th round. This was absolutely an incomparably proud battle achievement. The current Shu Xing was riddled with injuries. But his image became incomparably tall and big in everyone's eyes. This was a young man whose prospects were boundless. Dragging his all-scratched-up body, Shu Xing moved over toward the transmission array. Before entering the transmission array, Shu Xing even turned around and looked in Yi Yuan's direction, giving a profound look. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan in unison. This trumpet was blown too loudly. According to Yi Yuan's statement, he must now complete the level 9 sword formation before he could continue exploring the mystic realm. But the level 9 sword formation, was this possible? Lord Ji Kang was a 9th firmament true God powerhouse. He did not dare to challenge the level 7 sword formation too. The power of the 9th level, no one dared to try at all. That was a taboo existence. Young Master Yi, it's your turn now. Just now, you made the boast. Now, are you going up or tucking your tail between your legs and getting lost? The one who spoke was 9 Fire Imperial Capital's genius disciple called Qi Heng. Yi Yuan had an impression of this person. This person had been constantly sucking up to Shu Xing. But saying this to him at this time, no one felt that there was anything inappropriate. After all, in everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was the braggart who blew his own trumpet too loudly. No one thought that he would enter the sword formation, because Yi Yuan definitely would not treat his life as a joke. Where did this dog come from, anyhow barking here? Yi Yuan did not even look at Qi Heng as he said. Qi Heng's expression changed and he said angrily, "Want to say dog, you're the dog, right? Aren't you wretched like a stray cur right now?" Yi Yuan laughed the moment he heard and said, "Your master merely cleared the 6th level sword formation, look how you're showing off. Since you want to lick his smelly boots so much, why don't you dare to go challenge the sword formation yourself?" Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with mocking looks. Already at this point, his mouth was still unrelenting. Merely cleared the 6th level sword formation? Right now, the ones who cleared the 6th level sword formation, one was the 9th firmament true God Kang, the other was the 6th firmament celestial deity Shu Xing holding in contempt. It was also not your turn to look down on. Qi Heng sneered and said, razor-tongued. Since you don't dare to go challenge the sword formation, why haven't you quickly scrammed yet? Making a spectacle of yourself here, your face is really thick. Yeah, really shameless. No matter what, Shu Xing already cleared the 6th level sword formation. What about you? Hurry up and get lost, don't be an eyesore here. You'll only make people look down on you more like this. The moment Qi Heng spoke, quite a number of people concurred. No one thought that Yi Yuan dared to enter the sword formation, which was no different from courting death. When did I say that I'm not entering the sword formation? Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. Everyone was taken aback for a while and did not come back to their senses yet. It was only to see Yi Yuan pat Qi Heng's shoulder and say nonchalantly, "Open your eyes wide and take a look at how weak your master is." Finished saying, Yi Yuan leaped and landed right in the sword formation. This scene reversed too quickly, everyone did not react to it and Yi Yuan already went in. After Shu Xing successfully cleared the rounds, everyone's preconceived notion was that Yi Yuan did not dare to enter the sword formation anymore. But Yi Yuan went in, catching them by surprise. Leng Qiuling also did not react to it. It was already too late to want to stop it and she could not help having a worried look. When Qi Heng saw the situation, he said with a cold smile, "Heh, this guy couldn't stand being provoked and indeed went in to seek his doom." Upon entering the sword formation, countless sword light came from all directions. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and completely did not have any intention of defending. Everyone was dumbfounded, entered the sword formation already and this guy actually still wanted to act cool. However, they did not have time to mock yet when their expressions immediately turned stiff. Those dense sword lights, not one actually landed on Yi Yuan's body. Too relaxed. Too effortless. Just like this, Yi Yuan Pares said the first level sword formation without even moving a finger. This is also too fake, right? Qi Heng said with a look of astonishment. Spatial law is a supreme law. It's not at all surprising for him to be able to do it to this step. But the power of the sword formation at the back gets stronger and stronger. Wanting to use this kind of opportunistic method to Pares as the round is impossible. I reckon that next round, he'll have to take action, Jizun said with a sullen look. When everyone heard that, they all came to a realization. But right at this time, the second level sword formation also started activating. Yi Yuan stood firm. Those sword lights still could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Jizun's face immediately turned stiff there. His face was slapped resoundingly. Third round, he'll definitely make a move in the third round. Jizun gritted his teeth and said. The second round did not have any suspense. Yi Yuan cleared it easily. Third round, Yi Yuan still did not move. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at Jizun with peculiar faces, laughing wildly without ceasing. Jizun's face practically turned black like the bottom of a wok. He could not understand why Yi Yuan could be as steady as Mount Tai in the midst of such berserk sword lights. While the rest were laughing, the shock in their hearts was not any bit less. Were the first 3 rounds strong or not? So many dead people were lying there. Quite a number among them were even high-level celestial deity realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan, he was just a third firmament celestial deity. Even if he comprehended spatial law, on what basis did he not even have to move a finger? These first 3 rounds were cleared too trivially, right? Chapter 1871, The Terrifying Last 3 Levels Sword Formation. Chapter 1871, The Terrifying Last 3 Levels Sword Formation continue. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, choosing to continue challenging. To others, this heaven-killing sword formation was a life-snatc Hing-like existence. But to Yi Yuan, this was not considered anything. Him being able to easily pass the rounds did not rely on spatial law either. Arriving in the Immortal Grove world was like arriving at home. As long as he released Immortal Grove Heavenly Dao's aura, it was impossible for this sword formation to attack him. The heaven-killing sword formation was like this. When plucking the vermilion bird True Blood, it was also like this. Yi Yuan possessed the soul-suppressing pearl and world-suppressing steely, 2 lifeblood spirit treasures. How could the traps Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laid down possibly cause harm to him? In the 4th level sword formation, the power suddenly increased. This time, Yi Yuan finally took action. It was only to see his fingertip move lightly. Those streaks of sword light were pushed aside effortlessly. Those horrifying sword lights could not get close to him at all. So strong. Yi Yuan cleared the 4th round much more leisurely than Xu Xing. Xu Xing fused 3 powers of law, and there's also the augmentation of the White Tiger True Blood to be able to do it to this extent. Yi Yuan based on what? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan's casual state, each and everyone extremely alarmed and scared. The current Yi Yuan did not employ the power of Heavenly Dao. Xu Xing fused 3 kinds of law powers. It looked very strong, but comprehending 3 kinds of law powers similarly made his comprehension speed become very slow. Although Xu Xing's strength far surpassed said powerhouses of the same rank after fusion, if he wanted to do it like Yi Yuan, leaping over 2 or 3 minor realms to fight the enemy, that was impossible. And Yi Yuan's sword Dao law was already comprehended to middle stage 5th firmament. His spatial law was even comprehended to the terrifying peak initial stage 4th firmament. After fusion, his combat strength was extremely formidable. This heaven-killing sword formation did an overall evaluation. To the 3rd firmament celestial deity Yi Yuan, it was not considered very hard for him to clear the 4th round. Following that was the 5th round, 6th round, Yi Yuan similarly made it through. When the transmission array appeared, everyone held their breaths. Would he choose to continue challenging? You can choose to leave now and can also choose to carry on with the challenge. That voice sounded out once more. At the far end of the grand array, the Xu Xing who originally already obtained a true God mystic treasure was very pleased with himself. But now, his expression was very ugly. He stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, hoping that he would choose to continue. Because he was certain that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to clear the 3 rounds at the back. The last 3 rounds, no one had seen it before, no one dared to go and attempt as well. Continue. Yi Yuan said very calmly. Everyone's minds trembled, no one could have expected that Yi Yuan really dared to continue challenging. In order to spite Xu Xing, he did not even want his life anymore. One could tell, and when Yi Yuan cleared the 6th round, although it was not as miserable as Xu Xing, it was also quite laborious for him. The 3 rounds at the back, the possibility that he could make it through was virtually zero. The 7th level difficulty did not activate immediately. A destructive aura gradually crept out in the SPACE. Pew, pew, pew. The few martial artists standing closer were actually blown apart from this terrifying aura. The countenance of the group of powerhouses suddenly changed, hurriedly retreating. This 7th level sword formation's power was actually so horrifying. A hint of aura that randomly effused out blue celestial deity realm powerhouses up. Then the Yi Yuan in the eye of the storm, his pressure could be imagined. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Yuan. Someone is going to die. Yi Yuan overestimated his ability too much. This is the might of an Empyrean. That boy is dead for sure. The 7th level is already so horrifying. What will the 9th level sword formation look like? The expression on everyone's face was extremely ugly. The power of this 7th level sword formation made them understand what was called awe. This destructive power let them witness the power of heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. Right at this time, the 7th level sword formation activated. Countless sword light directly engulfed Yi Yuan. The powerhouses outside the array formation could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all. Ha ha ha, idiot, see if you still don't die this time. When Xu Xing saw this scene, he laughed wildly without ceasing. A hint of relief actually flashed across Ji Kang's face. He was rejoicing that he did not go and challenge the 7th level difficulty. Ji Kang weighed it over. If he challenged the 7th level sword formation, he would definitely die. Time slowly trickled by. Gradually, the sword lights receded. Everyone's pupils shrunk, looking at that figure inside the sword formation in disbelief. This is impossible. Such terrifying power, how can he possibly survive? Xu Xing's eyes were full of disbelief. He completely never thought that he could see Yi Yuan. Under such horrifying sword lights, Yi Yuan would not be able to leave behind even a corpse. But now, Yi Yuan was standing there perfectly fine. It was just that there were many more wounds on his body. Yi Yuan stood there without moving, both eyes tightly shut. On the frost counter sword, there was fresh blood dripping from the tip of the sword non-stop. Yi Yuan's state was clearly not very good, but his heaving chest told everyone that he was fine. How is this possible? He actually made it through the 7th level, it doesn't make sense. Could it be that his talent is even greater than Xu Xing's? But, even Lord Ji Kang didn't have the confidence to challenge the 7th level sword formation. A series of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Yi Yuan's performance seriously exceeded their expectations too much. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a 3rd firmament celestial deity, reputation undeserved, unable to even assess the first 3 levels if he entered the sword formation. But now, Yi Yuan actually cleared the 7th level in one go. This kind of horrifying talent gave them a tremendous shock. In a twinkle, the 8th level sword formation activated. The power this time was several times more terrifying than the 7th level. Xu Xing cursed Yi Yuan to die non-stop in his heart. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could even make it through the 8th level. But, when the sword formation receded, Yi Yuan was still standing with his sword raised, no movements at all. And the place where he was standing was identical to before, without SHI plus efting in the slightest. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on here? Could it be that Yi Yuan cleared the 8th level without moving at all? The 9th level sword formation activated. That horrifying pressure made even Ji Kang, this 9th firmament true God powerhouse, feel asphyxiated. Too terrifying. Rather interesting. Inside the sea of consciousness, Empyrean Devil Feather suddenly started laughing strangely. Ji Zun's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Yeah, this boy has always been very odd." Empyrean Devil Feather smiled and said, "Can't you perceive it?" "Perceive what?" "This boy is comprehending on the sword." "See comprehending on the sword?" "Comprehending inside the heaven-killing sword formation?" "What kind of joke are you making?" Ji Zun said in disbelief. If my conjectures are right, after the 9th level sword formation ends, he'll still maintain this posture. The 8th and 9th level difficulty, he never moved at all." Empyrean Devil Feather's words were astonished. Hi+ing. Ji Zun got a big shock and said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Empyrean Devil Feather smiled and said, "If I didn't see wrongly, the limits of this brat's strength is the 7th level. The 2 rounds at the back, he didn't use his own strength to clear them at all." Chapter 1872, Stellar War Banner. Chapter 1872, Stellar War Banner not relying on his own strength. But what kind of power can block such a terrifying sword formation? Ji Zun was really astounded. Empyrean Devil Feather smiled and said, "Most likely, this boy has deep ties with heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove." Ji Zun was startled inwardly, having a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Right at this time, the sword lights receded. Yi Yuan's figure appeared once more and it was still that posture. Everyone held their breaths, they felt that something big was going to happen. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. He's going to get an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Before this, no one would have expected that Yi Yuan could actually clear the 9th level sword formation. But since he made it through, that meant that Yi Yuan would obtain an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. This was something that drove countless people nuts. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the sword intent in his body bursting out, virtually turning corporeal. His sword Dao Law went up another new stage, reaching late stage 5th firmament. Just as Empyrean Devil Feather surmised, he had been continuously comprehending on the sword previously. Congratulations on clearing the heaven-killing sword formation. Now, you shall obtain an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Stellar War Banner. A beam of light fell from the sky and landed in Yi Yuan's hand, turning into a small black flag. The small flag gave off intense undulations, making all of the martial artist's eyes become heated. Yi Yuan shook his wrist and the small flag immediately disappeared. Following that, he slowly walked towards the transmission array. Light flashed, Yi Yuan's figure appeared on the other end of the heaven-killing sword formation. Swoosh. Plus straight away, an afterimage barged into the heaven-killing sword formation. When everyone reacted to it, it was already too late, each and everyone extremely remorseful and angry. Damn it, got beat to it by that guy. A few true God powerhouses stomped their feet. Yi Yuan already made it through the heaven-killing sword formation and entered the other side of the sword formation. Now, whoever successfully clears the formation first, would have hopes of SNETC, hing an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. At such a crucial time, it was naturally the earlier one went over, the better. And the first person to challenge the formation was precisely Ji Zun. The Grand Array was already activated. The first 3 rounds were nothing to him at all. The moment Yi Yuan's figure appeared, the atmosphere on the other end of the Grand Array immediately changed. Shu Xing, I've tried this Grand Array out. It's merely thus. You don't even dare to challenge the 7th level, truly weak. Yi Yuan did not seem to feel the change in atmosphere at all, looking at Shu Xing as he said with a smile that was not a smile. Shu Xing's expression turned stiff. Recalling the big talk that he said previously, he wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Yi Yuan challenging this heaven-killing sword formation crushed him until he was badly battered all over. Shu Xing could not figure out just how Yi Yuan made it through. At this time, Shu Xing suddenly felt his shoulder being patted twice by someone. Turning around to take a look, who was it if not Ji Kang? Suddenly, he came to his senses. So what if Yi Yuan cleared the heaven-killing sword formation? A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. Yi Yuan became everyone's public enemy by obtaining the Empyrean Spirit Treasure. He swept a glance over and discovered that everyone was staring at Yi Yuan like hungry wolves. So what? Facing imminent death, you still have the energy to mess with me right now. Shu Xing said with a sneer. Ji Kang looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure and I can make it painless for you. Ji Kang, you want to pocket the Empyrean spirit treasure alone? At this time, several more late-stage true God realm powerhouses closed in, their expressions unfriendly. Ji Kang's expression was calm as he said coolly, the few of you dare to go against my vast heaven great imperial capital? A true God realm powerhouse said, ha ha ha. Ji Kang, are you telling a joke? Inside a mystic realm, you're using great imperial capital to scare us? As long as we obtain the Empyrean spirit treasure, who dare say that we can't break through to the Empyrean realm? At that time, who would mind your vast heaven great imperial capital? Facing an Empyrean spirit treasure, no one could maintain composure. Ji Kang's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, just the likes of you few also want to S&TCH the Empyrean spirit treasure from me? Didn't you all discover that after Sing the heaven killing sword formation, the realm suppression is no longer there? Bang! On Ji Kang's body, terrifying world power suddenly bloomed, making the faces of the group of true God powerhouses change. Ninth firmament true God. This was a real ninth firmament true God. This heaven-killing sword formation was a watershed. Clearing the sword formation, it seemed that everything returned to normal. Recovering his true strength, Ji Kang's advantage became too great. These true God powerhouses, even 8th firmament true God, were not his match either. That true God realm powerhouse previously continued shouting, we have so many of us, scared of him for what? His 9th firmament true God realm, not an Empyrean realm powerhouse either. If we join hands, he might not be our match. Ji Kang's gaze was scorching. Looking at the few true God powerhouses under vast heaven great imperial capital's command, he said, what about you guys? Are you going to deal with me together with them as well? Those few people exchanged glances, all hesitating. Their current ident. One ties were very awkward. To say that they were not moved by the Empyrean spirit treasure, that was false. But, once they took action, then there was no more path of retreat. Bang! Right at this time, another terrifying burst of world power suddenly erupted, and could actually contend with Ji Kang's aura. Another 9th firmament true God. That 9th firmament true God said, heh, Ji Kang, it's true that you're from the vast heaven great imperial capital, but you're merely a 9th firmament true God. What right do you have to make them all withdraw? Empyrean spirit treasures are obtained by the fated. Your vast heaven great imperial capital is also too overbearing, right? On Ji Kang's face, a visible change in countenance finally appeared. Young Yidao. Turns out that you concealed your strength. Ji Kang's pupils constricted as he said. The others were all extremely surprised. This young Yidao was a powerhouse among itinerant cultivators and had always appeared in front of people as a 7th firmament true God. But now, he actually directly reached the 9th firmament true God realm. Clearly, he concealed his strength, deceiving everyone's eyes and ears. Young Yidao smiled smugly and said, Ji Kang, now, does this young have the qualifications to vie with you over this Empyrean spirit treasure? Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, boy, your talent is very good. Dying here is too pitiful. Hand the Empyrean spirit treasure over to me, and I'll guarantee your life. Ji Kang's gaze turned sharp and he said, Yi Yuan, as long as you hand the Empyrean spirit treasure to me, I'll bring you into vast heaven great imperial capital and groom you seriously. With your talent, you can definitely astound the world in the future. Yi Yuan's talent, everyone saw it with their own eyes, this could not be faked. In their hearts, they had actually long acknowledged Yi Yuan. It was just that under this kind of circumstances, a man's heart was incomprehensible. What use was there even if one's talent was any higher? That 8th firmament true God powerhouse previously said, Humph. Is 9th firmament true God very impressive? The bulls. HI plus T that the two of you said is like farting, really take Yi Yuan to be a fool? Yi Yuan, hand the Empyrean spirit treasure to me, with the few of us joining hands, we'll guarantee your life. I, Zhuo Pan, am absolutely a man of my word and can swear a heavenly Tao oath. For a moment, These three major powers did not give way in the slightest, all coercing Yi Yuan to hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure. The Yi Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly laughed. I say, are you guys thinking too much? When did I say that I was going to hand the Empyrean spirit treasure over to you guys? Yi Yuan's words were full of ridicule. Chapter 1873, Merely Thus. Chapter 1873, Merely Thus. Young Yidao laughed in spite of himself as he said, not handing over. Did you eat the wrong medicine? Just the likes of you, a third firmament celestial deity, can defend the Empyrean spirit treasure? In front of a bunch of true God powerhouses, Yi Yuan actually said that he was not handing over the Empyrean spirit treasure. It was really very brave. Forget about young Yidao, Ji Kang, this kind of ninth firmament true God peerless powerhouse. Even first firmament true God was also not what a rookie like Yi Yuan could resist. Xu Xing's contest with Yi Yuan was merely children playing house in these big shots' eyes. They had the potential to be a powerhouse, but it did not mean that they were powerhouses right now. This kind of stubbornness and pride that was utterly unjustifiable would only make Yi Yuan lose his life. Yi Yuan said coolly, go and get it yourselves if you have the capabilities. Bullying a junior here and you're still puffed up with pride, each and every one of you is really shameless. Ji Kang smiled coldly and said, boy, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without strength, you're not fit to possess treasures. Young Yidao also laughed loudly and said, what is face? Can it be eaten as rice? Can it increase strength? Boy, you're still too young. Zhuo Pan was clearly not that patient, snorting coldly as he said, enough nonsense. Boy, not handing over the Empyrean spirit treasure, I'll kill you first. Originally, the group of true God powerhouses was ready to jump at each other's throats. But at this time, the spearheads were all aimed at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan not being willing to hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure, no matter how they quibbled, it was all for naught as well. This boy wouldn't have lost his mind, right? Empyrean spirit treasure, he has the fate to obtain it, but doesn't have the life to use it. Can't understand what this boy is thinking. If it were me, I'd have long thrown away the Empyrean spirit treasure. This thing is a hot potato, but he actually can't even understand the situation. Reckon that he's dead for sure. Not scared of blowing matters up when watching a show. Those celestial deity powerhouses and weaker true God powerhouses all felt that Yi Yuan was too unwise. Yi Yuan held his palm out, the stellar war banner appeared in his hand. Waves of powerful undulations spread out. Feeling this powerful undulation, the eyes of Ji Kang and the rest revealed incomparably fervent looks. That's it, this is more like it. It's no use being stubborn, hurry up and hand it over. Ji Kang smiled and said. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan still submitted in the end. Facing so many true God powerhouses, no one could be unyielding. Who knew that a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said coolly, the stellar war banner is right here. If you have the capabilities, come over and take it. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually put on the posture of picking a fight. Woos. H. Plus right at this time, a figure suddenly dashed out behind Yi Yuan. The faces of Ji Kang and the rest all changed. They did not expect that there would actually be someone who struck first to gain the advantage. The auras of Ji Kang, Yang Yidao, Zhuo Pan, and the rest all suddenly erupted, Russ. Hi plussing over toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, the small flag in Yi Yuan's hand suddenly became bigger. The sky suddenly turned dark, stars dotting the sky. Yi Yuan gripped the stellar war banner with one hand and suddenly waved. Countless starlight suddenly coalesced onto the black flag. A terrifying to the extreme aura suddenly erupted, catching that person who sneaked attack by surprise. Bang! The person who ambushed directly flew out 1,000 feet away, fresh blood spurting wildly along the way. When he fell to the ground, there was not one unscathed spot on his body. The figures of Ji Kang and the rest abruptly stopped, looking at this scene in tremendous alarm and terror. Is this the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure? So powerful. Ji Kang said with an astounded look. Young Yidao's expression was very ugly as he said, Li Zhu is 6th firmament true God, To actually not even be able to block the power of one strike from the Stellar War banner. He just obtained the Stellar War banner and doesn't have time to refine at all. Furthermore, his only third firmament celestial deity, so why is he able to unleash such terrifying power? Zhuo Pan was full of puzzlement. The person who sneaked attacked Yi Yuan just now was called Li Zhu, a true God powerhouse among the itinerant cultivators, his strength not weak. When Yi Yuan and the three factions were disputing, he had long already planned on secretly ambush. Hi+ing. He found the best angle to sneak attack and wanted to SNTCH away the Stellar War banner as soon as he killed Yi Yuan, and then escape. It was just that he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan beat him half-death with just one move. Yi Yuan looked at the few people with a smile that was not a smile and said coolly, "Why aren't you Russ? Hi+ing up anymore? Don't you all want the Stellar War banner? It's right here, so come and get it." The expressions of Ji Kang and the rest were very ugly. Yi Yuan, this fellow was really provoking without any scruples. "Boy, if you want to seek death, then we'll fulfill your wish plus Yang Yidao, Zhuo Pan, we'll attack together. This old man wants to see whether or not this boy has 3 heads and 6 arms. Ji Kang said in a cold voice. Yang Yidao and the rest all nodded and said, "Okay. Kill this brat first, and then we'll slowly settle things among ourselves after." Clearly, these few people reached a consensus and were going to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan. Bang! 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 One powerful aura after another suddenly released. Russ. Hi+ing over toward Yi Yuan. Heaven and earth changed colors. Inside the law enforcement hall, Fang Tian and the rest had deathly pale complexions. The powerful undulations coming from the direction of the GODS4 mountain range made the entire world shudder. This Serpa said the power of a small world. These people who lived in a small world, had never experienced such terrifying power before at all. In their eyes, this kind of power was sufficient to destroy the immortal Grove world. No wonder Yi Yuan said that even he had no confidence this time. Just what bunch of monsters entered this time? Fang Tian said in shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan is currently fighting with these monsters? Just what level has he reached now? Skydistant said. An incomparably powerful heavenly Dao power was injected into the Stellar War banner frenziedly. The Stellar War banner suddenly expanded a little more again. The skies turned dim, motes of stars dotting the sky, converging onto the Stellar War banner once more. Yi Yuan suddenly waved the war banner, an even more powerful force than before suddenly gushed out, colliding together with the few great true God powerhouses. Bang! 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 SPSE tore apart, the earth split open. Ji Kang, Yang Yidao, and the rest were directly blasted flying away by this tremendous force. Of course, facing such terrifying power, Yi Yuan also suffered a considerable backlash. But this was nothing. Right now, everyone's gazes that looked towards him was akin to seeing ghosts. A third firmament celestial deity, carrying an Empyrean spirit treasure, overpowered several ninth firmament true God powerhouses. This battle achievement simply made their heads explode. How is this possible? How in the world did he do it? Even if it's an initial stage true God realm powerhouse, it's also impossible to rely on an Empyrean spirit treasure to resist the teaming up of Lord Ji Kang and Lord Yang Yidao they all, right? Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon, who knew that this fellow was a diamond. Ji Kang and the rest forcefully endured the upheaval of their innards, using extremely shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. The strength that Yi Yuan just displayed was practically the same as theirs. No, it should be that it was even a notch higher than theirs. Because Yi Yuan blocked the few of their combined attacks by himself. How was this possible? Don't each and every one of you guys crack yourselves up to be powerhouses? Doesn't strength reign supreme? This is your strength. It's also merely thus. Yi Yuan said with a mocking look. Chapter 1874, Tang Yang. Chapter 1874, Tang Yang. Yi Yuan's mocking voice spread to the surroundings, sounding incomparably arrogant. But currently, no one felt that he was arrogant at all. Yi Yuan, who was wielding the Stellar War banner, absolutely had the qualifications to show contempt for these few mighty peak true God powerhouses. Rather, it was the Shu Xing in the distance who was currently already frightened until his complexion was pale. Coming along the way, he completely looked down on Yi Yuan. All the way until Yi Yuan cleared the heaven-killing sword formation, he finally saw Yi Yuan's terrifying potential and strength. At that time, he already viewed Yi Yuan as a formidable foe. But now, he was afraid. Yi Yuan, who possessed the Stellar War banner, actually fought to a draw with Ji Kang, Yang Yidao, and the rest. Killing him was merely a matter of moving his fingertips. Yi Yuan surveyed the four directions, waved the Stellar War banner in his hand, and said with a grin, "The Stellar War banner is right here. If anyone wants it, you're welcome to come and get it." At this time, who still dared to come and snatch the Stellar War banner? Unless they were tired of living. Ji Kang and the rest all had grim faces, feeling greatly disgraced. 2 9th Firmament True Gods and an 8th Firmament True God joined hands and could actually only fight to a draw with a 3rd Firmament Celestial Deity. This was simply a comical outcome. But they knew that Yi Yuan indeed had the qualifications to possess the Empyrean spirit treasure. Humph. Let's go. Ji Kang gave a cold snort and brought everyone towards the next mountain peak. The Empyrean spirit treasures here were definitely not just one. Since Yi Yuan's strength was so formidable, fighting to the bitter end here was clearly not wise. When Ji Kang and the rest left, Yang Yidao and the rest also left one by one. With all these heavyweights leaving, the others who dared to provoke Yi Yuan even just slightly also left. Inside the heaven-killing sword formation, Ji Zun was still clearing the rounds. Yi Yuan found a place himself and started meditating. Previously, he gleaned considerable gains inside the heaven-killing sword formation, making his sword Dao Law improve greatly, already reaching late-stage 5th firmament. He had to comprehend things properly. The situation was good for him. Lung Qiuling and Jiu Tianqiu still had not cleared the challenge, so he could just leisurely wait. But right at this time, a young man suddenly came before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a frown, "Is there something?" "Who? Nothing. It's just that I see Brother Yi's strength is astonishing. I plusing and want to come and get acquainted. I'm Tang Yang, an itinerant cultivator," the young man said with cupped fists. Yi Yuan had some impression of this Tang Yang. Previously, when challenging the heaven-killing sword formation, he said the first 3 rounds rather easily. At that time, it even surprised Yi Yuan. However, he did not choose to continue challenging but directly came over through the transmission array. Although this Tang Yang was an itinerant cultivator, his strength was definitely rather uncommon. It was just that he was different from Shu Xing and Zhuo Han. He was very low profile. "So, it's Brother Tang. Nice to meet you." Yi Yuan had always returned tenfold when others showed him respect. This Tang Yang greeted with a smiling face and was very humble, so Yi Yuan naturally would not refuse. Tang Yang smiled and said, "Actually, in the door of Vermilion Bird, I already saw Brother Yi take action. At that time, it really gave me a fright. To be able to fuse sword Dao Law and spatial law to such a degree, this Tang has rarely seen it in my life." Yi Yuan said, "You're too kind. Brother Tang's strength is likely not as simple as it seems either, right?" Tang Yang smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, This Tang feels like I have some ability when I examine my own conscience, but compared to Brother Yi, it's far from it." Not afraid of Brother Yi laughing, this Tang was also Brother Imng with confidence before coming. But now, it's difficult to dismount a tiger after getting on its back. I'm an itinerant cultivator without anyone to depend on. I wonder if I can follow Brother Yi? Being a follower is also good. Tang Yang said it euphemistically, but actually, putting it bluntly, he wanted to find a backer. The fight now was no longer what he could take part in. Many itinerant cultivators were all harboring the idea of fees. Plusing in muddled waters before coming in. After all, true God powerhouses must be suppressed to celestial deity realm too. But now, everyone recovered their strength. They all, these celestial deity realm powerhouses, became awkward. Could not leave if they wanted to, also could not enter if they wanted to. Although Yi Yuan was a celestial deity realm too, right now, no one would regard him as a celestial deity realm. Tang Yang coming to find him to be his backer was quite normal. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yang with a scorching look, wanting to see something from his eyes. But Tang Yang had an honest look, his eyes very calm, unable to see anything at all. The mystic realm at the back will likely be even more terrifying than this heaven-killing sword formation. This Yi even has difficulties protecting myself, let alone talk about protecting brother Tang. Apologies, Yi Yuan said and cupped his fists. Musing for a moment, Yi Yuan still rejected it. He was not some rookie who just made his debut in the world. The logic of a man's heart was incomprehensible, he still understood it. Those who entered the Immortal Grove world, which one did not do it for the treasures here? There were so many people on this trip, who Yi Yuan could trust was also just a Lung Choling. Even Jiu Tianqiu, he would not be completely reassured too. Now, a stranger requested to be brought along, how could he possibly set his mind at ease and bring him by his side? Actually, what Yi Yuan was most worried about was not Ji Kang. These people making use of the Stellar War banner was just for the sake of providing a cover. Yi Yuan could sufficiently deal with Ji Kang and the rest by utilizing the power of Heavenly Dao. What Yi Yuan was really worried about was Empyrean powerhouses. The words that he said to Fang Tian and the rest also stemmed from precisely this. Saying that Yi Yuan was invincible in the Immortal Grove world, that was limited as well. Right now, the Immortal Grove world recovered quite a bit of primordial energy. But it was still a little too forceful to want to deal with Empyrean powerhouses. Once Empyrean powerhouses came to blows in the Immortal Grove world, they might very likely fight until this small world fell to pieces. Although Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was just an Empyrean too, he was not an ordinary Empyrean after all. He was much stronger than ordinary Empyreans. Who could guarantee that there were no Empyrean powerhouses who suppressed their realms and quietly sneaked inside? There was not the slightest flaw on this Tang Yang's body. But Yi Yuan felt that no flaw was the biggest flaw. When he scrutinized Tang Yang's performance was too calm. One had to know, he exhibited the power of peak true God realm. A merely celestial deity realm would actually be completely indifferent. Of course, Yi Yuan did not deny if Tang Yang had a firm mind and remained unmoved. But he did not want to take the risk. Tang Yang let out a sigh and said, "It was this Tang who was impetuous. I hope that brother Yi doesn't take offense. Farewell." Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. At this time, light flashed and Ji Zun's figure appeared. Swooze. Plus virtually without pausing in the slightest, Ji Zun urged his movement technique to the limit, speeding towards the distance. Ji Zun only cleared 3 rounds, the first 3 rounds were nothing to him. Inside the array formation, the situation over this side, he saw it all. So he chose to flee straight away. Yi Yuan was long waiting for this moment. Laughing coldly, the Stellar War banner in his hand activated once more. A terrifying stellar power suddenly erupted, Smars. Plussing over towards Ji Zun. Bang! Ji Zun spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, but his figure swept away even faster. Yi Yuan. Our enmity is irreconcilable. Far away, came Ji Zun's angry roar. But his aura was very unstable. Clearly, he sustained heavy injuries. Everyone looked at this scene in terror, silent like cicadas in winter. An exalted 8th firmament true God powerhouse, the lord of a city, ran away the moment he saw Yi Yuan. This situation was also unprecedented. Chapter 1875, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Chapter 1875, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. It's so quiet here. It's likely not a good place. Yi Yuan, be more careful. The surroundings were very quiet, making a foreboding premonition arise in Jiu Qiang's heart. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This place is extremely heavy with yin energy. There are likely many evil abominations that come and go." In reality, Yi Yuan was not worried. Dustless told him that this place was called Azura Ghost Domain, the place where Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove reared ghosts. In this place, many powerful ghost Dao powerhouses were being raised. There might even be an Empyrean realm powerhouse existence. But, with Dustless around, Yi Yuan was not worried at all. It had already been close to a month's time since coming out of the Heaven-Killing Sword formation. Along the way, the few people saw quite a few dead bodies, but the three of them were safe and sound. All this was naturally thanks to Yi Yuan. To say that Jiyu Qianqiu did not have any ideas about the Stellar War banner, that was impossible. But the current Yi Yuan was already not the celestial deity realm martial artist who could be bullied by anyone. His combat strength approached ninth firmament true God. Even if he had any ideas, Jiyu Qianqiu could only stifle it in his heart. The three of them gradually penetrated deep into the Azura ghost domain. Suddenly, a series of fierce fighting sounds came from in front and they could not help becoming alert. Yang Yidao, finish off these ghosts first, otherwise, no one can think about getting the seven-colored Edurine, Ji Kang said with a furious roar. The world power in Yang Yidao's body erupted and he was currently locked in a tangled warfare with a peak rank 6 ghost. These ghosts were all very hard to tangle with. Practically every one of them knew the ghost Dao 100 runes, their strength exceedingly formidable. Ji Kang's pressure was tremendous, dealing with several ghosts. The others also suffered heavy losses under the encirclement of a group of ghosts. One of the ghost Dao powerhouses among them roared angrily, "You all, these DAMN humans, to actually dare have designs on the seven-colored Edurine, you all deserve to die." The number of ghost Dao powerhouses were too many, the human situation was clearly disadvantageous. Hearing these people's conversation, a hint of glimmer flashed across Jiyu Qiang's eyes. Seven-colored Edurine. It's actually the seven-colored Edurine. Yi Yuan had a look of puzzlement as he said, "Senior, what seven-colored Edurine?" Jiyu Qianqiu looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "You actually don't know about the seven-colored Edurine?" In his view, with Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai, how could he possibly not know about the seven-colored Edurine? Yi Yuan was taken aback, secretly thinking that it was not good. The reason why Jiyu Qianqiu was very courteous toward him was that he was wary of his ident. One Tai. He blurted out just now but did not think about this. It likely made Jiyu Qianqiu produce a trace of suspicion already. "Oh, I heard people mention it before in the past. But as for the specifics of what effects it has, I don't know." Yi Yuan said smilingly. A hint of suspicion flashed across Jiyu Qiang's eyes, but he still explained, "Seven-colored Edurine is a specialty product of the Heavenspan Mountain. Furthermore, it only appears in the Empyrean level area. However, this thing is too rare, one piece might not appear in a million years. If a true God realm can acquire a piece of seven-colored Edurine, stepping into the realm of Empyrean will be right around the corner. This thing, even to Empyrean realm powerhouses, it's also immensely useful." Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard it, able to let a true God break through to the Empyrean realm. It was not surprising that these people were crazy about it. Clearly knew that they could not beat these ghost Dao powerhouses, but refused to retreat no matter what. "Yi Yuan, this seven-colored Edurine, we must obtain it." A hint of fierce glint flashed across Jiyu Qiang's eyes. This was a Civ Open SPACE. Behind the ghost Dao powerhouses, there was a deep dark cave. If there were no accidents, the seven-colored Edurine should be inside that cave. Swooze. H. Plus Jiyu Qiang's figure moved, speeding over toward that cave. This sudden turn of events naturally alarmed the group of powerhouses. "Jiyu Qianqiu, you dare!" Ji Kang howled. "Jiyu Qianqiu, you deserve to die." Yang Yidao also roared angrily. Jiyu Qiang's actions made everyone extremely indignant. They fought fiercely for half a day. Yet, they did not expect that they actually let Jiyu Qianqiu find an opening. However, Jiyu Qiang's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he tunneled into that cave. The leader of the Ghost Dao powerhouses shouted angrily, "Ghost Wind, you go in and kill him. The seven-colored Edurine absolutely can't allow others to take a share." Yes. That Ghost Wind received the order and also tunneled into the cave. The moment Ghost Wind left, the pressure on Ji Kang's side reduced significantly. "Yi Yuan, this, Leng Qiuling also did not expect that Jiyu Qianqiu was so decisive, and was actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. There was no idea what kind of existence inside that cave. She was rather worried about Jiyu Qiang's safety. Yi Yuan did not move and just said, "Wait and see first. Those people who concealed their strength will likely reveal their foxtails soon as well." Sure enough, the leader of the Ghost Dao powerhouses suddenly howled loudly at this time and said, "Into formation. Eradicate all these people for me. Woo. Woo." All of a sudden, Yin Wind howled, terrifying evil ghost power surged out. When Ji Kang and the others saw this scene, each and every one of them turned deathly pale. Those late-stage rank 6 Ghost Dao powerhouses all fired out mysterious and unfathomable seals. A terrifying aura condensed and formed. The Ghost Dao leader roared angrily, "Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, condense." Roar. An enormous Ghost Dao powerhouse condensed and formed. The gloomy and cold aura coming off his body virtually made SPACE become solid. Ji Kang's pupils constricted, his face white as a sheet as he cried out in shock, "Ghost Empyrean. Ji Ghost Dao Heavenly Empyrean." The Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean held a curved blade made out of no idea what kind of material. A pair of deep eyes swept past, bringing everyone a feeling of death. The Ghost Dao leader immediately knelt down and said, "Lord Ghost Empyrean, these people cast their covetous eyes on the 7-colored Edurine. Your Excellency, please take action to Punis. H. Plus those who covet the 7-colored Edurine, die." The Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean practically squeezed these few words out of his throat, incomparably ear-piercing. All of a sudden, the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean cleaved a blade out, the places that it said through, SPACE fragmented. The violent spatial storm brought out a Civ Tempest Vortex. It was as if it was going to devour everything. The countenance of Ji Kang and the rest suddenly changed, figures retreating explosively. But, while he was fast, the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's blade was faster. This Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was a true Empyrean-level powerhouse, his strength terrifying to the extreme. But right at this time, 2 unbelievably powerful auras suddenly erupted among the human powerhouses. 2 clouds of black energy rose to the sky. The power was actually not much weaker than the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Another 2 Empyrean powerhouses. Bang! Bang! 2 streams of black energy fired out, directly class HI plussing together with the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's blade. The Immortal Grove world's SPACE was like paper, shredding into pieces by these 3 powerful to the extreme attacks. A fiend race Empyrean powerhouse laughed strangely and said, "JJ, even thought that I could conceal my strength until old fart Immortal Grove's palace. Didn't expect that I was forced out here." The other fiend race Empyrean said, "Old fart Immortal Grove is indeed well deserving of being a peerless powerhouse capable of contending with Lord Zhu Shong. Already dead until like this, and he can actually still summon out such a terrifying Ghost Dao powerhouse." These 2 were actually both fiend races Empyrean powerhouses. The 3 powerful attacks gradually dissipated. SPACE recovered bit by bit. Yi Yuan looked at this scene, expression being ugly to the extreme. The thing that he was most worried about indeed still happened. Chapter 1876, Attracting Firepower. Chapter 1876, Attracting Firepower. Empyrean Powerhouse. Escaping a calamity by a fluke, Ji Kang and the rest were not the least bit happy. The unexpected appearance of fiend race Empyreans disrupted all of their plans. They thought that similarly Empyrean powerhouses, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's abode should not have too great an attraction to Empyrean powerhouses. This place was dangerous, but the benefits obtained might not be a lot. This kind of thing was an arduous but fruitless task to Empyrean powerhouses. Hence, no one thought that there would be Empyrean powerhouses who enter. But now, 2 Empyrean powerhouses appeared all at once. When the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean saw these 2 mighty fiend race Empyrean powerhouses, he also had a solemn look on his face. "Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, is it? The 7-colored Edurine belongs to the 2 of us, you don't have objections anymore, right?" The fiend race Empyrean said. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean gave a fierce howl and said, The seven-colored Edgerine can only be possessed by heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove successor. If you all want it, you must kill me. The fiend race Empyrean laughed loudly and said, there's no choice then. Aemond, attack together and dispose of him. Two great fiend race Empyreans took a stride out, SPACE trembled from it. Bang! 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 Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was not the least bit afraid, class. HI plussing together with the two great Empyrean powerhouses. The exchange of Empyrean powerhouses fought until SPACE was reduced to fragments. Those weaker celestial deity powerhouses were directly buried in oblivion by the air billows that flowed out. How could Ji Kang and the rest still dare to remain in the vicinity, with each and every one running far away? Immortal Grove World's SPACE was like shattered glass. Spreading further and further. The Immortal Grove world was plunged into an abyss of misery. Far away, Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. The Immortal Grove world's every blade of grass, and every tree, he could feel it clearly. In the current Immortal Grove world, mountains and rivers were crumbling, blood flowing like rivers. Countless lower realms were already disintegrated and torn by dissension in the midst of this great battle. I can't let them continue fighting anymore. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth, took a step out, and stepped right into the battlefield. Three mighty Empyrean powerhouses spanning across in the middle, no one could enter that cave at all. This figure that suddenly appeared made everyone get a big surprise. Ji Kang's gaze turned intent and he cried out in shock, "It's Yi Yuan. Does this boy want to court death?" Those are Empyrean powerhouses. An ant who's blind and reckless also wants to obtain the seven-colored Edgerine, to go HLL. Aemond gave a savage laugh and suddenly threw a punch out. A terrifying ball of black energy shattered the void and fired toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just felt like the end of the world had arrived. That horrifying power made his fleshy body fall apart. Empyrean powerhouses were too strong. Stellar War Banner. Divine Vestige SPACE. Yi Yuan yelled out, injecting the power of Heavenly Tao frenziedly into the Stellar War Banner. At the same time, he opened up the Divine Vestige SPACE. Yi Yuan's two eyes were ice-cold, not carrying the slightest emotion. The power of the Stellar War Banner could virtually sweep across true God realms. But facing an Empyrean powerhouse, it was somewhat inadequate to look at. But Yi Yuan was simply a crawling bug in Aemond's eyes. He did not pay attention to him at all. The majority of his focus was placed on Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. This punch did not use his full strength. Bang! The black energy broke through the Stellar War Banner, the residual force slammed completely onto the Divine Vestige SPACE. Those countless blue patterns directly fell apart to pieces. Yi Yuan's figure was also blasted out of the Divine Vestige SPACE by this punch. Pewalk. Yi Yuan spewed fresh blood wildly, but he did not hesitate. With another flash, he flew straight into the cave. Amen. A celestial deity realm boy received a punch of mine, and he actually didn't die. Aemond said in shock. Not just him, Ji Kang, Yang Yidao, and the rest, were all dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually blocked an Empyrean powerhouse's attack. Although Aemond was not serious with this attack, if it were them, they would definitely be blasted into dregs. But Yi Yuan actually forcefully blocked it. Not only did he block it, he even had leftover strength to barge into the cave. They discovered that ever since entering this mystic realm, Yi Yuan refreshed their understanding time and again. From a third firmament celestial deity that was weaker until he could not be weaker, to killing Zhuo Han, then to humiliating Xu Xing, then to forcefully resisting three peak third firmament powerhouses. Now, he could actually even block an Empyrean powerhouse's attack. It was simply inconceivable. Qiao Yuan, Aemond, you two fools, why haven't you quickly chased after? This boy's strength rivals ninth firmament true God, the people inside aren't his match. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly bellowed wildly at the two great fiend race Empyreans. Qiao Yuan's brows furrowed. Looking over at that person, he frowned and said, "You know me?" That person had an indignant appearance and said in a great rage, "Your father is Devil Feather. Stop being long-winded, hurry up and go chase." When you see that boy, kill without amnesty. This person was none other than precisely Ji Zun, who was seriously injured by Yi Yuan and escaped. Qiao Yuan's and Amon's pupils constricted at the same time, and they came to a realization very soon. Empyrean Devil Feather, that was an old subordinate of Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong. Back then, he was sent by Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong to pursue Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, but he never came back. They did not expect that he actually did not die yet. The two of them did not doubt Devilfeather's words. To be able to say out the two of their names and even say the name Devilfeather, this was not what anyone could do. The two exchanged a glance and Qiao Yuan said, "Chase." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean also gave a loud roar, raised his blade, and chased after, saying, "Where are you running?" Three great Empyrean powerhouses all chased into the cave. The catastrophe of the Immortal Grove world finally stopped for the time being. SPACE slowly started to recover. Everything also returned to tranquility. But at this time, all the people inside the law enforcement hall were white as a sheet. In front of this kind of apocalyptic power, their strength was fragile like ants. Facing this kind of apocalyptic crisis, they were so feeble and powerless. What they could only do was wait quietly. This calamity, wonder if the Immortal Grove world can pull through or not, Fang Tian said with a pale expression. Sensing that horrifying undulation stop, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. Pew walk. Yi Yuan's fresh blood spewed mouthful after mouthful. His injuries were extremely severe. Although the divine vestige SPACE was powerful, facing existences like Empyrean powerhouses, it was still unbelievably fragile. My strength is still too weak. That damn North Old Fart Immortal Grove, what the hell do you want to do? Yi Yuan roared. Inside his sea of consciousness, Dustless was silent. He knew about Yi Yuan's feelings toward the Immortal Grove world. This place had his kin and was also the place where he grew up. He could not possibly watch these people die unfeelingly, watch this world crumble. Therefore, his fury toward Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove also reached the limit. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove clearly had the power to suppress Empyreans. But after arriving here, he did not suppress anymore. Once the power of an Empyrean was unleashed, that was truly destroying heaven and earth. Facing Empyreans with Yi Yuan's current strength, it truly felt powerless. Bang! 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 Just as Yi Yuan was denouncing angrily, intense fighting sounds came from in front. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly saw light. Amar's sieve cast cavern appeared before his eyes. Inside the cast cavern, iridescent rays of light blossomed. It was unbelievably beautiful. Chapter 1877, Innumerable Ghost Shadows. Chapter 1877, Innumerable Ghost Shadows. DAMN it. You'd AMN thing, get lost for your father. Inside the cast cavern, came Jiyu Tiang's roars. Jiyu Tianqiu and Ghost Wind, two people, were currently fighting fiercely without rest inside the cave. Jiyu Tiang's strength was a notch higher. But wanting to finish off Ghost Wind within a short time was also not an easy thing. On a stone platform in the depths of the cast cavern, a fist-sized seven-colored rock was placed quietly there. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, guessing that it should be the seven-colored Edurine. Even separated so far away, Yi Yuan could also feel the tremendous energy contained inside it. It even made the injuries on his body instantly become much better. This is the seven-colored Edurine? Indeed mystical, no wonder even Empyrean powerhouses are moved, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. While talking, waves of powerful undulations came from behind. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean and the Fiend Race Empyreans already chased after. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan took a stride out and arrived on top of the stone platform. The seven-colored Edurine is mine. Below, came Jiyu Tiang's roar. Yi Yuan totally ignored him, reaching his hand out and grabbing at the seven-colored Edurine. Ghost Wind laughed savagely and said, "Blind and reckless thing, a measly celestial deity realm also wants to encroach upon the seven-colored Edurine." He knew that that stone platform was not a good place that could let people take away the seven-colored Edurine at will. Woo! Woo! Yi Yuan's hand had not touched the seven-colored edgerine yet, and a cold to the extreme aura already came over. Countless ghosts howled and screamed, "Das!" Plussing out of the stone platform, and pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. These evil ghosts all had incomparably powerful auras. Even if a true God realm powerhouse was here, they would also be torn to pieces. This tiny stone platform was actually a place that hid ghost. When Jiyu Qianqiu saw this scene, his complexion turned deathly pale too. Even if Ghost Wind did not chase after, if he went to take the seven-colored edgerine rashly, his outcome would likely not be much better too. Fortunately now, there was Yi Yuan luring out these fierce ghosts. Ha ha ha, the seven-colored edgerine is mine. Right at this time, Jiyu Qianqiu suddenly erupted, forcing Ghost Wind back several steps. Following which, his figure was like lightning, pouncing over toward the seven-colored edgerine. Ghost Wind got a big shock, but it was already too late to want to go and intercept. But right at this time, a terrifying soul vortex erupted from Yi Yuan's body. The shrill screams emitted by those fierce ghosts were as if Yi Yuan was a dreadful monster, avoiding him as if he was a plague. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and directly grabbing the seven-colored edgerine in his hand. Those fierce ghosts did not dare to approach Yi Yuan but took Jiyu Qianqiu to be the target to vent, pouncing over toward him frenziedly. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus right at this time, three extremely powerful auras barged into the cast cavern. They were precisely the three great Empyrean powerhouses. Hehe, kid, see where you're gonna run still, Qiao Yuan said with a mocking look. Didn't expect that a celestial deity realm brat could actually block a punch from your father. Truly impressive. However, it also ends here. Hand over the seven-colored edgerine, Amond said with a cold smile. This cast cavern only had one exit. Right now, the exit was thoroughly blocked off by three great Empyrean powerhouses. There was no way out at all. The other powerhouses also followed inside but hid far away, not daring to come over at all. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's gaze also locked onto Yi Yuan firmly and said furiously, "Kid, put down the seven-colored edgerine." Yi Yuan's gaze glinted and he suddenly smiled and said to the two great Empyrean powerhouses, "When did I say that I was going to run?" Qiao Yuan was taken aback and said with a cold smile, "Best that you don't run. Looks like you've resigned yourself to date. Hand over the seven-colored edgerine then, and this Empyrean can spare you from death." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused and said with a big laugh, "You fiends, each and every one of you are dumb like pigs, to actually take others to be as silly as you all. Spare me from death. This kind of trick, even 3-year-old kids won't believe either, right?" Qiao Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Brat, you're very good. This Empyrean will refine you into a fiend slave and imprison your divine soul for 100,000 years." Yi Yuan ignored him, but he said to Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, "You come over. The seven-colored edgerine, I'll only hand over to you. Furthermore, I can help you chase away these two fools." The moment Qiao Yuan duo heard this, they laughed wildly without ceasing. "Ha ha ha. Boy, your joke is really very hilarious. I'm almost laughing myself into fits." Qiao Yuan said with a big laugh. Forget about them. Even Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean himself also did not take Yi Yuan's words seriously at all. But, Yi Yuan saying to hand the seven-colored edgerine over to him still moved him. It was only to see his figure moved, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. An extremely gloomy and cold aura came over, nearly freezing Yi Yuan into a corpse. The severity of a Ghost Empyrean's yin aura, ordinary powerhouses were not able to withstand it at all. "Brat, hand over the seven-colored edgerine then," Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean said. "Wild Blade, still remember this old man?" A voice transmitted right into Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's sea of consciousness, making his entire body shudder. Your Lord Dustless?" Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean replied. Dustless laughed and said, "Who? It's precisely this old man." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's body trembled violently. This aura, he was too familiar. Who could it be if not Dustless? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove rearing Ghost Dao powerhouses, what did he use to raise? Of course it was the soul-suppressing pearl, This divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure was not what ordinary Empyrean spirit treasures could compare to. One could say that the Ghost Dao powerhouses here were all trained by Dustless single-handedly. That's great. Your Excellency, you're all right. It's really great. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was extremely agitated. Now isn't the time to catch up. I'll possess your body and teach those two fiend race Empyreans a little lesson, Dustless said. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate at all, saying with a nod, okay. With Lord Dustless taking action, those two DAMN things will definitely die very horribly. Suddenly, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's eyes suddenly snapped open, the imposing momentum on his body suddenly changing. Qiao Yuan and Eamon's faces changed, secretly thinking that things were not good. They did not stop Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean just now because no matter whose hands the seven-colored Edgerine was in, the two of them could not avoid a fight with Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. As long as they blocked the exit and did not let them go out, it would do. Fighting 2 versus 1, the two of their chances of victory were very high. As for Yi Yuan saying that he could let Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean defeat them, they only took it to be a joke. But now, they had a trace of foreboding premonition in their hearts. Aimond, attack! Qiao Yuan shouted fiercely, Russ. HI plussing together with Aimond, pincer attacking Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean gave a cold laugh and said with a furious roar, Ghost Dao 100 runes. Innumerable ghost shadows. Dark extermination Ghost Blade. In an instant, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean transformed into countless incarnations, each one's aura was incomparably powerful. Qiao Yuan's and Eamon's expressions changed suddenly, urging the fiend essence within their bodies to the limit. Bang! 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 Countless blade images landed frenziedly, turning into an airtight blade net, slicing the entire SPACE into fragments. Qiao Yuan and Aimond wailed miserably, with their figures flying out backward. The fiend energy on their bodies immediately decreased significantly. Qiao Yuan struggled to crawl to his feet, Nas. HI plussing his teeth in hatred as he said, DM it. How can it be like this? Chapter 1878, Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. Chapter 1878, Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. What a powerful attack. It's simply impeccable. Why did this Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean suddenly become so strong? This is the 81st rune of the Ghost Dao 100 runes, innumerable ghost shadows. He actually cultivated to such a boundary already. No, wait, he definitely didn't have this strength previously. What in the world did Yi Yuan do to him? Yi Yuan's words were still ringing in their ears. He said that he could help Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean chase these two mighty fiend race Empyreans away. Just now, they were the same as the two great Empyreans, taking it to be a joke. They did not expect that in a blink of an eye, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean really brought down these two mighty fiend Empyreans with one blade. Yi Yuan looked at that rapidly shrinking SPACE, letting out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. This blade arrived quickly and also left quickly, not like the great battle previously. The ripping of SPACE was continuous and the destructive power was also completely different. Previously, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's fight with the two great Empyreans, he did not have the chance to approach Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean at all. He could only enter the cave to draw their attention. Yi Yuan looked at the two great fiend Empyreans and said coolly, Now, is it still a joke or not? Qiao Yuan's expression was very ugly. An exalted Empyrean powerhouse was actually made a mockery of by a celestial deity realm. However, what on earth did this boy do to actually make Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's strength increase greatly? Ghost Dao 100 runes 81st rune, that was a Ghost Dao that even Empyrean powerhouses found hard to comprehend, and Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean actually used it. Kid, don't you be impudent. The victor hasn't been decided yet. Aimond, attack together. Qiao Yuan gave a fierce cry, fiendish energy immediately surging on his body. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said coldly, You guys really want to go to the point of no return for a seven-colored Edgerine? Qiao Yuan sneered and said, So what? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, I don't care, but Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's real treasures should be inside that palace. But if you guys want to really fight it out with Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, the Immortal Grove world will likely fall apart to pieces. At that time, that palace will drift into spatial turbulent flows and you guys can forget about finding it again. The moment Qiao Yuan heard, the imposing momentum on his body immediately diminished significantly. What Yi Yuan said was right. They already sensed that the Immortal Grove world could not withstand Empyrean-level battles at all. Once they fought it out to the bitter end, the entire world would collapse and that palace would definitely crash into a spatial turbulent flow. Wanting to enter the palace at that time would be virtually impossible. However, Qiao Yuan still did not give up and said to Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, "Wild Blade, this kid said to give you the 7-colored edgerine, but he didn't give it to you. Could it be that you're going to stomach this insult?" Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean gave Yi Yuan a glance and said coolly, "I hit it off very well with this little brother. That 7-colored edgerine, I'll give it to this little brother." "What?" Qiao Yuan's eyebrows went wide, disbelief written all over his face. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean fought with them for the greater part of a day for the 7-colored edgerine. Now, he actually gave the 7-colored edgerine to Yi Yuan? The others similarly had astonished looks, feeling that this scene in front of them was seriously too subverting. One had to know, they had a bloody battle with those Ghost Dao powerhouses for a long time for the 7-colored edgerine. Now, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean actually made the decision and gave the 7-colored edgerine to Yi Yuan. This made people too peeved. Of course, what they had even more was envy. That was a 7-colored edgerine. Giving a celestial deity realm powerhouse to use was simply a wanton waste of God's good gift. This thing was something that could let Empyrean powerhouses advance. Just nice, I was called out by them from the Senro Ghost Realm and can still stay for a few days. I'll follow along with little friend Yi Yuan then. Just as everyone was unbelievably surprised, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean threw out another heavyweight bombsh. Eel. Qiao Yuan's face turned black and nearly had an impulse to curse and swear. This guy could be off doing anything, but he just had to be Yi Yuan's bodyguard. He was originally still planning on finesse. Plussing Yi Yuan off along the way. Now, nothing could be done. No one would have thought that a great struggle for the 7-colored edgerine would actually conclude like this. The group of true God realms fought fiercely for more than 10 days. In the end, even Empyrean powerhouses took action. But Nobody obtained the 7-colored edgerine in the end and instead let Yi Yuan, this celestial deity realm, get it. Helpless, the party could only rest their hopes on that palace. 3 great Empyreans blazing the trail, there naturally would not be much danger on the way. Very soon, the group of people arrived on that tallest mountain peak. Only after arriving before it did everyone feel the majesty and magnificence of this palace. But Yi Yuan's gaze landed on a young man by his side. That person seemed to have noticed Yi Yuan too and flashed a friendly smile at Yi Yuan, saying, "Brother Yi, we meet again. You're really impressive, to actually be able to snatch the 7-colored edgerine from the hands of a group of Empyrean powerhouses." This person was none other than precisely Tang Yang. Yi Yuan did not expect that this Tang Yang who concealed his abilities actually walked all the way here. One had to know, previously in the Azura Ghost domain, the celestial deity realm powerhouses who challenged the heaven-killing sword formation had pretty much all fallen. Especially those itinerant cultivators without backers, the casualties were even terrifyingly huge. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yang actually pulled through. Who? Brother Tang indeed keeps your ability hidden deeply. This Yi admires. Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said with a smile. Yi Yuan touched his own heart and felt that he was rather accurate at reading people. But this Tang Yang, he could not see through. Tang Yang smiled and said, "What ability do I have to hide? It was merely hiding from place to place and barely managing to walk until here, that's all." Even so, this Tang also narrowly escaped death several times. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Tang is modest." Finally arrived at Old Fart Immortal Grove's lair. Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. That thing should be hidden in here, right? Qiao Yuan chuckled and was about to step into the Great Hall. He was brave stemming from great ability and was also not afraid of whatever contingency Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove set up. Hold on. Ji Zun suddenly shouted. Qiao Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Amen? What's wrong, old fogey Devilfeather?" Empyrean Devilfeather could not even take care of a true God realm right now. How could Qiao Yuan take him seriously? Zhu Shong said in a solemn voice, "Lord Zhu Shong sent you 2 pigs here. Isn't he afraid of spoiling the important affair?" Qiao Yuan snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "Devilfeather, stop putting on stinky airs in front of your father. If you're formidable, why would you be suppressed by old fart Immortal Grove for 5 million years?" Ji Zun's face turned black and was practically about to rampage. But he was currently a tiger who had ended up in an open plain, so how could he be Qiao Yuan's match? It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, "Okay then, if you want to seek death, go in then." Qiao Yuan's brows furrowed and he calmed down instead. Suddenly, his gaze swept and landed on a third firmament true God. "Go in first," Qiao Yuan said in a cold voice. That third firmament true God's face changed but hesitated. Qiao Yuan said in a cold voice, "If you're not going, die." As he said, powerful fiend essence burst forth, cruise. Hi plussing that third firmament true God until he could not catch his breath. Empyrean powerhouses were too strong. Bang! Qiao Yuan did not give him time to hesitate at all, suddenly slamming a fist out, immediately blasting him into dregs. Then, his gaze landed on another true God realm and said, "You, go in." The moment that person heard, his face was immediately ashen. But at this time, it was not allowed for him to refuse at all. Carrying FL.US turd emotions, he walked towards the main entrance of the palace. Buzz, buzz, bang. A horrifying energy undulation landed. That true God powerhouse did not even let out a scream. He directly turned to ashes. Chapter 1879, Eradicate him for me. Chapter 1879, Eradicate him for me. The group of powerhouses all had slightly fearful expressions. This Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's restrictions were too powerful. Qiao Yuan's face changed. He then pointed at another true God powerhouse and said, "You go." But this time, he pointed at Yang Yidao. The moment Yang Yidao heard, his face immediately turned pale and he stammered, Lord Empyrean, haven't we already tested it?" Qiao Yuan snickered and said, "Not testing more. How will this Empyrean know where the weak point of this restriction is?" One sentence and everyone felt imperiled. Ji Kang, Zhuo Pan, and the rest of the true God realm top powerhouses, all had very ugly faces. The fox mourning the death of a rabbit was pretty much like this. Yang Yidao was aware that there was no chance to be spared. Suddenly, he knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a flash. He understood that at this time, there was only Yi Yuan who could save him. "A little brother Yi Yuan, I beg you, save me." Yi Yuan was also rendered dumbfounded by this sudden change. An exalted ninth firmament true God powerhouse actually knelt in front of him? When the other true God powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help giving rise to the feeling of the fox mourning the death of a rabbit. At this time, the celestial deity realm martial artists whose numbers were not many felt very safe instead. Because even if they went, they could not probe anything out at all. When Qiao Yuan saw this scene, he immediately laughed. "Who, if you'd long known that it would be this way, why behave like that back then? He obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure based on his own ability. You guys insisted on abusing your power to bully people. Now, you're in a crisis and turned around to beg him. Is it that you guys will sell him again after this round? Yi Yuan brat, let me remind you, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean can't stay for more than a few days here." Qiao Yuan had a smile on his face, seemingly not worried at all that Yi Yuan would help Yang Yidao. Along the way, they concealed their strength, taking Yi Yuan's conflict with these people into their sights. At this time, Yang Yidao's intestines were green with regret. Smack, smack, smack. Yang Yidao slapped himself ruthlessly and cried bitterly, "Yi Yuan, I made a huge mistake. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have been blinded by obsession and covet your Empyrean spirit treasure, but in the end, we're all humans, Are you going to passively watch everyone die in the hands of the fiend race? Yeah. Yi Yuan, at this time, we should be bound by a common hatred for the enemy and deal with the fiend race together first. Everyone is human compatriots, you can't stand by and watch us die. The moment they heard Yang Yidao's words, these true God powerhouses all voiced their vocal support, wanting to hold Yi Yuan ransom to ethical principles. Yi Yuan was originally somewhat stirred, but when Yang Yidao said until the second half of his sentence, Yi Yuan became enraged. Enough! Yi Yuan gave a furious roar, interrupting their words. Everyone's faces changed, they all saw through that Yi Yuan was angered. Yang Yidao, if you're scared of death yourself, then be scared of death yourself. Deliberately dragging everyone in, are you bullying me for being soft-hearted? Or is it that you feel that I'm young, easy to hoodwink? Yi Yuan looked at Yang Yidao and said with a cold smile. Yang Yidao's face was ashen. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so sharp. His bit of trick was seen through by Yi Yuan. He was secretly shocked. How could a 1,000-over-years-old little fellow have such profound cunningness? He, this old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years, could not play any tricks. Also, you guys, know that you're humans now? Know that there are compatriots now and want to fight the enemy with a common hatred? What the hell have you been doing? When the two of them were dealing with me inside the cavern, did one of you come forward? Previously, when Ji Kang they all were taking advantage of their power to bull people, did any one of you step forward to step up for me? Now, know how to be scared. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping over each person's face. The places it said through, those true God powerhouses all lowered their heads. Yi Yuan sneered inwardly. These people posed as people of high morals but were self-centered. Saying whatever human race's righteousness was merely holding you ransom to ethical principles. What Xiao Yuan said was right, even if he helped these people pass this hurdle, once Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean disappeared, they would recover to their original faces very quickly. Ha ha ha. Boy, I really underestimated you. Looks like you see things even more thoroughly than I do. Xiao Yuan laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan suddenly reined in his expression and said coolly, I know that there are definitely Empyrean powerhouses among the humans too. But I really admire your tolerance, to actually be able to endure until now. Who, thinking of sitting things out and reaping the spoils later? Yi Yuan's words made Xiao Yuan's face change. They naturally also suspected that the humans had Empyrean powerhouses around too. But even the seven-colored Edgerine appeared and the human Empyreans did not show face. They thought that there were none. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually suspected that the humans had Empyreans too. Yi Yuan swept his glance over and said with a faint smile, all not making a sound her? All treating me as a sucker, making me fight to the death with the fiend race Empyreans, is it? Sorry, you guys want to dodge, but I won't let you do as you wish plus Senior Wildblade, give them a chop, force out our Lord Empyreans for me. The moment Xiao Yuan heard, he could not help laughing loudly and said, ha ha ha. Boy, you're indeed ruthless enough. A great character. But the faces of Ji Kang and the rest changed and said, Yi Yuan, what do you want to do? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, don't blame me, want to blame the Lord Empyreans. Senior, do it. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean nodded slightly, evil ghostly power suddenly erupting. Those human powerhouses were all ashen in front of Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, they did not have the strength to retaliate at all. There was no difference from lambs awaiting slaughter. The blade rising, the terrifying aura raged. Whoosh! Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate in the slightest and really chopped a blade over. The faces of the human powerhouses all abruptly changed, they finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking with them. But right at this time, two powerful auras suddenly erupted, meeting this blade. Bang! The blade momentum dissipated, everything returned to tranquility. Two auras that were not weaker than the fiend race Empyreans appeared in the midst of the human camp. The faces of the powerhouses around them suddenly changed, backing away one after another. Ji Kang's pupils constricted, looking at one of the figures and exclaimed, Lord Jiao Minute, you're here too. Zhao Minute looked at Ji Kang and said with a cold snort, "Humph. Vast heaven great imperial capital's face is totally lost by you all." Ji Kang had a look of embarrassment. Being suppressed by a celestial deity realm boy along the way, this was simply a great stinging insult in his life. But he had no choice. Putting aside that he had peak true God strength, he even had an Empyrean powerhouse protecting. The other Empyrean powerhouse said, "Hehe, Zhao Minute, you might not fare better than how Ji Kang did too. This boy isn't simple enough. Crap. Du Hong, this is my vast heaven great imperial capital's affair. It has nothing to do with you," Zhao Minute said unhappily. Finished talking, Zhao Minute looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you're very gutsy, to actually dare oppose my vast heaven great imperial capital. The consequence isn't what you can bear." Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned and said, "Are you threatening me? Senior Wild Blade, eradicate him for me." Chapter 1880, Mysterious Tang Yang. Chapter 1880, Mysterious Tang Yang Bang. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate at all. Innumerable ghost shadows was executed once more, directly bombarding a blade over. One blade directly blasted Zhao Minute flying. Cough, cough. Zhao Ming was struck by the blade and already sustained serious injuries, coughing vigorously. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's innumerable ghost shadows, even Qiao Yuan and Amond joining hands, was not a match for it. So how could a measly Zhao Minute alone possibly block it? Ha ha ha. Zhao Minute, is your brain spoiled? Didn't even figure out the situation and you dare to threaten Yi Yuan? When Qiao Yuan saw the situation, he could not resist laughing loudly. The two of them fiend race mighty Empyreans did not even dare to attack Wild Blade after joining hands. Zhao Minute, alone and without backing, actually dared to use vast heaven great imperial capital to coerce Yi Yuan. Did he really take Yi Yuan to be a soft persimmon? When those true God powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their hearts leaped to their throats. That was an Empyrean powerhouse, and yet Yi Yuan sent him packing with one word. It was also that the SPACE here was not stable enough. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would likely deal a fatal blow. But this attack already gave Zhao Ming a serious injury too. Zhao Minute crawled to his feet, his expression ugly to the extreme. No idea whether was it because he got injured, or was it because it was humiliating. Those who came here are all aiming for the treasures. You used vast heaven great imperial capital to threaten me? I think that you really didn't bring your brain out when you left the house, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. See, consider yourself ruthless. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth and stopped talking. Under this situation right now, the most domineering one was not the few mighty Empyrean powerhouses, but Yi Yuan, this puny little celestial deity rel. This was because Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's strength far surpassed, said the other Empyreans. And Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean obeyed Yi Yuan's every command. Zhao Minute, this major faction's Empyrean powerhouse, was insufferably arrogant because he was used to playing the tyrant. Because of Yi Yuan's conflict with Ji Kang, Xu Xing, and the rest, he felt that it provoked vast heaven great imperial capital's face. That was why he blurted out those words. Except, he never thought that Yi Yuan would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, making a move at a word of disagreement. Yi Yuan's words and actions were not like a junior's at all, but a fierce and ambitious person who ruled a region. Since these two cowardly turtles came out too, then we can discuss how to enter the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, right? These words, Qiao Yuan said them to Yi Yuan. Currently, Yi Yuan undoubtedly had the greatest right to speak. Yi Yuan said coolly, "How to go in is your business. If you have the ability, go in to seize the treasures. If you don't have the ability, keep watch outside. Senior Wild Blade, let's go." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean and entered inside the restriction with a stride. Qiao Yuan's pupils constricted. This brat's guts were also too plucky to actually go in just like this. Wasn't he scared of death? Humph. Blind and reckless thing. When Zhao Minute saw the situation, he said with a cold snort. At the same time, he cursed non-stop in his heart, cursing for Yi Yuan to be directly exterminated by the restriction. However, he was disappointed. After Yi Yuan walked into the restriction did not have any reaction at all. It was only to see him SHI plus feet positions, directly arriving outside the palace's front door. Creak. The door was lightly pushed open by Yi Yuan. Qiao Yuan's face changed, and he said with a furious roar, "Turns out that this kid knows restrictions. Damn it. Can't let this boy go in, otherwise, the treasures inside will be swept clean by him alone." Zhao Minute also said anxiously. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, "You guys take your time. No rush. I'll go in to explore the way first." Done talking, he stepped right into the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. What to do here? Old Fart Immortal Grove's restrictions are extremely formidable. Based on our strength, forcefully barging won't work at all, Amond said anxiously. The others also had looks of despair. No one would have thought that at the final juncture, everyone would be played by Yi Yuan. When everyone was at a loss on what to do, he swaggered his way in. "Everyone, I think that I can bring you all in." Just as everyone lost all hope, a voice sounded out like heavenly music. Looking over to where the voice was, everyone discovered that it was actually a celestial deity realm young man. You're sure that you can?" Zhao Minute used doubting eyes to look at him. The young man smiled brightly and said, "I can go ahead first." Everyone exchanged glances. Qiao Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Okay. You go." The young man slowly walked out, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, and really made a round trip. Except, his speed of clearing the restriction was much slower compared to Yi Yuan. When everyone saw the situation, they immediately revealed wildly ecstatic looks. No one would have expected that this celestial deity realm young man could actually crack such a profound restriction. Qiao Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with pleasant surprise, "What's your name called?" The young man smiled and said, "Tang Yang." This young man was none other than precisely Tang Yang. Even Yi Yuan also did not think that apart from him, this place actually still had someone capable of passing through the restriction. "Ha ha ha, truly, heaven didn't fail me. Quickly, you lead the way," Qiao Yuan said impatiently. But Tang Yang smiled and said, "Senior, don't be anxious. Tang Yang don't have other abilities, but have done some research on restrictions. However, this junior has a presumptuous request." Qiao Yuan's face changed, but he recovered back to normal very quickly and said smilingly, "Speak." At this time, if Tang Yang did not raise any requests, it would be abnormal instead. Tang Yang smiled and said, "Seniors have to do everything in your power to ensure my safety after entering this heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. I hope that everyone swears a heavenly Tao oath. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. With heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's attainments, there is still no idea what kind of restriction exists inside. Ensuring my safety, seniors will only earn and not lose out. By now, this junior already has no other requests and only asks to be able to go out safely." The few mighty Empyrean powerhouses exchanged glances, agreeing to Tang Yang's request very quickly. Just as Tang Yang said, heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's restrictions were too terrifying. This place was heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's lair. What kind of restrictions were inside was still not known. With Tang Yang around, it was indeed a pretty good choice. After swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Tang Yang started to bring everyone into the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. After entering the Heavenly Palace, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean said with a cold laugh, how would those fools have thought that young master is Lord Immortal Grove's successor? With this, they can only wait blankly outside." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "That might not be so." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's face changed and he said, "Young master, what does this mean?" Yi Yuan said, "Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laying down such a big setup, it was in order to lure these people in. Now that they already arrived at the gate, how can they possibly be turned away at the gate?" Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's face changed, and he said, What in the world does Lord Immortal Grove want to do?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "That can only ask him to know. Either way, it's definitely not some good thing to the Immortal Grove world. Amen." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, sensing a wave of undulation in the purple extreme hall. His thoughts stirred and little Tong appeared hugging the pink treasure pig. Snort snort, treasure pig grunted at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up and he said with a smile, "Okay, we'll follow you." Little Tong let his hand go. Treasure pig immediately scurried into the depths of the great hall like lightning. Chapter 1881, One Fell Swoop. Chapter 1881, One Fell Swoop. Such thick medicinal fragrance. If those people saw it, it cannot be without a bout of killing again. Looking at the heaps of bottles and containers in front of them, Yi Yuan could not help sighing emotionally. Under Treasure Pig's lead, Yi Yuan found this side hall. Inside had all sorts of medicinal pills displayed. Barring no accidents, this place should be the place where Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove stored medicinal pills. When Treasure Pig saw these medicinal pills, its two eyes immediately lit up, turning into a streak of punk light and das. HI plussing over, devouring a pile of bottles and containers busily. The quality of these medicinal pills naturally went without saying. Yi Yuan examined them. They were basically all rank 6 and above divine pills. There were even quite a number of rank 7 divine pills. Rank 7 divine pills were medicinal pills even useful to Empyrean powerhouses. MN. What's this? Yi Yuan saw that on a countertop in a corner, several small bottles were placed, faintly exuding an extremely powerful aura. Roar. Opening the small bottle to look, the sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky, practically shattering the entire side hall. Yi Yuan hurriedly closed the lid and said in pleasant surprise, "This is 4 symbols true blood. Inside this small bottle, there are likely several dozen drops of azure dragon true blood." One had to know, 1 drop of true blood outside caused countless powerhouses to crack their skulls in a bid to vie for it. If the true blood here was put out, it would definitely arouse endless frenzy. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. White Light and Ning Qianping both appeared here. "Your Excellency, Big Brother." Yi Yuan handed the White Tiger True Blood to White Light and Pares said the Black Tortoise True Blood to Ning Qianping, saying with a smile, "Inside is White Tiger True Blood and Black Tortoise True Blood. You guys refine it, your strength should be able to increase considerably." White Light opened the bottle lid, a violent tiger roar transmitted out. His expression changed and he said, "So much?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You're of the White Tiger physique, refining the White Tiger True Blood will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort." White Light was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Big Brother. I'll go into close seclusion right away and refine it." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Ning Qianping similarly felt an upsurge of emotion, saying gratefully. These few years, White Light and Ning Qianping were cultivating inside the Purple Extreme Hall, and also already broke through to Celestial Deity Realm. It was just that in terms of cultivation realm, they were a lot worse than Yi Yuan. Done with these, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, directly swallowing 3 drops of Azure Dragon True Blood, and started refining. "Senior Wild Blade, you stand guard over me. I'll refine the Azure Dragon True Blood." "Yes, young master." Little Tong's gaze turned intent and he said, "You swallowed 3 drops of Azure Dragon True Blood in one go, you don't want to live anymore?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm just scared that it's not enough." The dragon blood entering the body, the berserk energy instantly erupted, Yi Yuan's imposing momentum skyrocketed. After 2 hours, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his realm already broke through to 4th firmament divine vestige. Little Tong had a shocked expression as he said, "Just what kind of cultivation method are you cultivating? Refining 3 drops of Azure Dragon True Blood only let you barely manage to break through to the 1st firmament Celestial Deity Realm. Furthermore, your speed of refining is a little too fast, right?" Lung Qiuling used several months' time to refine a drop of Vermilion Bird True Blood. But Yi Yuan merely used 2 hours to refine 3 drops of Azure Dragon True Blood. This speed was too fast. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Talk about this again in the future. We'd better leave this place first. There are probably quite a few good things inside this Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. Let's walk around more." "Yorp." Treasure Pig suddenly belched, immediately plopping down in Little Tong's embrace, falling asleep. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and also got a big shock. The medicinal pills here were quite a few, This little fellow actually ate all of them without leaving a single one behind. He was secretly astonished. Just what kind of pet was Treasure Pig, to actually have such a good appetite? 1 tea. So many medicinal pills, ordinary people would have long burst if they ate them. Treasure Pig's body shape actually did not even change. Just what was inside this little fellow's stomach? Right at this time, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean suddenly said, "Young master, Wild Blade probably can't accompany you to carry on walking anymore." Yi Yuan gave Wild Blade a glance and knew that his time limit was up. Nodding his head, he said, "This whole way, many thanks to Senior Wild Blade for escorting." Wild Blade hurriedly said, "What is young master saying here? Your Lord Immortal Grove's successor, and also Lord Dustless's master. So you're naturally my, Wild Blade's, master too. Without them, there wouldn't be the present Wild Blade. Young master, when you return to the Heavenspan world, you must go to the Senro Ghost Realm to find me." Senro Ghost Realm was the same as the Demon Divine region, a region of the Heavenspan world. It was just that the Senro Ghost Realm was the paradise of Ghost Dao powerhouses. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Definitely. Senior Wild Blade, take care." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean cupped his fists and said, "Take care, young master." The moment Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean left, Yi Yuan lost the reliance to resist Empyrean powerhouses. Hence, he could not meet with those people anymore. Fortunately, Dustless was very familiar with the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. Hence, avoiding those people was nothing. Such thick medicinal fragrance. There must be good stuff here. An alluring medicinal fragrance wafted over. Zhao Minute and the rest were all intoxicated. Qiao Yuan and the rest went through hards. HI plus PS and finally found this side hall. They were different from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had Dustless leading the way and was not worried about the dangers of the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace at all. But they could only forcefully barge in. Along the way, quite a few people sustained heavy wounds or even died on the way already. A bunch of people entered in a single file, entering inside the side hall. This. How can it be like this? Upon entering, Zhao Min's face changed. Inside the side hall, there were disorderly empty bottles everywhere, scattered in a mess. Ji Kang gave a cold snort and said angrily, "This place should be Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pill refining room. The medicinal fragrance is so strong, it indicates that there were still many medicinal pills previously. This must have been done by Yi Yuan. The good things were all given to a pig." 1. Those true God powerhouses were all black in the face, in great fits of rage. One misstep and every step would then be wrong. They could only follow behind Yi Yuan and eat dust now. But, one had to admit, Ji Kang really said it correctly. These medicinal pills were really given to a pig. Except, this pig was not Yi Yuan, but a genuine pig. Preposterous. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove is a famous alchemist. There must have been rank 7 divine pills here. This DAM and brat actually got the whole lot. When I capture him, this old man will definitely tear him to pieces. Du Hong also said angrily. "No way. We have to hurry and chase after. Otherwise, we won't be able to fish any benefits, all benefiting this brat. Tang Yang, quickly lead the way." "MN. Where's Tang Yang?" Zhao Minute said. "Hey. He was still here just now, where is he gone?" "DMN. If this boy isn't around, once we encounter restrictions, we'll be dead for sure. This punk called Tang Yang is as mysterious as Yi Yuan." The moment everyone turned around, they discovered that the Tang Yang who was leading the way previously actually already disappeared. To be able to walk until here safely, Tang Yang could be said to have made tremendous contributions. Now that Tang Yang suddenly disappeared, everyone could not help panicking in their hearts. 4 great Empyrean powerhouses, each of their faces were very ugly too. At this time, a figure was traveling at great speed inside the palace, spurring on powerful restrictions from time to time. However, those restrictions actually did not have any use when they landed on that figure. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this figure was none other than precisely Tang Yang. 1. It's a saying, they don't know that it was really eaten by a pig. Chapter 1882, Tang Yang's True Ident Tai. Chapter 1882, Tang Yang's true ident. 1 Tai. Rumble. Within the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, intense undulations transmitted out from time to time. That horrifying energy made the entire Heavenly Palace start to tremble intensely. Yi Yuan's expression was ugly as he said, "What's going on here? Someone is confronting the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's restrictions," Dustless said with a frown. Yi Yuan was shocked and said, "Confronting? Being able to confront the restrictions so enduringly, Empyrean powerhouses probably can't do it too, right?" Dustless nodded his head and said in a solemn voice, "Come, let's go to the Immortal Grove Hall. If old fart Immortal Grove left behind anything, it's likely left there." Yi Yuan nodded his head. Following Dustless's guidance, he sped over towards the Immortal Grove Hall swiftly. Inside the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, Tang Yang arrived leisurely. Those restrictive forces that were powerful until it made the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace shudder had no effect on him at all. And the direction that he was going in was surprisingly, precisely the Immortal Grove Hall. With a creak, the Immortal Grove Hall's front door was lightly pushed open. A power that was daunting until it made people quiver abruptly erupted. However, facing this force, Tang Yang just lightly waved his hand and it immediately turned to ashes. After stepping in, Tang Yang's gaze never SHI plus FTD away before. World suppressing steely? At this time, a voice sounded out on the other side of the hall. Tang Yang lifted his head slightly and looked over, and discovered that astonishment was written all over Yi Yuan's face. He just entered the hall from a side door and discovered that the sculptures of the 4 symbols divine beasts were set up in the 4 corners of the Great Hall. Apart from this, it was stark empty inside the hall. There was only a stone stele suppressing in the center position, emitting a terrifying aura. This stone stele, Yi Yuan was quite familiar it. What was it if not the world-suppressing stele? However, the world-suppressing stele was clearly on him. Then what was this stone stele? Yi Yuan did not believe that this world-suppressing stele in the Great Hall was the genuine world-suppressing stele. Because Heavenly Emperor Jushong's goal was not the world-suppressing stele at all, but the lesser Heavenspan Mountain inside the world-suppressing stele. And the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was precisely in his, Yi Yuan's, hands. That's right. It's precisely the world-suppressing stele, Tang Yang said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan's face fell and he looked at Tang Yang and said, "Tang Yang, who on earth are you?" Tang Yang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "With your intellect and wit, haven't you already guessed it? Why is there a need to get confirmation from me?" Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, his heart twitching violently, squeezing 4 words out of his crevices between his teeth. Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong. This Tang Yang had always given Yi Yuan a very peculiar feeling. This person was too low profile. But each time, he could make it through safe and sound. Most importantly, when everyone felt imperiled by danger, this Tang Yang could still maintain an expression that was rippleless like an ancient well. This was absolutely not ordinary. In reality, Yi Yuan had always thought that Tang Yang was an Empyrean powerhouse. But under that blade of wild blade ghost Empyreans, Tang Yang did not make a move. This had surprised him greatly. Yi Yuan never dreamed that Heavenly Emperor Jushong actually personally took action. Now, the truth was brought into the light. Yi Yuan finally understood just what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove set up such a grand spectacle for. He wanted to draw his greatest sworn enemy, Heavenly Emperor Jushong, over. He used the world-suppressing stele to draw him over. Actually, right from the beginning, Yi Yuan faintly had some surmises, feeling that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove definitely did not lay down such a grand setup in order to choose a successor. Because Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's successor was him, Yi Yuan. Then, there was only one reason that he would do this. It was revenge. Except, he could not figure out what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was relying on to dare do so. Forget that he was already dead, even if he was currently in his prime, it was also impossible to be Heavenly Emperor Jushong's match. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Empyrean, even though it was only 1 word off, the strength margin was akin to heaven and earth. Even if Heavenly Emperor Jushong was just an existence who refined a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit. Tang Yang smiled slightly and said, "For old fart Immortal Grove to be able to find a successor like you, his life was truly not spent in vain." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said, "You knew long ago?" Zhu Shong smiled and said, "You were able to forcibly resist true God realm powerhouses along the way and could hide from other people's eyes. But you can't hide from this Emperor's arcane sight. How can a mere initial rank Empyrean spirit treasure be able to let a celestial deity realm have such strength? It's just that this trip, you shouldn't have come." Yi Yuan had already obtained Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's legacy. In Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong's view, he could totally not get involved in this messy situation. He was only at the celestial deity realm. This trip here was too perilous. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, borrowing this to subside the astonishment in his heart. No matter what, with a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse suddenly appearing in front of him, Yi Yuan still could not help being shocked in his heart. One had to know, this young man in front of him was a formidable existence who fought with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove several million years ago. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said, "When Immortal Grove opened up another world locking gate, I had to come on this trip." Zhu Shong was slightly surprised as he said, "You were actually born in the Immortal Grove small world?" Yi Yuan's heart turned cold, secretly thinking to himself that this Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong had such meticulous thinking. Just based on a sentence from him, he guessed that he was born in the Immortal Grove world. Cultivating from a Bu Empkin until Celestial Deity Realm, to actually only use a short 1,000 over years, your talent is really rarely seen in this Emperor's lifetime. Old fart Immortal Grove found a fine successor, Zhu Shong said rather emotionally. Yi Yuan fell silent. His emotion was very complicated. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong personally taking action exceeded his expectations. If it were Empyrean powerhouses, he could still make use of this Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace to dance around. But a Heavenly Emperor was too strong. Once Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong exploded with full power, the Immortal Grove world would immediately fall apart into pieces. There was no leeway to maneuver at all. You must be very curious why this emperor would personally take action. Actually, this emperor has coveted old fart Immortal Grove's world-suppressing stele for a long time already. Before obtaining the world-suppressing stele, even if he had the world-suppressing stele and 10-directional sword, this emperor doesn't lose to him too. But ever since he obtained the world-suppressing stele, he continuously suppressed this emperor until I couldn't lift my head. In fact, he was going to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor a step earlier than this emperor. Therefore, this emperor guessed that a heaven-shocking secret must be hidden inside the world-suppressing stele. As he said, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong's gaze became heated. The more he said, the more alarmed Yi Yuan got. This Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong was definitely a terrifying character. From some clues and inklings, he could guess so many things. Furthermore, what he guessed was totally right. The secret contained inside the world-suppressing stele, probably even Dao ancestors would go crazy for it, let alone a puny little Empyrean powerhouse. This old fart laid down such a grand scheme, isn't it, in order to tell this emperor that the world-suppressing stele is here? When he wasn't dead, this emperor wasn't even afraid of him. Now that he's dead, would this emperor really not dare to come? Ha ha ha. As he said, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong slowly strode out, walking over toward the world-suppressing stele in the middle of the Great Hall. Rumble. Suddenly, the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace started trembling violently. In the four corners of the hall, the four enormous sculptures actually came to life. Roar, 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 roar. Four light figures rose to the sky. Those four statues actually flew toward the world-suppressing stele in the center of the hall together. Chapter 1883. A shot arrow has no way of recalling. Chapter 1883. A shot arrow has no way of recalling. Bang. A horrifying, enormous wave rippled out. Yi Yuan actually could not stand still and was directly flung flying out. A phantom gradually condensed and formed in the center of the hall. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, recognizing the phantom very quickly. It was just that the aura of this phantom was entirely different from what was seen outside. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong did not do anything and just quietly watched. That appearance was as if everything was within control. To a heavenly emperor powerhouse, there was already nothing that could make their countenance visibly moved. Let alone that Immortal Grove was just an Empyrean powerhouse, and even an Empyrean powerhouse who was dead. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove did not see Yi Yuan. There was only Heavenly Emperor Jushong in his eyes. Jushong, you indeed came. Heavenly Emperor Jushong smiled slightly and said, didn't you cause such a big commotion for me to come? Now that I'm here, what can you do to me? To him, he could make the Immortal Grove world turn to ashes with a wave of his hand. He did not fear a dead person at all. Immortal Grove smiled coldly and said, is that so? Then, wouldn't you know after trying it out? Today, the grudge between you and me should also have a conclusion, Heavenly Emperor Jushong said coolly, merely a wisp of remnant soul, to also dare utter such wild ravings, truly don't know what you're talking about. This world-suppressing steely, I'll take it first. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Jushong took a step out. His aura suddenly changed, an apocalyptic aura reverberated within the entire palace. Not far away, Yi Yuan immediately felt palpitation. Under this horrifying pressure, he could not even move a muscle. Is this the power of a heavenly emperor powerhouse? So strong. Although Yi Yuan's Empyrean class' strength was horrifying, he had witnessed before Qiao Yuan and the rest taking action. That was at least still within the boundaries of normal people's understanding. But now, Heavenly Emperor Jushong merely released the pressure from his body and it made the entire world tremble. This kind of power already surpassed the scope of his understanding. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless said, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses already transcended samsara and aren't within the five element. Their strength, ordinary people are completely unable to comprehend it. Heavenly Emperor Jushong's tiny bit of pressure, he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, the Immortal Grove world can't withstand it at all. Yi Yuan's expression was incomparably ugly. The matter this time already said his control. All along, Yi Yuan had always moved after planning it out. But this time, the events that exceeded his predictions were too many. Right now, the powerhouses inside the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, even if placed in the Heavenspan world, they were already at the apex level. But presently, it appeared within a small world where Heavenly Tao was lacking and incomplete. As long as these two people made a move, the entire Immortal Grove world would surely crumble. Immortal Grove, what in the world do you want to do? This place is the small world that you created single-handedly. Could it be that you're going to watch it collapse unfeelingly? Yi Yuan used all of the strength in his body and roared furiously at Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's gaze finally looked towards this side, coldly. Do what? Of course it's taking revenge. This Empyrean roamed bestructed throughout heaven and earth, only a step away from stepping into the realm of Heavenly Emperor, but it was all ruined in the hands of this accursed thing. Not avenging this enmity, this Empyrean realm can't die in peace. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes were actually full of the wrath of hatred. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Why? Why? Your enmity. I'll help you avenge it one day. Why do you have to draw him to the Immortal Grove world? The current Yi Yuan billowed with flames of fury. One could say that for him to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was entirely thanks to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. As long as his strength was sufficient, he would definitely take revenge for Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. But now, matters actually developed to such a step. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and said coolly, Kid, you obtained my inheritance, but the strength of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses isn't what you can imagine. 5 million years ago, I already arranged everything today. Today, it's time to make a clean break. Clearly, he had long seen through that Yi Yuan was his successor. Except, he did not care at all. He schemed 5 million years for the sake of today. Sigh, a long sigh sounded out, Dustless's figure appeared. The Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, who had always been cold, finally showed a trace of visible change in countenance. Dustless. You woke up. Dustless gave Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove a glance and said with a sigh, I originally thought that my slumber and Jiang Hun's death was caused by your battle with Zhu Shong. Looking at it now, it wasn't the case. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pupils constricted, the muscles on his face actually twinged. I'm not reconciled to it. Not avenging this enmity, I can't die with my eyes closed. Compared to my grudge, what does the small world count for? What do Empyrean spirit treasures count for? But Dustless smiled and said, there's no cause for much criticism for you to do so. Jiang Hun and I were born because of you. It's just that this time, you were really wrong. Yi Yuan's potential is even greater than you imagined. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes turned sharp and could not help sizing Yi Yuan up once more. He arranged for 5 million years for the sake of this setup today. But the world is constantly changing all the time. The things that could change in 5 million years were too many. He would not have expected that he would have a successor who said his predecessor, let alone think that this successor would actually arrive before him on this day when the grand scheme took shape. And currently, monstrous waves stirred up in Yi Yuan's heart too. Jiang Hun, who was mentioned by Dustless, was likely the artifact spirit of the world-suppressing Steely. Yi Yuan had always been puzzled why the world-suppressing Steely had an artifact spirit, while the world-suppressing Steely did not. Come to think of it, turned out that the artifact spirit died. Furthermore, Jiang Hun's death had a direct relation to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. All along, Yi Yuan had also always thought that Dustless's slumber was also caused by Zhu Shong. But looking at it now, it was simply due to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove extracting the power of these two might-peak Empyrean spirit treasures. If not for encountering him, Dustless might have to keep on slumbering. You and I have lived together for so many years, you should be very familiar with me. I only believe in myself. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove suddenly laughed and said. He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Kid, you shouldn't have come on this trip. Yi Yuan's expression was extremely ugly as he roared furiously. I was born here, grew up here, my parents and friends are all here. Now, you want to personally destroy this place. Can I not come? Boy, you're still too tender. The path of cultivation is destined to be lonely. So what if father and mother? So what if friends? If they can't cultivate to the apex realm, they will similarly pass us away. Only oneself is eternal. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed loudly and said. Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks started appearing in the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's SPACE. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong's aura became stronger and stronger. Immortal Grove, let me take a look at what you prepared for this emperor by spending 5 million years, Zhu Shong said with a laugh. Immortal Grove's expression turned cold and he said, a shot arrow has no way of recalling. Boy, hope for the best for yourself. Chapter 1884, Stubborn Child. Chapter 1884, Stubborn Child. Then polish your move a bit more, see what I've prepared for you. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove kneaded seals with both hands. The other world-suppressing Steely below him suddenly erupted with an incomparably horrifying energy. That imposing momentum was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong's. When Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong saw the situation, he smiled faintly and said, just this bit of strength. Indeed much stronger than peak Empyrean. But you wouldn't think that this kind of strength can kill me, right? Is that so? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed coldly, the seals in his hands moving once more. Suddenly, that world-suppressing Steely rose up from the ground and suspended in the air, emitting an incomparably dazzling light. That world-suppressing Steely's power was actually strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong's expression turned slightly dark and suddenly released his aura. A terrifying might of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. Dense blue patterns reverberated in the air. Seeing those blue patterns, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This thing, he was too familiar. Divine vestiges. Turns out that Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse could actually control Heavenly Emperor Divine Vestiges, while at the same time, blue Divine Vestiges similarly burst forth from inside that world-suppressing Steely. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong's face finally produced a trace of visible change in countenance. Zhu Shong, didn't expect it, right? On this Empyrean's deathbed, I already glimpsed great Tao and controlled divine vestiges. It's just a shame that my body at that time was already a heavy burden on me. Otherwise, how could there still be the you today? Amidst heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove's laughter, it was filled with unwillingness and full of indignation. He was well deserving of being a peerless genius among Empyreans, to actually be able to touch the threshold of Heavenly Emperor before death, only a step away from attaining Heavenly Emperor. What kind of existence were Heavenly Emperors? The realm of Tao ancestors could not be fathomed, while the realm of Heavenly Emperor was the ruler of this heaven-span world. This was a transcendent existence, an existence that towered above all life. He was of course unwilling. This Empyrean extracted the primordial energy within 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, adding 5 million years worth of world power, for the sake of this strike today. You, prepare to die. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed wildly and said. Rumble. Dense fissure started appearing in the entire Immortal Grove world. Endless spatial turbulent flows started pouring into the Immortal Grove world frenziedly through these rifts. The Immortal Grove world was currently walking towards death. These horrifying energies aren't what the Immortal Grove world can withstand at all. Countless mortals were devoured by the spatial rifts in this instant, losing their lives. Once a Heavenly Emperor was enraged, corpses would float for 10,000 mills. This kind of rhetoric already could not describe the tragedy of this moment. Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. He already could not use words to describe the feelings in his heart at this moment. With his current strength, he could not stop the confrontation of these 2 mighty Heavenly Emperor powerhouses at all. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp and he said to Dustless, Senior, can I communicate with the Immortal Grove world through the world-suppressing Steely and soul-suppressing Pearl now? Dustless nodded and said, Of course you can, but, right now at this time, it's too dangerous. Once the world crumbles, your divine soul will also be torn to shred. Can't care that much anymore. If the Immortal Grove world is destroyed, I'd rather die. Yi Yuan said with the slightest hesitation. Dustless had spent a long time together with Yi Yuan and naturally knew his temper. He heaved a sigh and said, Fine, I'll help you. But, promise me, once the matter cannot be done, you must get away in time. Yi Yuan nodded his head, consciousness directly sinking into the 2 great Empyrean spirit treasures. The world-suppressing Steely and soul-suppressing Pearl, these 2 treasures, had long already become an inseparable part of the Immortal Grove world. Under Dustless's help, Yi Yuan's entire consciousness merged into the Immortal Grove world very quickly. At this very moment, his entire person became a part of the Immortal Grove world. That sort of feeling was very magical, as if he was this world. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, a wave of sharp pain immediately transmitting over to his consciousness. It was as if his entire divine soul was being torn into countless pieces. Inside Yi Yuan's divine sea, chaos divine essence and blue divine marks crept out, entering straight into the sea of consciousness. Fang Tian looked at the dark sky, looked at those endless spatial cracks, a look of despair on his face. Looks like Yi Yuan can't save us again this time. The Immortal Grove world is going to be destroyed. Sky Distant had an ashen look as he said, We're really too useless. Every single time, we need Yi Yuan to come and save. I also have no idea how he is right now. Fang Tian said helplessly, That level of fight, Yi Yuan probably can't intervene at all too. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this current situation. How are Yi Yuan's parents? Sky Distant said, Relax, arrangements have long been made. As long as the Immortal Grove world isn't destroyed, they will be fine. Fang Tian let out a sigh and said, Currently, this degree of destruction, the Immortal Grove world's casualties have likely already reached above 50%, countless lives turning to ashy. Destruction is likely an irrecoverable thing already. Once the world utterly crumbles, even you and I have no possibility of surviving too. The 2 people were just talking when that intense tremor of the earth actually gradually showed signs of stabilizing. Those continuously growing spatial cracks actually started gradually recovering. Fang Tian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, What's going on here? Sky Distant had a look of pleasant surprise as he said, Ha ha ha. It must be Yi Yuan. It must be Yi Yuan. Looks like we still have hope. Fang Tian's face also revealed an expression akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. He sighed and said, "It's really been hard on Yi Yuan." Everyone's faces all revealed looks of pleasant surprise. Except, they did not know what kind of anguish Yi Yuan was enduring at this moment. Pewalk. A horrifying undulation came over. Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong glanced sideways and said smilingly, "This disciple of yours is really a stubborn child. For the sake of your small world, he actually doesn't even want his life anymore." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove gave a cold laugh and said, "Want to use him to make this Empyrean waver? It's no use. You must die today." Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong laughed and said, "That might not be so. As long as I can obtain the world-suppressing stele, so what if I pay some price?" Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed wildly and said, "Is that so? Zhu Shong, savor well this big gift that this Empyrean spent 5 million years to prepare for you." Heaven. Sundering. Finger. In front of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, Tao vestiges revolved, condensing to form the appearance of a finger, incomparably corporeal. That horrifying aura, heaven and earth trembled from it. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong's face finally revealed a hint of solemnness. His aura also finally rose to the peak. "Old fart Immortal Grove, this emperor really admires you. I didn't expect that you're already dead and can actually still leave behind such a terrifying contingency plan. However, it's probably not enough for you to want to use it to kill me," Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong said with a solemn expression. Only to see him knead seals with both hands. A ring on Zhu Shong's hand suddenly erupted with a berserk energy, boundless black gas surrounding his body. And the Tao vestiges around him immediately flourished significantly as well. Brahma True Fiend Dharma Idol. An enormous black shadow blocked in front of Zhu Shong. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's face changed and he cried out in shock, Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. You actually have a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure." Chapter 1885. His dead for sure. Chapter 1885. His dead for sure. Pewalk. One horrifying energy undulation after another impacted Yi Yuan's divine soul, making his divine soul nearly collapse. His entire person spewed fresh blood wildly, his innards and divine soul suffering extremely terrifying impacts at the same time. His entire person was already on the brink of death. This true fiend Dharma idol in front of him was far from as massive as carnivore they all. It was just the size of the average person. But its appearance made the entire Immortal Grove world quake. If not for Yi Yuan withstanding the vast majority of the pressure, the Immortal Grove world would have long already been crushed by the impact of this energy ripple. This was the real true fiend Dharma idol. The true fiend Dharma idol that carnivore they all summoned was merely a tiny smattering. Especially that this true fiend Dharma idol was summoned under the augmentation of a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. Its power was even more terrifying to the extreme. Yi Yuan, give up. The exchange of blows between heavenly emperors, you're completely unable to withstand it, Dustless said. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, once I leave, Father, Senior Fang Tian they all, will all die. Even if I die, I also need to hold on. Dustless had a rare display of roaring at Yi Yuan as he said, the strike that Immortal Grove prepared 5 million years ago, its power is unimaginable. Once it collides together with the true fiend Dharma idol, it will produce several times, or even several dozen times the energy undulation in an instant. It's impossible for you to save the Immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, not trying. How will I know? At this very moment, Yi Yuan was extremely calm in his heart, his brain revolving like lightning. Letting him passively watch the Immortal Grove world be destroyed, that was not possible. Even if there was just a trace of hope, he also had to save the Immortal Grove world. While on the other side, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong laughed loudly and said, could it be that you thought that in these 5 million years, I'd really do nothing? Even if there's no way of improving a step further, that doesn't mean that my strength won't increase. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's gaze turned intent and he said in a cold voice, so what? Receive the power of my finger. Finished talking, It was only to see Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove point a finger with one hand. That finger, which condensed and formed, suddenly crushed over towards Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong. The places that it said through, space fragmented and divine essence surged. Feeling this horrifying power, Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong's expression also turned white as a sheet. One had to admit, this big gift that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove prepared for him had indeed exceeded his expectations too much. Comprehending Tao vestige on his deathbed, just one step away from his fleshy body becoming emperor, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's talent indeed gave him a huge shock. However, as long as he made it through this move, everything was over. True Fiend Dharma Idol, block for me, Ju Shong roared. That black True Fiend Dharma Idol suddenly welcomed that finger under Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong's word of command. Rumble. That horrifying to the extreme undulation made the shattering space accelerate. Even with Yi Yuan's protection, it already could not withstand the undulation anymore. Just as Dustless said, the energy collision of two great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would produce several times, even several dozen times the energy undulation. And this energy undulation, how could Yi Yuan, a mere celestial deity realm, be able to resist it? For him to be able to hold on until now, it was entirely based on powerful willpower as well as the mysterious divine vestiges. Except, these still appeared so powerless in front of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Outside of the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, the group of Empyrean powerhouses was also anxious and doubtful. The energy undulation of two great Heavenly Emperors already knocked Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's restrictions into a scattered mess. How could these powerhouses still dare to stay inside? All retreated outside. Once swept into the battle of two great Heavenly Emperors, that was absolutely certain death. This power absolutely says the Empyrean realm. What in the world is going on? Zhao Min's complexion was ashen as he said. Qiao Yuan and Amond exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of pleasant surprise from the other's eyes. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect it. Lord Ju Shong actually came in person. Qiao Yuan's loud laughter made Zhao Minute and Qiao Yuan's faces change drastically. The Lord Ju Shong from his mouth, they naturally knew who he was. It's not right. Logically speaking, small worlds can't withstand the might of Heavenly Emperors at all. Why is this small world still not destroyed yet until now? Yang Yidao suddenly said. A small world collapsing was not catastrophic to these people. Even if swept into a spatial turbulent flow, they still had the ability to protect themselves. So they were not fluid turd. It was just that to the people of the Immortal Grove world, there was virtually no hope of surviving. There should be someone supporting this small world. It's just that, apart from Lord Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, who else can maintain the small world from crumbling under the spell battle of two mighty Heavenly Emperors? Du Hong also had a look of puzzlement. At this time, Xu Xing, who had always been low profile to the extreme, suddenly spoke up. Could it be Yi Yuan? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces turned austere. Impossible. Zhao Min's first reaction was that it was not possible. This kind of thing went against common sense too much. But, don't you all find it strange along the way? Yi Yuan seemed to have become invincible after arriving here. Even ninth firmament true gods aren't his match. The struggle for all kinds of treasures, he also held the advantage in all respect. Therefore, his likely someone from the Immortal Grove world. Xu Xing guessed the surroundings were silent. Everyone was stunned by Xu Xing's bold conjecture. It sounded as if it was a fantasy tale. But with Xu Xing saying so, everything became logical instead. Heavenspan Worlds powerhouses arriving at small worlds, they were extremely proud. Because the so-called geniuses of small worlds were utterly worthless in their eyes. However, Yi Yuan's talent crushed all of his peers. Even a prodigious character like Xu Xing was also crushed until there was not an unscathed patch of skin in front of him. Therefore, they would not think in this area at all. But now, with Xu Xing reminding, everyone had a sudden realization. By the side, Leng Qiuling's beautiful eyes swiveled around, she was also stunned by Xu Xing's guess. Without a doubt, among these people, She walked the closest with Yi Yuan and also understood Yi Yuan the best. Xu Xing's conjecture was really extremely likely. But, even if he's this small world's new controller, with his celestial deity realm strength, how can he possibly support the small world from collapsing? Du Zhong said with a frown. Everyone exchanged glances, all filled with puzzlement. The energy impact of two great heavenly emperor powerhouses, forget about celestial deity realms, even Empyreans found it hard to withstand too. Who cares? No matter how powerful he is, when these two torrents of energy collide, it will also be the day where the immortal Grove world crumbles. If it's really Yi Yuan supporting this small world, then he's dead for sure. Qiao Yuan suddenly laughed. Two streams of exceedingly powerful energy were currently closing in extremely swiftly. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus countless vines burst out from under the ground, tangling over toward the true fiend Dharma idol. The true fiend Dharma idol suddenly stopped. And right at this time, that heaven-sundering finger arrived. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, his eyes shooting out rays of brilliant light. Chapter 1886. The Reason for My Existence. Chapter 1886. The Reason for My Existence. DAM Enit. Kunwu Divine Wood. Heavenly Emperor Zhushong's face changed swiftly, being put at a loss on what to do by this sudden turn of events. He recognized straight away that these vines were an extremely rare plant-type demon from the Heavenspan world, Kunwu Divine Wood. Kunwu Divine Wood's offensive strength was not strong, but the degree of its toughness absolutely gave people a headache. Crack, crack, crack. The true fiend Dharma idol was too strong. Even the Kunwu Divine Wood found it hard to stop its advancement too. Instantaneously, cracks started appearing on those green vines, then it broke free. But what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove wanted was this instant. Go and die. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes revealed a vicious look, all of his fury unleash. HI plusing completely at this moment. A large hole was directly torn open in the entire SPACE. Boundless spatial turbulent flow poured in, tearing this large hole bigger and bigger. Bang! With just the finger pointing, the true fiend Dharma idol was akin to suffering a heavy strike, immediately turning to ashes. The entire Immortal Grove world was trembling. SPSCE was torn once more until it disintegrated and was already on the verge of destruction. When the group of powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one turned pale. One should not look at how they were all Empyreans and true gods. A battle of Heavenly Emperor level, they had never experienced it before. The shock that this horrifying energy undulation in front of them brought to them was too intense. Is this the power of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? Too terrifying. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove has already died for 5 million years and he can actually still unleash such an earth-shaking attack, truly terrifying. If Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove didn't die, he'd definitely have already entered the ranks of Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Emperor Zhushong might not be a match too. These people all knew that Heavenly Emperor Zhushong seized a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit before he could corroborate his Dao and become a Heavenly Emperor. But Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove relied on his own strength. He exuded such a horrifying energy. With a comparison, whoever was superior was immediately determined. SPACE already shattered, the Immortal Grove world is about to be destroyed right away. Yi Yuan is dead for sure, right? What Xu Xing was most concerned about was Yi Yuan instead. Zhao Minute laughed coldly and said, if it's really him maintaining the Immortal Grove world, then he's probably already turned to dust now. Reckless and blind thing, serves him right to die. Xu Xing smiled and said, right now, the people who entered Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, apart from those who are already dead, they are virtually all here, only missing Yi Yuan. I think that the one supporting the Immortal Grove world is most likely him. Haha, this DAM. N fellow is finally dead. One had to admit, Xu Xing was still very smart. His analysis was practically exactly the same as the truth. But right at this time, the fragmentation of SPACE suddenly stopped. That spatial black hole that was torn open by Heavenly Emperor-level power was currently recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in disbelief. What's going on here? The Immortal Grove world is actually currently being repaired. The power of two great Heavenly Emperors is currently erupting crazily. At this time, the shattering of SPACE actually didn't accelerate, but is being restored instead. How is this possible? Could it be Yi Yuan? Du Hong suddenly said. Death-like silence. This scene was too unthinkable. What erupted before their eyes was an apocalyptic power. However, those spatial cracks were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of immense contrast gave them a fierce misconception. Bang! The heaven-sundering finger eradicated the true fiend Dharma idol. However, its residual power did not disappear, abruptly landing on Heavenly Emperor Jushong. On Heavenly Emperor Jushong's hands, Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures lit up once more. Fiendish energy gushed out frenziedly, using all of its power to resist this blow. However, this attack was too strong. Heavenly Emperor Jushong's figure was immediately blasted, flying out. Intense energy undulations immediately burst out, spreading throughout the entire Immortal Grove world. Giant mountains suppressing the world, unmoving like a mountain. A voice that reverberated throughout the sky emitted out of Yi Yuan's mouth. In the sky, a massive mountain emerged, drawing everyone's attention. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes revealed a dumbfounded look, looking at that young figure above the void. That's the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. This kid actually already refined the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. He drew on the power of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain to suppress the Immortal Grove world. How did he do it? While talking, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove drew a cold breath. As the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain's owner, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove naturally knew about the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain, although at this time, that virtual image in the sky was very blurry, unable to make out the shadow of the Heavenspan Mountain at all. He, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, was extremely sure that that was the Heavenspan Mountain. Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. The current Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, his figure became much more illusory. Clearly, that horrifying attack just now already consumed the last of his energy. Furthermore, his figure was currently fading away rapidly and was disappearing very soon. The last of his soul force was already thoroughly drained. Looking at the Yi Yuan in the sky, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's gaze gradually turned soft. With the light of being enlightened greatly. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed wildly without ceasing. The current Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace was already completely wrecked. The entire GODS4 mountain range was also already leveled to the ground. This place that made countless powerhouses of the Immortal Grove world perish disappeared in the end. A figure suddenly appeared beside Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. It was just that this figure appeared extremely feeble. Suddenly, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's laughter abruptly cut off. But he did not turn around, saying lightly, "Kunwu, on my deathbed, I finally understand." This figure beside Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was none other than precisely the Kunwu Divine Wood who had already disappeared. Kunwu did not speak. He was currently extremely weak. Entangling the true fiend Dharma idol, even if it was just that short while, already made his soul nearly disintegrate. Facing a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he was still too weak. However, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove did not have the intention of letting him speak. He was saying for Kunwu to hear and also saying for himself to hear. I, Immortal Grove, achieved Divine Lord in 300 years, Celestial Deity in 800 years, True God in 300 years, Heavenly Empyrean in 50,000 years, and only used 1,000,000 years to cultivate to peak Empyrea. I've always thought that I, Immortal Grove, am the person chosen by Heavenly Tao. In the future, I'll definitely reach the apex, achieving transcendent Heavenly Emperor, even becoming that 10th Tao ancestor. But I never dreamed that I would actually die at Jushong's hand. I'm unwilling. I want revenge. I'm the person chosen by Heavenly Tao, how can I die? So, I laid down this heaven-shocking scheme, drawing Jushong over. I want to make him pay the price, I want to make him die. But, only all the way until this moment, do I understand that turns out, all this was merely my one-sided wishful thinking. The person chosen by heavenly Tao isn't me at all. This Empyrean broke through to Divine Lord, creating the immortal Grove world. The immortal Grove world gradually developed, having myriad realms, having the divine realm, having mortals, and having divine Tao powerhouses. This Empyrean strength became stronger and stronger, strong until it even made many heavenly emperor powerhouses extremely wary. In my eyes, what do the mortals of small worlds count for? They are merely a bunch of ants. Now, I understand. It turned out that the reason for my existence was in order to let this boy be born. Chapter 1887, The New Immortal Grove World. Chapter 1887, The New Immortal Grove World. Are recovered. Looking at those spatial cracks gradually recovering, Fang Tian's eyes were full of mixed feelings. The crowd that originally already lost all hope started cheering crazily at this time. That horrifying energy undulation already Pares said, the immortal Grove world was not destroyed. Sky Distant had lingering fear in his heart as he said, really restored. How did Yi Yuan do it? That surge of energy undulation just now made me feel like I went to the gates of Hell and back. That horrifying energy undulation just now spread throughout the entire immortal Grove world. Even Sky Distant, this level of powerhouses, felt the aura of despair. But in a twinkle, not only was the immortal Grove world not destroyed, it became even more stable instead. Got to say, this was a miracle that they did not dare to believe. Yeah, too horrifying. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I wouldn't even dare believe that there's actually such a horrifying energy in this world. I also don't dare to believe that someone's strength can reach such a boundary. In the end, we're merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Yi Yuan, he is really remarkable, Fang Tian said with vicissitudes of emotion. Currently, the survivors of the immortal Grove world were all shouting crazily. That wild elation of surviving a calamity erupted like a volcano, bursting forth from the bottom of their hearts uncontrollably. Above the void, Yi Yuan looked down upon the world. His gaze landed on the gradually dissipating heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove, full of mixed feelings. He understood heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove's fury. But, for this reason, using the immortal Grove world's trillions of life to go take revenge, it was a little too vicious. Yi Yuan did not have Comper's scion for all life, but he respected each person's existence. Cultivating from Essence Chi realm all the way until such a boundary, Yi Yuan's journey of the heart was far more complicated than other martial artists. Even just a mortal also had their meaning of existence. In Yi Yuan's view, celestial deity, true God, even heavenly Empyreans, heavenly emperors, had no difference from mortals in essence. Each person was attempting to shake off the shackles of fate and control their own destiny. Everyone was merely a speck of dust in this vast world. Yi Yuan would never be soft-hearted against opponents who had Ma's sacred billions of lives with a finger, but he would still satisfy his own selfish desires by sacrificing others as the price. In this lifetime, he had a clear conscience. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's way of doing things made him incomparably indignant. If not for him connecting the Immortal Grove world to the lesser Heavenspan Mountain at the critical moment, suppressing the Immortal Grove world with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's power, this world would have already turned to ashes now. However, for Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it could be said to be all thanks to the Immortal Grove world. A person dying is like a lamp extinguished. Hi+ing. Today's matter, I'll leave it at this. You, go with peace of mind. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and said coolly. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove looked at Yi Yuan, his face revealing a consoled smile. Just as he was about to speak, a horrifying aura surged once more. A person dying is like a lamp extinguished. Hi+ing? Ha ha ha. You almost killed this emperor. How can this emperor let you die like this? Old fart Immortal Grove, I want you to watch your successor die in front of you. I want to completely destroy your small world. Horrifying fiendish energy rose to the sky once more, making Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's face change drastically. Actually didn't die, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove meticulously laid down such a scheme, he naturally had absolute confidence in killing Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong. But he never thought that Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong would be even more stubborn than he imagined. The power of that finger was ridiculously horrifying and he actually did not die. However, although Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong's fiendish energy was horrifying currently, it was clearly far weaker than before. That finger still caused tremendous damage to him. Except, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was already powerless to stop him. The current Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong was invincible. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong return once more, Qiao Yuan and Amon's faces revealed wild elation. Haha, how can Lord Ju Shong die so easily? Old Fart Immortal Grove, you miscalculated, right? Old Fart Immortal Grove, Yi Yuan, tremble. Qiao Yuan laughed wildly and said. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's expression was extremely ugly. This sudden turn of events seriously exceeded his expectations. Boy, today's calamity was caused by me, I'll resolve it, you quickly leave. Kunwu, we'll delay him, give this boy the time to leave. Immortal Grove said. Kunwu gave Yi Yuan a glance and just quietly nodded his head. Being able to maintain the world from collapsing and contending with a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, these were two entirely different concepts. The entire Immortal Grove world was like a large web. Although a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's might was terrifying, it was clearly not that easy to want to make the entire large web totally fall apart. The power that Yi Yuan drew from the lesser Heavenspan mountain was sufficient to maintain this web from being utterly torn to shreds. However, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse dealing with a celestial deity realm martial artist, even if he was this small world's controller, it was impossible to accomplish too. Ha ha ha. Want to leave? Today, no one can leave. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong was already thoroughly enraged. Only to see him surge with fiendish flames billowing to the sky, condensing a black enormous sword. That horrifying aura tore the surrounding space apart once more. True fiend sword, fury chopping the firmament. Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong gave a furious roar and was about to unleash this true fiend sword. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Amar. Siv Mountain fell from the sky, carrying an apocalyptic might, directly suppressing down. One blue fine lines after another revolved incessantly on the giant mountain. Bang! That true fiend sword directly crumbled. Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong let out a shrill scream, but it was already too late to want to escape. Bang! Another loud bang, the entire Immortal Grove world's earth trembled. Heavenly Emperor Ju Shong was directly suppressed below the ground by the giant mountain without the slightest strength to resist. Everyone looked at that giant mountain, each and every one of their pupils constricting. This? What is this? To actually be able to even suppress a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? Qiao Yuan said with an ashen look. Lord Ju Shong wouldn't have died just like this, right? Amond said with a look of terror. What on earth did Yi Yuan do? Why did he suddenly become so strong? The Immortal Grove world is merely an Empyrean-level small world. Even if he's the new controller, it's also impossible to suppress Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, right? The Empyrean powerhouses and true God powerhouses were all incomparably struck with terror. The scene that happened before their eyes truly said their understanding. But they also realized that right now, the Immortal Grove world already became spiritually renewed, and was no longer that fragile small world previously. And Yi Yuan, this controller, was already powerful to the extreme. With a flip of his hand, he thoroughly suppressed a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Kunwu's eyes went wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. This Empyrean has never known that the lesser Heavenspan mountain can unleash such terrifying power. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove muttered under his breath. The current Yi Yuan was still standing proudly above the void. It was just that his form became incomparably tall and big in everyone's eyes. Celestial deity realm? That was just a joke. The current Yi Yuan already reached a level where he could disregard cultivation realms. In this Immortal Grove world, he was an invincible existence. Chapter 1888, Suppressing Empyreans. Chapter 1888, suppressing Empyreans. Yi Yuan looked at the giant mountain, his heart cold and indifferent. No one was clearer than him what the lesser heavenspan mountain signified. It was where Tao was located, the epitome of the heavenspan great Tao. Yi Yuan connecting it to the immortal Grove world. The immortal Grove world was no longer that fragile and dilapidated small world. In front of heavenspan great Tao, so what, even if Heavenly Emperor? Zhu Shong, my father died in your hands. Our enmity is irreconcilable under the heavens. I'm powerless to kill you today, but there will come one day where I'll make your soul dissipate. Get lost. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly, the giant mountain quietly dissipated. A stream of black gas rushed to the sky. Punk, today's matter, this emperor has remembered it. After you go to the heavenspan world, you will die without a doubt. Bang! The black gas directly punched a hole above the void and disappeared. Looking in the direction Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong disappeared, a hint of regret flowed out of Yi Yuan's eyes. The immortal Grove world was a new immortal Grove world. But his strength was still too weak. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were naturally not that easy to kill. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong was even a fiend race Heavenly Emperor famous for having a tenacious life force. This level of a powerhouse, he could not kill him. If not for Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove seriously injuring Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong previously, even if he brought out the lesser Heavenspan mountain, it would still be difficult to escape death. But after today, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong suffered a heavy wound. He likely could not recover to his peak state anymore within several tens of thousands of years. Whoosh whoosh. Two dark shadows suddenly shot up to the sky, wanting to follow in Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong's footsteps and escape the immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan looked and just laughed coldly. Can't kill Zhu Shong doesn't mean I can't kill you guys. Since you came, then stay behind forever. With a wave of a hand, the mountain appeared again. Bang! Two great fiend race Empyreans were directly suppressed by the lesser Heavenspan mountain and did not even let out a scream and already turned to ashes. These two were merely initial stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. Compared to Zhu Shong, they were worlds apart. For Yi Yuan to want to kill them, it naturally did not take much effort. It was just that this scene in other people's eyes was totally not the case. Zhao Minute and Du Hong, two people, their faces turned pale. Ever since stepping into Empyrean realm, they had never felt before such immense pressure. This. Yi Yuan, the matter previously, it was all a misunderstanding, Zhao Minute said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan's gaze was like a torch as he said coolly, at this time, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding? Along the way, your celestial deity realm disciples wanted to kill me, true God realm elders wanted to kill me, and even you, this Empyrean powerhouse, also threatened to kill me. Now, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding? Zhao Min's expression was extremely ugly and he defended himself with sophistry. You can't touch me. I'm vast heaven great imperial capital's grand elder. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, vast heaven great imperial capital? What the hell is that? I even dared to suppress a heavenly emperor. Do you think that I'd care about offending a great imperial capital? When Zhao Minute heard that, his expression was extremely ugly. Yeah. Yi Yuan already provoked a colossal giant like Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong. So would he still care about the Empyrean-level vast heaven great imperial capital? Alright, don't harbor hopes of getting lucky anymore. You guys, none of you can escape. While talking, Yi Yuan pointed a finger out. The wind and clouds changed colors. One blue fine line after another condensed and gathered on his fingertip and suddenly fired out. Pew walk. Pew walk. Pew walk. Ji Kang, Ji Zun, and Shu Xing directly turned to ashes. The Empyrean devil feather inside Ji Zun's sea of consciousness was also exterminated cleanly along with it. Zhao Min's gaze turned intent, grabbing at Leng Choling like lightning. This scene happened too suddenly, everyone did not react in time. However, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. With a flash, Yi Yuan already blocked in front of Leng Choling. Bang! Yi Yuan pointed another finger out. Zhao Minute seemed to have been struck by lightning, his figure falling back wildly without ceasing. Right at this time, the giant mountain landed once more. Bang! An Empyrean powerhouse of his generation was directly suppressed to death by Yi Yuan. The others looked at this scene with their hearts beating in fear, not daring to even breathe. Under the new heavenly Tao, Yi Yuan was too powerful. The most terrifying was still that giant mountain, killing Empyreans like killing dogs. Done with these, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and pointed. A black hole appeared in the void. "All of you leave," Yi Yuan said coolly. The remaining people all looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Du Hong said with surprise, You're really letting us go?" At this very moment, this immortal grove world was like a giant cage to them. Inside this cave, no matter monstrous your power was, you also had to be suppressed by Yi Yuan. If it were them, they absolutely would not let these people leave. But Yi Yuan actually let them go. Hence, they did not dare to believe it at all, feeling that Yi Yuan was deliberately digging a pit for them. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Before I change my mind, hurry up and get lost." Du Hong's expression changed, his figure moving, speeding over towards that black hole. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not do anything to stop. With Du Hong taking the lead, the others were akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, all following and leaving the immortal grove world. Yi Yuan looked at Leng Qiuling and said, "What are your plans?" Leng Qiuling looked at Jiyu Qianqiu beside her and looked at Yi Yuan again, shaking her head as she said, I don't know either." Yi Yuan smiled, fished out a piece of 7-colored edgerine, threw it to Jiyu Qianqiu, and said, "Senior Jiyu, Yi Yuan is indebted to your care a few days ago and has nothing to repay you with. Just take this 7-colored edgerine as remuneration then." Jiyu Qiang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a startled face as he said, Is honorable nephew joking?" With the 7-colored edgerine, he absolutely had the confidence to break through to the Empyrean realm. At that time, so what if vast heaven great imperial capital? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Jiyu, you were implicated by Yi Yuan. Leaving this immortal grove world, you likely can't be the city lord anymore. Previously, in front of Ji Zun, Senior Jiyu also protected me. This piece of 7-colored edgerine, just take it as Yi Yuan's grat. 1 As for Qiuling, she probably can't return to Thousand Saw imperial capital anymore as well. So she can follow me from today onward if she wants to." Yi Yuan killed the vast heaven great imperial capital's Empyrean powerhouses and already sowed irreconcilable enmity with them. Jiyu Qianqiu and Leng Qiuling, 2 people were the closest to him. This was what everyone saw. If they returned, they were definitely nothing good to gain out of it. Jiyu Qianqiu was different from Leng Qiuling. He previously thought that Yi Yuan came from some major faction, that was why he viewed Yi Yuan in a different light. When fighting for the 7-colored edgerine, Yi Yuan already determined Jiyu Qiang's character. As for Leng Qiuling, Yi Yuan already regarded her as a friend, it was naturally different. Jiyu Qianqiu hurriedly said, This old man obtaining this 7-colored edgerine, I'll definitely need to enter close seclusion and won't be able to take care of Qiulin. Then I'll have to trouble little friend Yi to take good care of this obedient disciple of mine." In his eyes, Yi Yuan definitely took fancy to Leng Qiuling, that was why he would put down such a high stake. Leng Qiuling still had an icy-cold appearance, but disappointment flashed across her eyes. Yi Yuan naturally knew what Jiyu Qianqiu was thinking in his heart, but he would not explain anything either. He just clasped his hands and said, "Senior Jiyu, take care." Chapter 1889, Patrolling Inspector. Chapter 1889, Patrolling Inspector. You shouldn't have let them go. After everyone left, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove let out a long sigh. When Yi Yuan did this, he did not stop it. Of course, he had no way of stopping it too. The present Yi Yuan already completely replaced him, becoming the master of the Immortal Grove world. This place already did not belong to him. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's body already turned into motes of light and started dissipating. Dustless's body also formed. His expression was indescribably lonely. Yi Yuan gave Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove a glance and said coolly, "I have my bottom line when doing things. They only came in to seek treasures and have no grudge or enmity with me. Killing them, I'll find it hard to get over my conscience. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's expression became solemn. He knew that Yi Yuan was still angry about what happened before. It was fine that he set up this plot, but the Immortal Grove world's trillions of life would lose their lives because of it. Those people were utterly worthless in Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, those people should not die. Immortal Grove smiled slightly and said, "Boy, a soft-hearted personality will only make you encounter more dangerous situations." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "What difference is there from animals if you're ruthless and inhuman? Ha ha ha. Truly a different type. Boy, I know that you're unhappy that I made a wager with the Immortal Grove world. But no matter what, you're the successor of my mantle. This point, you can't wipe it away." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan did not smile, he just said coolly, "If it wasn't like this, do you feel that I'd be conversing with you patiently now?" Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's face turned black and he said, "Boy, whether you're willing or not, you inherited this Empyrean's mantle. Don't you know anything about pecking order?" At this time, the Dustless who had been reticent all along suddenly spoke up. "Actually, whether or not Yi Yuan is considered the successor of your mantle, it's really hard to say. He indeed obtained the world-suppressing Steely and soul-suppressing Pearl, but these two items were already abandoned by you. As for his cultivation method and martial techniques, it's all inherited from the lesser Heavenspan Mountain and has nothing to do with you." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pupils constricted, and he said, "He didn't cultivate the cultivation method that this Empyrean left behind?" Dustless shook his head and said, "His ambition is even greater than yours. His ability is also above yours. The cultivation method that Yi Yuan created will shock the entire Heavenspan world. The future." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's expression became austere, and could not help recalling the events before. He was Astonis. Hi plus Ingly talented. If he did not fall, it might not be impossible to reach the realm of Transcendent Heavenly Emperor in the future. But even so, he also did not obtain the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's recognition. But now, Yi Yuan already refined the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, becoming the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's true master. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove understood Dustless. He was not trying to spite him, but he really felt very optimistic about Yi Yuan. If it was really as Dustless said, then could Yi Yuan's future accomplishments be even more than Transcendent Heavenly Emperor? This was a little too preposterous, right? As if seeing through what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was thinking, Yi Yuan's expression turned slightly dark and he said, "Those has nothing to do with you anymore, go in peace." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could even put his hands on the artifact spirit that he nurtured for 1,000,000 years for the sake of taking revenge, and even made the entire Immortal Grove world be buried in death with him. If not looking on the account that he was the Immortal Grove world's creator, Yi Yuan definitely would not let him die just like this. There was little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Although Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove bestowed grace on him, Yi Yuan already lost his patience. He had Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had a common enemy. Killing Heavenly Emperor Jushong was also considered paying the kindness already. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove clearly knew this outcome, so he departed very calmly. The light dissipated, there was no more Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in this world. The peak powerhouse who once had nature at his beck and call in the Heavenspan world evaporated into thin air now. Yi Yuan looked at those gradually dissipating light dots, expression complicated. Not far away, Kunwu similarly had a complicated expression. That youth who forcefully broke through his realm back then already grew into a colossal tree. With a wave of a hand, even Empyrean powerhouses could be suppressed at will, truly unimaginable. Yi Yuan, let him follow you. This old thing owed Immortal Grove too much, he had no choice but to repay him, Dustless suddenly said. He knew what Yi Yuan was thinking. Kunwu was equivalent to being Immortal Grove's accomplice. Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head, looked at Kunwu, and said, "Senior once helped my mother, showing great kindness to me. If you're willing, you can naturally stay by my side. But whether to go or stay, it still depends on Senior yourself." Kunwu heaved a sigh and said, I'll remain in the immortal grove world then. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not press the issue. The immortal grove world had 1,000 things that needed to be done. Yi Yuan placated Fang Tian and the rest before bringing Leng Choling and the others out of the world through the world-locking gate. Concerning the present immortal grove world, Yi Yuan was no longer worried. As long as it wasn't heavenly emperor powerhouses who entered, he could suppress with a wave of his hand. Of course, following his realm's increase, before long, even heavenly emperor powerhouses could be suppressed too. So currently, he was not worried that someone would enter the immortal grove world again. It was still that narrow, winding trail. Recalling the close shave when leaving the world back then, the scene of being saved by Liang Wanru, Yi Yuan felt like a lifetime had said. Also don't know how Wanru and Fatty are, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Later, Liang Wanru and Xie Jingyi went to the area under Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's jurisdiction under Xiaofeng's arrangements. For so many years, there had always been no news. Presently, Yi Yuan's memories were revived at the sight of familiar places. He missed them quite a lot. Big brother, if you want to see them, go take a look at them, White Light smiled and said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, these few years, I've always been busy searching for you guys and didn't have time to go see them. After finding both Leah and Lu'er, I really have to take a trip to Myriad Treasure Domain. This place was not considered far from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Yi Yuan brought everyone and returned to the Imperial City very soon. Back then, he left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to find White Light and the rest. With this departure, it was several hundred years. Returning to the city, Yi Yuan was also filled with emotions. But the current Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the top of city walls were covered in colorful flags, a road paved from white feathers stretched all the way to outside the city. Countless powerhouses were standing outside the city gates, extremely ceremonious. Your Excellency, could it be that city lord they all knew that you came back and specially came to welcome you? Ning Tianping said smilingly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if they have this ability to foresee the future, I wouldn't have needed to go all the way to Extreme Light Imperial City either. Heh, makes sense. I wonder who it is, to actually put on such a grand display, really puts people off. Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said smilingly, look, isn't he here? Ning Tianping looked over. Sure enough, he saw a resplendent and magnificent divine carriage descend from the sky. That divine carriage was extremely dazzling, exuding an aura that took people's breath away. It was actually a celestial deity mystic treasure. The divine carriage landed on the flat ground, a young figure slowly walked out. Zhuo Shujie at the front ranks, the group of celestial deity powerhouses hurriedly knelt down and cried out respectfully. Subordinate Zhuo Shujie leads Heavenly Eagle to pay respect to Lord Patrolling Inspector. That young man had a haughty look, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt, completely ignoring Zhuo Shujie and the rest, going straight into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Zhuo Shujie was just about to get up, but then he heard that young man frown and said in a cold voice, did I let you guys get up? One, yeah, I have no idea how you hear a frown, lol. Chapter 1890, A Slight Hesitation and His Finished. Chapter 1890, A Slight Hesitation and His Finished Mo Xin, Swooze. H. Plus a middle-aged man following behind the young man suddenly attacked, kicking a foot onto Zhuo Shujie's chest. Zhuo Shujie spewed out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, figure flying out backward. This follower had fifth firmament celestial deity cultivation realm. Dealing with the second firmament celestial deities Zhuo Shujie was too easy. Far away, when Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. Just now, Zhuo Shujie and the rest called this young man Patrolling Inspector. Could it be that Jiang Jade Hall was already swapped out? Yi Yuan knew that Patrolling Inspector this position was of little importance to imperial capitals. Especially Southridge 10 cities, this kind of small place, the opportunities were pitifully little. If there wasn't any major change, they normally would not swap out inspectors. Furthermore, this young man looked young and even brought along a middle-stage celestial deity realm follower. Logically speaking, he should have a lot of potential and status in the imperial capital. Why would he run to the Southridge 10 cities to be a patrolling inspector? Lord Patrolling Inspector, you're going too far. This young man's action completely infuriated Coldfeather. It was only to see him stand up swiftly and said with righteous indignation. The young man looked at him and said with a cold snort, "Going too far? You country you Pekins don't even understand the most basic etiquette. Since you all don't know, then this envoy will teach you all. Mo Shin, this person was disrespectful toward this envoy. Kill him." Clank. The sword edge left the sheath, a streak of cold light flashed past, piercing straight at Coldfeather's heart. No one could have thought that the new patrolling inspector was actually so vicious, to kill people at a word of disagreement. It was just that in front of a fifth firmament celestial deity, Coldfeather, this first firmament celestial deity, did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. Coldfeather's pupils constricted, virtually forgetting to retaliate, only to see an edge gradually magnify in his pupils. There was a series of exclamations all around, seemingly already seeing the scene of Coldfeather's tragic death. But right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Coldfeather. It was only to see him flick 2 fingers. With a clank, the long sword in Mo Shin's hand was directly flicked flying. Mo Shin's pupils shrunk, looking at that unfamiliar young man, full of apprehension. "Yi Yuan. You came back. Yi Yuan. It's really Yi Yuan." Head Elder came back. When those powerhouses kneeling on the ground saw this familiar figure, each and every one revealed wildly ecstatic expressions. This former legend had already disappeared for several hundred years. No one knew where he went, but his legend had always remained in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Especially when the new patrolling inspector arrived and was already trying to kill people, Yi Yuan's appearance was even more encouraging. Several hundred years was not long. To a deity realm powerhouse, it was merely a snap of a finger. Zhuo Shujie and the rest of the celestial deity powerhouses looked at Yi Yuan, eyes full of shock. In just this short 500 to 600 years, Yi Yuan actually already broke through to the 5th firmament celestial deity realm. When Yi Yuan linked up the Immortal Grove world and the lesser Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan had his body flooded by the Immortal Grove world's divine essence and already directly broke through to the 5th firmament celestial deity realm. This kind of thing was simply fantastical. One had to know, when Yi Yuan was stuck at Origin Deity Realm previously, it was a full 300 years long. Shouldn't Celestial Deity Realm be harder than Divine Lord Realm? Yi Yuan, you finally came back. Coldfeather looked at Yi Yuan, his expression showing excitement and surprise. Yi Yuan also looked at Coldfeather and said smilingly, "Brother Coldfeather, long time no see." Sweeping a glance over, Shen Yu, Coldfeather, Zhuo Shujie, He Chong, including Ning Jiyuan and the rest, were shockingly all present. Seeing these people, Yi Yuan also felt especially warm. These people also all looked at Yi Yuan, feeling a boost in morale. Ever since Yi Yuan created 4 mighty celestial deity powerhouses, he established absolute authority in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Those people who had grudges with him before, no one dared to go against him anymore. Yi Yuan rose to power and fame in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This place was like his home. Now, this young man ran over to play the tyrant and even wanted to make a move to kill people, making him very unhappy. The young man's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "Punk, who the hell are you? The person that I, Wu Tian, want to kill, you actually dare to save?" It turned out that this new patrolling inspector was called Wu Tian. Wu Tian was 6th firmament celestial deity, so his strength was pretty strong. Although Yi Yuan came onto the stage very shockingly, this was nothing to him. Let alone that an 8th firmament celestial deity powerhouse was even following by his side. Yi Yuan did not look at Wu Tian and just said to everyone coolly, "All get up." With Yi Yuan giving verbal instruction, everyone naturally obeyed and was about to get up. Wu Tian's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Without my orders, I see who dares to stand up. Don't you all forget, I'm the newly appointed patrolling inspector. Also, punk, I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Everyone's faces changed, all kneeling down again. The patrolling inspector's authority was monstrous, life and death were up to his whims. Opposing the patrolling inspector would not have a good outcome. Yi Yuan still ignored Wu Tian. He just flicked his sleeves grandly. A surge of boundless divine essence rippled out. Inclusive of Shen Yu and the rest of the celestial deity powerhouses, they actually all involuntarily stood up. If there's any problem, I'll shoulder it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Wu Tian sneered and said, you shoulder it. Can you shoulder it? Now, I'll make you kneel down. Giving no chance to explain, Wu Tian immediately made a move, suddenly smacking a palm toward Yi Yuan. This palm was dealt too suddenly, no different from sneak attacking. The world power of a sixth firmament celestial deity suddenly erupted, making the faces of Zhuoshujie and the rest of the celestial deity powerhouse change suddenly. A sixth firmament celestial deity was too strong in front of them. Careful, Yi Yuan, Coldfeather warned. Although when Yi Yuan was at Heaven Glimpse deity realm, he had always jumped realms to battle, Celestial Deity Realm and Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm had no comparison at all. One firmament higher could directly crush you to death. However, Yi Yuan just scoffed mockingly, finger probing out like lightning. Ah! A scream came over. Yi Yuan directly ignored Wu Tian's world power and clutched his throat. So strong. I didn't expect that after reaching Celestial Deity Realm, Yi Yuan can still jump realm and fight like this. There's big trouble now. Offending the patrolling inspector, we'll all be in for it. Subduing the enemy with one move, Zhuoshujie and the rest were all extremely shocked. Of course, beyond the shock, they were also all very worried. After all, the patrolling inspector represented the imperial capital. The expression of the old man following behind Wu Tian changed, but it was already too late to want to make a move. The old man threatened, "Brat, let go of young Master Tian. The consequences of harming him aren't what you can bear." Yi Yuan looked at the old man and said coolly, "I'll ask, you answer. Hesitate slightly and he'll be finished." The old man's face changed. Yi Yuan did not take his words seriously at all. Seeing that the old man did not react, the force in Yi Yuan's hand increased a bit more. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Tian let out intense coughs. "My patience is limited," Yi Yuan said coolly. The old man's expression changed and he said, "You ask." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "Where's Jiang Jade Hall?" The old man did not dare to hesitate. He answered, "He violated the imperial capital's rules and is already thrown into a death cell." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked again, "Who are you people? Why did you want to come to Southridge 10 cities to be an inspector?" 1. Don't know why it says Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm, should be Origin Deity Realm. Chapter 1891, Don't know how to cherish. Chapter 1891, Don't know how to cherish. The old man knew that who Yi Yuan was asking was not him, but Wu Tian. He was merely an attendant. Although his cultivation realm was high, his status was clearly inferior to Wu Tian. Young Master Tian is 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, Linghua Pavilion's disciple. His master is Linghua Pavilions, the old man said halfway and was cut off coldly by Yi Yuan. Looks like my warning had no use. Arg! A shrill scream emitted from Wu Tian's mouth. His leg was already broken by Yi Yuan. The old man's face changed. He brought up Wu Tian's master because he wanted to make Yi Yuan scared. Who knew that this fellow did not yield to this at all, directly crippling Wu Tian. Wu Tian hurt until cold sweat covered his forehead. But Yi Yuan's hand was still clutched extremely tightly. How could the old man still dare to take any chances? He could only say, "Young Master Tian he took fancy on a maiden in Cloudjade Imperial City. Hence, that's why he would come here to assume the post of patrolling inspector." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked again, if he came to be the patrolling inspector, why would Jiang Jade Hall be thrown into a death cell? The old man said, because he didn't know how to appreciate favors. When Yi Yuan heard this, his expression turned cold and he said, "Jiang Jade Hall wasn't willing to hand over the position of patrolling inspector, so you guys plotted to frame him, throwing him into a death cell, is that right?" The old man was silent. Clearly, it was guessed correctly by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Very good, you can go and die already." Done talking, Yi Yuan was about to take action to kill Wu Tian. Wu Tian and the old man's face both changed drastically, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so vicious. wanting to kill people directly. At this time, Zhuo Shujie suddenly spoke up, Yi Yuan, you mustn't. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, the force in his hand reducing a little. Zhuo Shujie struggled to come before Yi Yuan, saying with an ugly expression, Patrolling Inspector Wu's master is a true God powerhouse. The Wu family's status in Nine Pledge Imperial capital is also extraordinary. Killing him, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will have to be buried in death with him. Cold sweat poured from Wu Tian's head, gritting his teeth as he said, Yes, I can't die. If I were to die, Linghua Pavilion will surely be in rage. As long as you let me go, today's matter. I'll take it as if nothing happened. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, fingers slowly loosening up. He could act recklessly and care for nobody by himself, but Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had so many people, he was more or less still somewhat wary of involving good people. The moment Yi Yuan's fingers let go, Wu Tian shot away like lightning. This Yi Yuan's strength was too terrifying. Wu Yun, kill him for me. Also, these few, leave none behind. Wu Tian pointed at the Zhuo Shujie, Ning Tianping, and the rest behind Yi Yuan and said with an angry roar. The faces of Zhuo Shujie and the rest could not help changing drastically when they heard it. He did not expect that Wu Tian actually turned hostile so quickly. If not for them pleading for mercy, Yi Yuan would have already killed Wu Tian. But in a blink of an eye, Wu Tian was going to kill them. The eighth firmament celestial deity Wu Yun, who here was his match? Humph. Reckless and blind think, to actually dare make a move on young Master Tian. Today, I'll have you die without a burial ground. The moment the aura of an eighth firmament celestial deity was released, everyone's faces changed. That horrifying world power made Zhuo Shujie and the rest had looks of despair. Patrolling Inspector Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. Hope that Lord Patrolling Inspector can lift your hand high up in mercy and let Yi Yuan go. How he offended you, I, Zhuo Shujie, will shoulder it alone. Zhuo Shujie said decisively. Wu Tian burst into laughter when he heard it and said, This punk actually dared to break this envoy's leg. He already committed a capital crime. What qualifications do you, a measly second firmament celestial deity, have to shoulder it? Today, all of you have to die. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Wu Tian, he said coolly, I already gave you the chance, it was you who didn't know how to cherish it. Ha ha ha. Chance. Brat, if it wasn't for you Ambus. Plussing this envoy just now, would this envoy be threatened by you? With Wu Yun around, can you still overturn the heavens? Do it. Wu Tian seemed to have heard a very hilarious joke, laughing wildly as he said. A cold light flashed, a streak of terrifying sword light rushed toward Yi Yuan. The power of an eighth firmament celestial deity was extremely shocking. At this time, Zhuo Shujie and the rest were standing behind Yi Yuan. As long as he moved aside, Zhuo Shujie and the rest would definitely die without a doubt. This Wu Yun was clearly someone who had a wealth of battle experience, rather vicious when attacking. This sword was forcing Yi Yuan to meet the attack head-on. Yi Yuan's expression turned slightly dark, the frost counter sword suddenly making a move. Bang! A loud bang exploded between the two people. The horrifying energy immediately sent Zhuo Shujie and the rest flying. All of you back away. Yi Yuan's voice exuded iciness. Clearly, he was already genuinely enraged. Wu Yun's pupils also constricted as he cried out in surprise, Law's fusion. Spatial law. He never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan could actually receive this sword of his. Wu Tian's expression also became incomparably ugly. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was not capable of lasting one exchange with Wu Yun at all. He did not expect that his combat strength was actually so fearsome. A fifth firmament celestial deity evenly matching an eighth firmament celestial deity, this was a little too exaggerated, right? Zhuo Shujie and the rest looked at that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, shocked to the core. Yi Yuan's strength was still so powerful. But it was a little ridiculously strong. Several hundred years ago, Yi Yuan was merely a second-rate junior in his eyes. Just how many years had Pa S said? Yi Yuan's current strength, making a round trip around the Southridge 10 nations, he also could not find a match at all. Swoos. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure moved slightly, his sword drawing out. That swift and fierce sword energy virtually made Space shudder. Wu Yun's eyes turned slightly dark, directly meeting it. Bang! 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 In midair, a series of horrifying energy undulations came over. Cold light radiated in all directions, sword energy scattering everywhere. When Wu Tian saw this scene, his complexion turned pale. Young Master Tian, this brat is so strong. Lord Wu Yun might not be able to take him down. Why don't we retreat first? Mo Xin spoke up. Shut up. Do you want this young master to be a cowardly turtle? If this were to spread back to the imperial capital, how will this young master still have face to meet people? Wu Tian said angrily. Mo Xin said anxiously, as long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. If this brat really wins, we won't have a possibility of escaping anymore. Wu Tian's expression changed again and again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Go." He never dreamed that his first day coming to the Southridge 10 Nations to be the patrolling inspector, he would have to tuck his tail and run. The two people were just about to escape through the void and leave when a beautiful figure blocked the two people's path. A peerless face unfolded in front of Wu Tian. But he was not in the mood to admire it at all currently. Because this woman's aura was similarly very strong, Leng Qiuling's strength was also 6th firmament celestial deity. You guys can't leave, Leng Qiuling said coolly. Damn it. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and suddenly attacked Leng Qiuling. Leng Qiuling was long prepared. Ice and fire, two powers of law, gushed out, making Wu Tian's face change drastically. Although Wu Tian was strong too, compared to the Leng Qiuling who refined the vermilion bird true blood, he was far too lacking. The two people's realms were on par, but Leng Qiuling's strength completely suppressed Wu Tian. Right at this time, an incomparably swift and fierce sword light tore through the sky. Wu Yun's corpse dropped down from high up in the sky, falling heavily onto the ground. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was deathly still. Chapter 1892. Sequence of Events. Chapter 1892. Sequence of Events. An 8th firmament celestial deity. To the people of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, it was virtually an invincible existence. But such an undefeatable existence was killed by someone under their eyelids. The opponent was just a 5th firmament celestial deity. To Yi Yuan, they were all too familiar. People's impression of him mostly still stopped at that arrogant but pitilessly talented youth. No one could have expected that several hundred years' time, he already grew to such a level. Over there, Leng Qiuling and Wu Tian's battle also drew to an end already. With a flash, Leng Qiuling pointed a finger, directly landing on Wu Tian's chest. Wu Tian was akin to being struck by a heavy blow, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. His figure was flying out backward. Yi Yuan's figure floated down. Looking at Wu Tian, he said, "If something happens to Jiang Jade Hall, you'll know that the most despairing thing in this world isn't death." He gestured Ning Tianping with a look. Ning Tianping understood it and went up to seal Wu Tian's divine sea, and immediately brought him away. When Zhuo Shujie and the rest saw this scene, they felt like they were dreaming. Today, the patrolling inspector arrived. In the end, he had not even entered the front door and was annihilated by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan walk over, Coldfeather and the rest actually did not have a single person dare step forward to greet. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that junior back then. Yi Yuan naturally knew what they were thinking in their hearts and said smilingly, "City Lords were, Brother Coldfeather, you guys don't have to be like this. This Yi Yuan is still that Yi Yuan, still Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder." Hearing this, Coldfeather and the rest felt slightly relieved but naturally did not dare to treat Yi Yuan like in the past anymore. The group of people entered the city and went into the City Lord Manor. They naturally could not dispense with a bout of small talk. Yi Yuan also knew that these few years, Jiang Jade Hall really did look after Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. As for the matters with people at the top, they were not aware. But Yi Yuan guessed that the reason why Jiang Jade Hall fell out with Wu Tian was likely related to the promise with him back then. Because if he left the position of patrolling inspector, he would not be able to control Heavenly Eagle Imperial City anymore. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was very grateful toward Jiang Jade Hall in his heart. Looks like I have to make a trip to 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. Everyone doesn't need to worry. The matter of the patrolling inspector, I'll be thinking of a way to resolve it. In addition, I have some medicinal pills here. It should be helpful to the few of you. Yi Yuan took out several bottles of medicinal pills. The pupils of Zhuoshujie and the rest all shrunk. Back then, Yi Yuan astounded the Southridge with alchemy. Now that several hundred years said, his realm also stepped into celestial deity realm, so then how terrifying would the medicinal pills he refined be? Sure enough, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out, the quality was all extremely high. Helping them to break through realms was naturally nothing difficult. Oh, right, with Wu Tian's ident. One Tai, why would he run to Southridge to be the patrolling inspector for a girl? Yi Yuan suddenly asked curiously. Zhuoshujie sighed and said, these few years that you were gone, Cloud Jade Imperial City produced a peerless genius called Rongxie. This girl is the daughter of Cloud Jade Imperial City's city lord, Ronghua. This girl was a divine lord since her birth. It was a historical moment for Cloud Jade Imperial City. At present, she's already 7th firmament celestial deity. Such monstrous talent, she was naturally valued highly by Linghua Pavilion and taken into the pavilion. Several years ago, Ronghua suffered a heavy injury inside a mystic realm. Rongxie left Linghua Pavilion and returned to Cloud Jade Imperial City to take care of her ill father. This Wu Tian came for her. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and said, this matter, likely isn't that simple, right? Zhuoshujie smiled bitterly and said, Southridge 10 Cities is merely a desolate and barren place, unable to have any ties with the imperial capital. This intel is all about events of the Southridge lands. That's why we could inquire about it. As for the rest, we're powerless to do anything. As for patrolling Inspector Jiang Sai, things concerning Southridge 10 Cities were within the scope of 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. So no one would go and pay attention at all. If not for having someone like Rongxie, probably barely anyone would know about this place. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said coolly, this is simple. Go to Cloud Jade Imperial City and ask this Rongxie and we'll know. His voice had yet to fade and Yi Yuan already vanished before everyone's eyes. Zhuoshujie and the rest all exchanged glances. This Yi Yuan was also too vigorous and swift in doing things. Left at the drop of a hat and did not even give a heads up. Heavenly Eagly is hundreds of millions of miles away from Cloud Jade. This departure will at least take several months' time too. Yi Yuan is, Zhuoshujie said speechlessly. But Ning Tianping smiled and said, His Excellency's spatial law has already attained sublimity and have long comprehended the art of spatial SHI plus foot a single breath and it's several 100,000 mile. He'll be able to return at most by noon. Art of spatial SHI plus feet. Fourth firmament spatial law. Coldfeather cried out in shock, even his pitch changed. He also comprehended spatial law and naturally knew how difficult it was to comprehend spatial law to the fourth firmament. These several hundred years, Yi Yuan's spatial law attainments were actually already outrageously fearsome. The others were also extremely shocked, looking at Ning Tianping in disbelief. If they did not understand Ning Tianping, they would definitely think that Ning Tianping was boasting. Zhuoshujie sucked in a deep breath and said, Yi Yuan actually didn't even use his full strength when he killed that 8th firmament celestial deity. Ning Tianping smiled and said, that kind of 8th firmament celestial deity, his law comprehension isn't even as high as mine. Why would His Excellency need to go all out to kill him? Everyone was speechless. But at this time, their attention was placed on Ning Tianping. The present Ning Tianping refined the black tortoise true blood and already broke through to be a 3rd firmament celestial deity. Merely a short several hundred years' time, the Ning family's junior already grew to become Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most formidable existence. This was simply unthinkable. Even Ning Jiyuan also did not know what he should say currently. When one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. Ning Tianping had flourished now and would definitely look after the Ning family better. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City in the future, the Ning family would be the #1 major family, no one would be able to replace anymore. Only now did he know, A wrong decision made in a moment of weakness really almost ruined the Ning family. Fortunately, the Ning family produced a Ning Tianping who had affection and loyalty. That was how it salvaged the situation. Otherwise, he would be the entire Ning family's sinner now. Although Yi Yuan's spatial law made progress slowly, exhibiting spatial SHI plus feat with his current realm, he arrived at Cloud Jade Imperial City after 2 hours. He did not say HEL lo to anyone, entering the City Lord Manor with a flash. Buzz. Yi Yuan did not behave secretively. Instead, he suddenly released the imposing momentum of Fifth Firmament Celestial Deity on him. With the vigor of his divine sea, his aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Sixth Firmament Celestial Deities. Cloud Jade Imperial City's powerhouses were immediately alarmed. A Fourth Firmament Celestial Deity powerhouse appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Sensing that vast divine essence undulation of Yi Yuan's, his expression was incomparably ugly. That Fourth Firmament Cloud Jade Imperial City powerhouse said in fear and trepidation, "I'm Cloud Jade Imperial City's Mengxing. I wonder what this lord came to my Cloud Jade Imperial City for?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "I'm looking for Rong Xie." Mengxing's pupils constricted and he said, "Not long ago, young Patriarch Xie already left Cloud Jade Imperial City and went back to Nine Pledge Imperial Capital." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked again, "Then Rong Hua?" Mengxing said respectfully, "City Lord His Excellency left together with young Patriarch Xie."